The election suspense intensifies as we wait to see if Joe Biden the minutes ahead. I'm Wolf Blitzer. The former vice president is on the brink of a victory over President Trump as his lead in crucial Pennsylvania grows wider. We're monitoring the vote counting in Pennsylvania and standing by for new results that potentially could be decisive. The presidency is now coming down to Pennsylvania, as well as Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. They are all battlegrounds where Biden is leading. He just widened his advantage in Nevada. If Biden wins Pennsylvania or two of those other states, he would climb above the 253 electoral votes he has now and reach the winning number of 270. Trump trails with 213. And although he's made some gains in Arizona, Trump's path forward looks very, very bleak. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's take a look at Nevada right now. Trump's lead in Nevada, Biden's lead in Nevada increases a bit. He's got a lead over Trump, 20,548, with 92% of the estimated vote in. He's got 49.8% to Trump's 48.1%, 6 electoral votes in Nevada. In Arizona, where there are 11 electoral votes, Biden maintains his lead, 43,779, slightly less than it was a little while ago, but it's still 43,779. 50% for Biden, 48.6% for Trump. 93% of the estimated vote in Arizona is in. In the critically important battleground state of Pennsylvania, the most electoral votes at stake right now, 20. Biden maintains his lead, 8,867. A little bit less than it was a little while ago, but it's still 8,867. He's got 49.4% to 49.3%. 95% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania is in. In Georgia right now, almost all of the votes are in. 99% of the vote is in. Biden maintains a lead of 1,584 votes, 16 electoral votes in Georgia, 49.4%, 49.4%. Let's go to Pamela Brown over at the voting desk. In Georgia, there's an important development that's unfolding now.
Yeah, that's right, Wolf. We are headed toward a recount in Georgia. In fact, just moments ago, the Secretary of State in Georgia said they're looking at the next steps. The Secretary of State said, quote, with a margin that small, there will be a recount in Georgia. Here is what this entails. If you take a look here, there is no automatic recount in Georgia. Candidates can request a recount, though, if the margin was in 0.5%. As it stands now, it is within that margin, but we should note today is the deadline for outstanding overseas ballots. There's up to 9,000 that still hadn't been returned at last check. We don't know the provisional count, and today is also the deadline for the cured ballots. So that is factoring into all of this. Also, the superintendent may recount or recanvass if it appears there's an error. But Georgia officials say they have no evidence of errors, irregularities. But we do know the Trump campaign has made clear to them they want to recount, and it appears that is where this is heading, according to the Secretary of State. So the question then is, when would that happen? It is possible for it to happen before recertification. Certification deadline is November 20th. It could be as late as November 24th. But we just heard the Georgia officials say they want certification to happen even sooner than what the deadline is. And what it would entail for a recount in Georgia, it would entail ballot scanners they would use to put those ballots back through the scanners unless those ballots are defective. This is a process that would be overseen by superintendents. So it looks like there, Wolf, that is where we're heading at this hour.
Thanks very much, Pamela, for that. And, you know, John, it's very interesting that in Georgia, there's a Republican Secretary of State who's in overall charge, as well as a Republican governor. If they do this recount and it comes back basically the same, there's not much that Trump is going to be able to do about that.
Right, and remember, the governor himself, Brian Kemp, is the former Secretary of State. He was the Secretary of State when he ran for governor, a hotly contested race. Democrats are still grumbling about the vote counting in that race. So Governor Kemp knows the eyes of the nation and the world will be on him. The question is Georgia decisive in the sense that if Joe Biden continues on the path he is on, he will have 270 plus, and this will be very important to get the final outcome of the race, but it is quite possible it does not determine the winner of the race. It's just sort of in limbo as you go. But you can understand this, whatever your partisan leanings at home. You're looking at, 1,500 votes right now, more votes to come in. We expect that lead to actually grow for Joe Biden a little bit. There's not that many more votes to come in, but they are mostly from Democratic strongholds. So anticipate that lead grows a little bit more. But you see, 49.4 to 49.4 well within reason for anybody to think, let's take a look at this. And Wolf, you look at the presidential race here, there's 2 Senate races on the ballot in Georgia, but this one right here, a recount could be incredibly significant. First, we have to get to the final vote total, but if David Perdue is under 50%, you have a runoff in that race. That's the way Georgia state law works. So a recount here could be incredibly consequential, not just to determine who finally gets Georgia's electoral votes in the presidential race. It could have a dramatic impact on state politics as well. So let's see where we are at the end of the day. You just heard what Pam said there. It's actually encouraging, if they can. The state wants to move up the certification process, if they're comfortable that they can do that, so they can get about the business of a recall sooner. So you're seeing there, as you noted, a Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State trying to move the process along.
All right, I've got another key race alert right now. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. Biden's lead just went up a bit. He now has a lead of 9,746 over Donald Trump, 49.4% to 49.3%. Still close, but it's approaching 10,000 right now. Biden's lead over Trump, 20 electoral votes. That's really the most important right now. Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania.
Right, and so you're watching this play out. These new votes, I'm told, just came in from Bucks County. So you come down here in the Philadelphia area. You move up just to the north of Philadelphia. You see that one of the suburban collar counties around Philadelphia, this one the more competitive. You see overall 51 to 47. Votes came in here, and as you noted, Joe Biden just stretched out his lead a little bit. A short time earlier, Wolf, up here in the northern part of the state, in this county, Tioga County, President Trump actually picked up a few votes, a very modest number of votes. They counted several hundred votes, and the president picked up a little bit, just a tiny bit, 100 or so votes on Joe Biden there. So you saw in one of these counties, we've been saying consistently, even in the Republican counties, when we get these mail ballots, that Joe Biden has been gaining. Instead, in that one, there was a very modest gain for the president, but a lot more people live down here in Bucks County, and every time we have seen the votes come in Philadelphia and the suburbs around it, Joe Biden builds his lead.
So in Pennsylvania, the lead for Biden over Trump now is 9,746. Right. But let's take a look at how that increased right now. We've got the numbers if you want to put them up on the screen. This is coming in from Bucks County right now. So Biden just picked up 2,617 votes. Trump picked up, excuse me, let's erase that. Yeah.
Sure, you got it.
All right. Biden picked up 1,732.
Biden, 1,732. Okay.
I just want to make, and Trump picked up 853. There were a total of 2,617 votes. So Biden got 1,732, Trump got 853, Biden got 66% of the vote in Bucks County with this latest batch.
And again, so you just look at this number in the sense that Donald Trump is behind right now, right? That's Bucks County. Donald Trump is behind. Let me pull it out to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the full vote here, and you see, 9,746. You're close at 49.3, but you're trailing. So every time new votes come in, you have to get more, and yet almost every time new votes come in, it is Joe Biden not only getting more, but getting 2/3 of the votes. So Joe Biden, that's not a giant lead in a state that is so big. You see the total votes count, 3.3 million, almost 3.29 million. This is a very competitive race, but the overall trend, with that one tiny exception in one of the Republican counties to the north, has been we get new votes. Joe Biden is not only winning, meaning building his lead, but that lopsided advantage makes it harder and harder, more difficult by the vote count for Donald Trump to catch up. And again, the final margin is going to be important. We just mentioned a recount in Georgia. The president's aides are going to look at that, whether they're talking about asking for a recount, whether they want to mount legal challenges. The final number in Pennsylvania is going to matter. But what matters the most at the moment right now, Wolf, is that it is blue, because that one alone is enough to make Joe Biden the president-elect of the United States.
Those 20 electoral votes are critical. Kate Baldwin's in Philadelphia for us. She's getting more information. What are you learning, Kate?
Hey there, Wolf. So we are standing by for a press conference that should be coming up in the next 30 minutes. This will be the first press conference of the city election officials that have been running this count in the convention center behind me. This will be the first time that we've gotten a press conference, a briefing update from them since Wednesday. I'm told we're going to be hearing an update on what is still outstanding, what is left to be counted, and hopefully how long it will take. But it is not clear if they will be offering an update on numbers, an update on any additional count that has been finished in this process of finishing up the ballots. We do know from sources that the process here has slowed. And here's why. The 25,000 ballots that are outstanding still to be counted include ballots that have issues, things like signature issues or date issues. It requires review, and that takes longer because it requires a second look. Let me know if you can't hear me because there's an ambulance going by right now, Wolf. It should hopefully be passed in 1 second. And we're back. One thing that we are also told is that those segregated ballots, the mail-in ballots that have come in post-election day, they're not included in this process right now. They are still shrink-wrapped as it is described to me and being held securely, separately from what's going on right now. But we should be getting some more information in just a few minutes. Wolf, 12:30 press conference scheduled right here. In
about 20 minutes or so. All right, Kate, we'll get back to you as well. So, John, you were telling us about Pennsylvania right now. 20 votes at stake, electoral votes. If Biden wins that one state, forget about all the other states. If he wins that one state, he's the president.
Right, and you know, and we're going to keep counting the votes in those other states. Arizona, Nevada, we're still counting. Georgia, again, is likely to be a recount. Will be a recount in Georgia. So we might not know the final allocation of the Electoral College votes. But if Joe Biden holds on to this, he is president-elect. He would have 273 just with Pennsylvania alone. And Kate just went through the math. We'll see if we get new numbers out of Philadelphia. But we know a good deal, 20,000, I believe she just said, 20,000 of the outstanding votes are still here. Your eyes tell you the story right here. You know, Joe Biden is getting 80% plus. And the last batch of votes, in the mail-in votes we got out of Philadelphia, was 89%. So Joe Biden is not worried about the leftover votes here. He knows he's going to increase his lead. And that's the problem for President Trump. More votes there. And again, 37,000 votes out here in Pittsburgh. Joe Biden won't get them all, of course, but you already see he's getting close to 60% already in Allegheny County. And in these mail-in ballots, we'll see if it changes, but in these mail-in ballots, he has consistently been getting in the mail-in ballots a higher percentage, sometimes a much higher percentage than he is winning county-wide, because the overall totals include the president's big election day turnout. So if you go through the counties and where the votes are missing here, I said we had a very modest increase for the president, about 160 votes in one small county. But everything else we have seen, not just today, but yesterday as well, these vote batches come in and Biden builds. Again, it's a modest lead with the votes out based on the percentages he has been getting. You know, you can project out maybe 40,000. Some people in Pennsylvania think even higher than 50,000 will be the ultimate end of it. We will see that at the end of the day, and that final number, again, is incredibly significant if you're thinking about recount or challenges. When you stretch a number like that, even in a big state like this, 3.3 million votes, 3.29 million votes, you start getting above 10, then above 15, then above 20. You know, history tells you that's a number that's most unlikely to be overturned. They may find, 12 votes here or 12 votes there that were tabulated wrong, but once you get above 10,000, it gets almost impossible.
That's the history of that we're all pretty familiar with. Brian Todd is joining us from Pittsburgh right now in Allegheny County. That's the second largest county in Pennsylvania. Brian, what are you picking up?
Well, Wolf, we're excited to be here because of the access that we're getting, in this period after the election, when questions about transparency, questions about the access that observers are going to have to the vote counting are coming up in all of these states that have not been called yet. Well, we're getting a firsthand look very close to the vote counting. We're here at the Elections Warehouse in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County. It's going to be a crucial county. These people behind me are what they call members of the election board. They were sworn in just a short time ago. What these people are doing, they're going through these bins. They're picking out, these are all damaged ballots. There are about 2,000, more than 2,000 of them that these people are picking through, checking very carefully, processing them so that they could be counted. Now, we don't know how many of those, of course, might have to be tossed out because they're simply too damaged and you can't tell. We're going to be getting an update on these numbers, by the way, probably within the next hour and a half or so, as to what some of the numbers are for the Biden and Trump campaigns among the damaged ballots coming in. And I'll show you over here, when we talk about access that observers have, these are the members of the board counting the damaged ballots and processing them. Right behind them, this lady here in the red and this gentleman here in the blue sport coat, these are observers. These are bipartisan observers. They're being kept in that area behind this chain link fence here. They can't go any closer than they are, but look, they've got access here. They're only a few feet away. They're watching this very closely. We've been told so far no anomalies, no irregularities have been reported to the chairman of this counting facility right here. We just spoke to him a short time ago. Now, after they do these more than 2,000 damaged ballots, and we're going to get the results of those, as we say, in about an hour and a half, then They're going to process more than 4,000 ballots from overseas and military members that are coming in here to Allegheny County. And a short time after that, we'll get those results. So we're going to be bringing you numbers pretty shortly here, Wolf, from Allegheny County. And what's interesting also about this is that we're not going to be able to be here for that much longer, only a few more hours until we get kicked out. Why? Because at about 5 p.m. Eastern time, 29,000 plus ballots that are coming in that have not been counted yet in Allegheny County are going to be processed here. These are ballots, these are mail-in ballots. When they were mailed out to voters, they had wrong information on them. Then they had, by court order, that information had to be corrected, they had to be sent back out, and then those ballots are coming in. They don't start to get counted until 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern time today. That count could take a couple of days. They're going to start uploading those numbers, they think, tonight, but we won't get final numbers there until maybe tomorrow, maybe later in the weekend. So the key thing here is Allegheny County, with its 35,000 plus ballots that have yet to be counted and are being counted right now, are they going to help Joe Biden drive up his margins in Pennsylvania? It's said that this area favors Joe Biden. He spent a lot of time in this area in the later part of his campaign, especially in the last few days. He came here with Lady Gaga the day before the election. So again, Allegheny County crucial with its 35,000 plus total ballots that have yet to be counted. But this is interesting, Wolf. Again, enjoy it while you can watch this, because we're going to get kicked out of here in a few hours. These are very exciting here. First-hand look at the ballots being counted. This is one of the things that really makes us jazzed about covering an election like this and about covering these races that have not been called yet. You're seeing these people. I'm 2 feet away from these guys, and they're doing just some great, painstaking work so that these results can come in accurately. Wolf.
Yeah, we are grateful to those poll workers who are doing an incredible job. Ryan Todd, thank you very much. So just to recap, John, 9,746 vote lead that Biden has in Pennsylvania right now, and we're told about 95% of the vote is in. So there's still thousands of votes outstanding.
Right, and as Brian just noted, 30,000 plus of them are in Allegheny County. And again, your eyes can tell you, Joe Biden is getting close to 60% of the vote here. He has traditionally been getting even in excess of that in these mail-in ballots. So you can anticipate if Joe Biden has 35,000 ballots and Joe Biden even gets 60% of them, he's going to add to his lead, obviously. And that's the biggest chunk of ballots that are still outstanding. You see 9,746. Our math tells you, in the last 24 hours, tells you that lead is likely to grow. The question is how many. And to Brian's point, being in that room, again, at a time when there's a lot of heated rhetoric, both from the podium at the White House and the President of the United States and on social media, a lot of it from the President and his allies. What you just saw there, I've been in those rooms before. You have a Democrat and a Republican standing behind somebody. Those are damaged ballots. Sometimes, you're filling out the little circle. You don't get it filled all the way in. So that worker holds it up and says, see, I think this is a vote for Wolf Blitzer. They both look at it, and they say, OK, you just didn't finish filling in the circle. Or it's creased in a way that the machine won't read it. The worker holds it up and says, I'm going to call this a vote for Wolf Blitzer. They both look at it. If there's any doubt, one of them says, I object, and they take it over, and they look at it, and they talk about it. That's how the process works in every election all across America, two people standing right there looking at it. So when you hear people saying there's no transparency, there's people doctoring ballots, if they have any evidence of that, we have things called courts. But what you just saw there is what's happening all over America, right? In close states. In states the president is winning, in states the president is losing. That's the way it works, and it is refreshing to see it. Brian's right.
And you and I covered in 2000 Bush v. Gore. We remember the hanging chads, as we all remember, that were coming in from Palm Beach County. I don't know. What were you saying? Oh, this is Pittsburgh, right? You can see some of the. But remember the hanging chads. It took, more than 30 days for them to determine who won Florida, and that was the decisive moment. And it did go all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Just at the mention of hanging chads, there's years of therapy down the drain right there, Wolf. Look, that was 537 votes in the state of Florida. We thought we would never have anything like that. Let's hope that we do not. But again, if anyone has a legitimate complaint, whether it's a race for dog catcher or a race for president, make your case. But don't stand and say things, and then you see pictures like that of honest, hardworking Americans. Who knows what party they belong to? Counting votes. It's a great thing.
And there's nothing wrong with counting votes. The president said they all have to be done by Election Day. You can't wait. You can't count anything after Election Day. That's totally unacceptable.
Right. Well, the reason the president is mad, though, is because a lead that was once, go back in time, over 600,000 votes, because they counted the Election Day votes first, and the president dominated that. The president ran a good campaign in Pennsylvania. The president got 3.2 million votes and counting in Pennsylvania. More votes than the president received 4 years ago when he won the state. The problem in Pennsylvania is not that the president turned out his vote. If you're President Trump, your quote-unquote problem is that the other guy got more votes. You know, in America, we don't call it a problem. We call it democracy. And right now, he's winning. Joe Biden is winning. Math, simple. And we'll see where it goes from here. But again, you know, as we're having this conversation, there's a civics lesson for some people who've never seen those recount rooms or those ballot rooms like that. That is blue. That is blue, going to a recount, but blue. These right now are staying blue. Joe Biden's lead in Nevada and Arizona, both of those have come down a little smidgen in the count today, but he's still leading in all of them. But if he gets this one right here, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, game over. That gets him to 273, and the rest again. If he can build more, it gives it that. The question of that, if you get this, then the question for these is more when Joe Biden speaks to the American people, not as president-elect, but as president. You know, how much more political power does it give him? How much more leverage? How much more? You know, the question of a mandate will be debated once we get past the moments of today, which is getting these states to the finish line. If that one gets to the finish line, Joe Biden's the next president.
We were all told, even as little kids in school, every vote counts. That's a democracy. Let the votes count, whether it takes another few days, a few more weeks. It's important that every vote counts in a real democracy. We're going to have more votes coming in very, very soon, we're told, from Pennsylvania. Stay with us as our special coverage continues.
Welcome back to CNN's coverage of the presidential election. Let's go to Jeff Zeleny right now, who's covering the Biden campaign in Wilmington, Delaware. Jeff, you have some news?
We do, Jake. We are being told that plans are being made for Joe Biden to deliver an address to the nation tonight during prime time. We're not exactly sure what time during prime time, but those are the plans being made at this hour. Of course, much of that depends upon how this race goes, how the counting goes in Philadelphia. I can tell you all eyes inside the Biden campaign, and indeed most likely by the former vice president himself, are on these counts in Pennsylvania. But I'm also told he's doing a variety of other things today, looking forward to the transition and other things, should that be how this develops. But we do know that at least plans are being made for a speech tonight in prime time. And the stage behind me that you've seen all week, there's a significant more activity happening here in the last few hours or so. Higher Secret Service presence. They've been repositioning some of those Jeeps and vehicles that were in the front of this. So it looks like it's being prepared for another drive-in rally, which became a hallmark of the Biden campaign. But of course, this is a speech that the former vice president has long anticipated giving, not knowing if he would give it. But I'm told it will be serious in substance and tone, much like we have heard him speak over the last several days. But at least as of now, it will be in prime time here tonight, Jake.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. Reporting there from Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. And Dana, the three of us have been noting the response or lack thereof from Republican officials when it comes to the untethered and wild allegations being made by the president and his spawn and his supporters about the election, all the crazy and false claims about it being stolen. There's a new development from Senator Mitt Romney, Republican of Utah. What does he have to say?
Well, we were talking last night. He did put out a statement last night
Kind
that
of a
was
weak one, to
very
be honest. Mealy-mouthed?
plain.
Yeah.
He spoke out, but he just kind of said, let the votes happen. Much stronger right now that we're seeing on Twitter. Effectively, he says that doing things, that he, meaning the president, he is wrong to say that the election was rigged, corrupt, and stolen. Doing so damages the cause of freedom here and around the world, weakens the institutions that lie at the foundation of the republic, and recklessly inflames destructive and dangerous passions. Wow.
Yeah, that's strong. But there was a sentence at the top.
The top, it said, the president is within his rights to request recounts, to call for investigation of alleged voting irregularities where evidence exists, and to exhaust legal remedies. Doing these things is consistent with our election process. That was kind of the
And that's
claim.
fine.
But,
Absolutely, yeah.
yeah.
And there's a recount going on right now in Georgia because the margin of victory there for Joe Biden is so slim. You see there that right now it's 1,567 votes. That's within half a percentage point. So there's a recount that the Trump campaign has asked for that's going forward.
Yeah, but the fact that he is being so forward-leaning, more than we've seen any prominent Republican do, in saying to the president, cut it out. Cut it out. You're undermining democracy, is noteworthy. Now, it's not as if Mitt Romney has not done that before, but in this case, at this moment in time, I think it's significant.
Yeah, it's a correction, and it was a necessary one, because I think his previous statement left the impression that he was sort of not willing to denounce these broad, sweeping claims of fraud that everyone knows has no basis in fact. And this one is a lot more clear about what is within the lanes of what is appropriate and acceptable in a democracy and what is not. And there should be a lot more Republicans making stronger statements, frankly, about what is going on here, because there's really no justification for the kinds of things that you were hearing from President Trump last night. Almost everything that he claimed was evidence of fraud was not true,
right,
or not evidence of fraud at all. And it's worse when you watch Fox News, where many of the president's advisors and supporters and campaign aides are going on the television speaking to the president's supporters every single day, reinforcing falsehoods, frankly, fake, manipulated videos on social media. These are all things that are corrosive to democracy, and not enough Republicans are being specific about what the problem is.
If you're upset about what you see on Fox, when you have every right to be, you should check out the Twitter feed of the president's spawn, because it is like rantings in crayon by somebody having an LSD trip. I mean, it is somebody. These are claims that are just so wild that they wouldn't even make. Forget Fox. They wouldn't even make Fox Business, where where all sorts of facts go to die.
Meanwhile, what Jeff Zeleny just reported is really interesting, which is that right now Joe Biden is preparing what so far will be the most important speech of his life. It's probably going to be the first of many most important speeches of his life, because he is going to have to walk the line, depending on what happens in this primetime speech. Presumably, he won't give the speech until people feel comfortable enough calling the presidency, given where the votes are in Pennsylvania and elsewhere. But regardless, he's already set the tone from the beginning of his campaign, from day one, about reaching out to everybody, being all-inclusive and so forth. But presumably, he is going to be giving that speech without what normally happens, which is a call from the person who you beat. And
the loser?
My guess is that he's going to just ignore it and talk about what he would do as president.
Yeah, and if there ever were a Democratic politician for a moment like this, to talk about the need to unite the country, to ignore the noise coming from the likes of the president and his supporters, and to try to appeal to our better angels, as a different president once referred, it's Joe Biden.
Totally.
Whatever you think of Joe Biden and his limitations as a politician or as a person, this is the moment that he has been preparing for his entire life. An attempt to bring the country together, an attempt to reconcile the deep divisions in this nation, even while there are still actors trying to rip apart those scabs.
Yeah, I mean, to play devil's advocate here, I think you will find many people, principally Democrats, wondering if Joe Biden's kind of nostalgic view of Washington is outdated, whether it applies to the Republican Party of today.
That was the charge against him in the primaries.
That was the charge against him in the primaries. If he were to reach out his hand to Mitch McConnell and to a Lindsey Graham, who was at a time a very good friend of his, would they reciprocate? I think it's really an open question. It's one of the biggest questions for this time, this post-election period. What are Republicans going to do? I think we know what Joe Biden's going to do, but what are Republicans going to do to reciprocate on that? And does that work in the Donald Trump Washington that he's really created with the Republican Party?
That's such a good question. We don't know if it's going to work, but as you're talking, I was sitting here thinking of the second and last debate that Biden and Trump had, and as we were watching, I think it was Gary Tuchman doing the interview with the focus group, and of all of the things that were said during that debate, I think it was you who noted the thing that was most striking was everybody liked the fact that Joe Biden wanted to just stop the chaos and bring people together. And that's something that was sort of the most resonant thing that Joe Biden said for these undecided voters.
In addition to it being who he is, I don't think that it wasn't a strategic decision by him. I mean, it was naturally who Joe Biden is, and he got hammered for it in terms of his willingness in the 70s to work with horrible bigots who were part of the Democratic Party and Republican Party. But it also is strategically wise because they were making the calculation that there were enough moderate, independent, white voters that were just tired of the fighting, that were just exhausted of the fighting.
People are really tired.
And we see, they're...
In addition to us being
We're physically tired. That's different. But, and he's going to win the popular vote by several million, at least 4 million at last count, maybe 5 or 6 when it's all said and done. So it appears to have been a good bet. And in addition to that, I think that this is a time for that because the Trump presidency, he didn't create these divisions. They were there in the country before he came, but he sure ran right towards them. And
he harnessed them.
He harnessed them. He won the White House using them. But he has been one who has sought very often to divide. And that's the election that he ran, was getting his people to the polls, attacking Joe Biden personally, attacking Joe Biden's son personally. You might remember that a few days ago, it was a huge national security risk that Hunter Biden existed. We seem to have, the Republicans who were pounding that drum seem to have forgotten all about that.
Well, I mean, I think
my guess is it'll come back.
Because
that's right, there'll be hearings.
Because Joe Biden did survive a general election in which the kitchen sink was thrown at him by this president. And, the counter argument to the devil's advocate argument that I gave earlier is that Joe Biden not only got through the Democratic primary arguing that he could bring the country together, he got through a general election. And if the Pennsylvania goes his way, he might be president-elect having won, narrowly or not, on that message. And so maybe that is proof that that it's a message that A, the American people want, but that B, that it is something that might be able to work because a win is a win. And if you win, that's it.
And just one other personal note about Joe Biden. When I prepared to interview Jill Biden, who may be possibly the next first lady of this country, she wrote, believe it or not, I read her biography, which was actually pretty good.
It was good.
Yeah, it's a pretty good book. And, one of the observations she makes is that her husband, Joe Biden, forgives people. And not only forgives, but forgets. She doesn't so much. She remembers. But he forgives and forgets. So maybe he was born for this era, certainly not for his previous runs. We are following the critical ballot count in Pennsylvania, where Joe Biden's lead is only growing. And we're standing by for new numbers to come in momentarily. Our special coverage continues right after this.
Now let's get an update on what's going on in Pennsylvania right now. As you can see, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. It is certainly key. 95% of the estimated vote is in. Biden maintains his lead, nearly 10,000 vote lead, 9,746, 49.4% to Trump's 49.3%. Let's go over to Pamela Brown. Pamela, you're at the voting desk for us. Where are these outstanding votes in Pennsylvania?
These votes that we were anxiously awaiting. Wolf, let's take a look. Let's look at the overall here in Pennsylvania as we're waiting for these results to come through. 124,000 outstanding ballots that we're waiting on the results for. These are 3 counties that we're eyeing. We've been talking a lot about Allegheny and Philadelphia. Those are 2 of the biggest counties in Pennsylvania with outstanding ballots. Philadelphia alone still has 25,000 to get through. But you look here, these are the suburbs outside of Philadelphia. Delaware still has more than 3,600 ballots. Montgomery has 2,800, a little over 2,800, and Chester has a little over 2,000. And so we're trying to find out. We have reached out to these counties, Wolf, to find out when they're going to release the results. They know that they are under the microscope as we await to learn more in Pennsylvania.
All right, Pamela, thanks very much. I'm here with John King at the Magic Wall, but I got Bob Harvey, the Bucks County Commissioner, on the phone for us right now. Bob, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks to you and your team for all the important work you're doing. What's the latest information on how many outstanding votes there are in Bucks County, and when do we expect to get a new count on what's going on?
Well, we just did an update about a half hour ago on our website. The next update should be somewhere in the 2 o'clock hour. The outstanding votes we have here in Bucks County are sort of in a couple of categories. We do have some of the roughly 7,000 that are naked ballots, and so those we know we're not going to be able to count. We also have some that are being independently verified right now because there were as they went through the scanner, there were a couple thousand that we're going through manually to make sure that we have the right votes recorded for those. And then we did receive some that came in after Election Day, and the Pennsylvania Supreme Court has given counties until today, 5 o'clock, to collect votes that have come in. We'll have to take a look at those. And there also are some that are, we have to look at the outside of the envelopes because there may have been some issues in terms of whether or not people signed them or put the right date, things of that nature. So we plan to have the verifications done, a few thousand more of those to go in the next roughly hour and a half. And then the others will be sort of things we process over the next few days.
Bob, it's John King. Grateful for your time. I know you're busy trying to get this all finished. You mentioned naked ballots. For our viewers who might not understand that term, can you just explain that? If I'm right, those are because the mail-in ballot process in Pennsylvania, you have an inside envelope. You're supposed to put your ballot in for secrecy purposes. Then you put it inside a larger envelope and mail it back in. And so if you don't get it back properly sent to you and one of those envelopes is missing, do they get set aside and discarded, or do they get set aside and then you have a conversation about whether you count them?
Well, it's a little bit of both. There are certain categories. If a ballot comes in not in the secrecy envelope, we can't look at it. We can't do anything with it. So that's set aside. There's also a rule in the Pennsylvania law that say there can't be any identifying marks on the secrecy envelope. We did have some people who maybe they misunderstood some of the law or the instructions. They signed on the outside of their secrecy envelope. The law is pretty clear about those. But stray marks, anything that doesn't identify the voter, doesn't identify who they're voting for, those are ones we're going to have discussions about as a board.
Bob Harvey, thank you so much. We got to end this conversation. We're getting a news conference going on in Philadelphia right now. The president of the city commissioner giving some new numbers.
The remaining ballots generally fall into one of three categories. Those that require a review, provisionals, U.S. military overseas ballots. 40,000 remaining to be counted. We can also tell you that it may take several days to complete the reporting of that. And as you know, election results are not officially certified until 20 days after the election. Thank you again. Thank you to the citizens of Philadelphia. And now I would like to invite Commissioner Omar Sabir to the podium.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the County Board of Election staff. I would like to thank the taxpaying citizens of Philadelphia and across America. I think it's safe to say that democracy has won. Democracy is beautiful. We saw the statue of Octavius Cotto right on City Hall, where he died so that Americans can have access to the democratic process. And as we stand here today in 2020, people still have access to democracy. That's a beautiful thing, but we still want everyone to exert patience, ignore a lot of the noise that's going on, allow us to complete the counting process. And again, I'd like to thank everyone. I would also like to thank my beautiful wife at home with my 6 children. While I'm down here doing all of the counting, I'd like to say, hi, wife, I love you and thank you. And right now, I'd like to bring on our council president, Darrell Clarke, who's a friend, who's a mentor, and a true leader of Philadelphia.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, everyone. So, to say this was a tumultuous year would be the understatement of the year. We in the city of Philadelphia and across the nation have gone through some very, very challenging times. But in spite of that all, democracy works. Democracy works. I want to thank the commissioners who were given a short time frame to transition from the traditional in-person voting that Philadelphians are known for to having a mail-in ballot system, to have multiple options. And guys, I just want to say you did a great job. You did a great job. But in all due respect to you guys, I want to thank the people that worked. Every time you went by Broad Street or you went by City Hall or you went by Delaware, and Spring
Our
Garden.
local leaders in Philadelphia giving an update on what's going on. John, I guess the most important information we got from those officials, 40,000 votes are remaining to be counted in Philadelphia.
Right, and so you heard from the Bucks County executive we were just talking to, and then these Philadelphia city officials, they're near the finish line. So they're looking now at ballots. Some of them are so-called provisional ballots. You show up, you requested a mail ballot perhaps, or they have your address wrong, and so there's some sort of a mix-up. They say, we're not sure you're eligible to vote. You fill out a provisional ballot, and then they check after the fact. So you get your right to vote, and then they go through after to make sure it's legit. Ballots that have been somehow creased or marked wrong that they have to look at and see whether they can count. So you're at the finish line. This happens in every election. It's getting a lot more attention now, international attention, because you have, let's come back out, that was Philadelphia City, you have in the state that could decide the presidential election, Joe Biden with a 9,746 vote lead in a state where, if you look, more than 6.6 million votes have been cast. So they're getting intense scrutiny, doing the nuts and bolts, the unglamorous work, if you will, of finishing an election count. But you mentioned that number there. That number is here. That number is the largest basket of still uncounted votes, long ago cast, uncounted. Joe Biden is getting 81% of the vote in Philadelphia. So every time they count more votes in Philadelphia, you can be certain Joe Biden's number is going to grow. We were just talking to the county executive here in Bucks County, suburban county to the north. It's more competitive, you see. Every time they've counted votes there, though, Joe Biden's number has gone up because what they're counting now are the mail-in ballots, disproportionately Democrats, breaking disproportionately above those numbers for Biden. Pam Brown was talking to us earlier about ballots still out, modest number, but a couple thousand in Montgomery County, some more in Chester County, some over here in Delaware County. What is unique about all of these suburbs around Philadelphia? They are blue. Joe Biden has got a very healthy percentage of the vote. In these mail-in ballots, it's even higher than what you see on the screen. It has been that way consistently as you come through. Montgomery County 62. They'll count mail-in ballots. We'll see numbers closer to 70, sometimes even in excess of 80. So the math of this as we go forward, because some of these ballots are damaged, some of them they have a bipartisan group come in. Do we count this one or not? Do we have to have a conversation about it? It's going to take some time. What it's going to do is add to that lead in the end, because you've got 20,000, I believe they said, in Philadelphia, plus 2, 3, 4, 5,000. When you add up around the suburban Collier County, there's another 8,000 to 10,000 there. There's 35,000 out here today. And so that will be the arduous process of getting through those today. And again, some of them are damaged, so you count them, you look at them by hand, the observers take a look at them. Others, there are legal challenges to some of them. They'll get through this. It may take into the weekend. And again, this happens at the end of every election. If he had a 50 or 60,000 vote lead already, we wouldn't be concerned about it as much. They wouldn't get that attention, but that's what happens. We're going to have to go through the process.
And it's a legitimate process. It's democracy in action. Kate Baldwin's in Philadelphia for us right now. So, Kate, give us an update on what you're learning.
So one thing that we learned from this press conference from Lisa Dealey, the chairwoman of the city commissioners here, who's been overseeing this count, is that what they do expect is this afternoon they will be updating the count of 2,000 to 3,000 more mail-in ballots that will be added to this count. And what they also said is there is then overall 40,000 ballots remaining to be reviewed. And from what I heard, and I believe this checks with all of the reporting that we have, is that that 40,000 includes provisional ballots, which previously they had not necessarily combined and discussed as the remaining ballots to be counted. The reason that matters is because what we've been told is there are 15,000 to 20,000 provisional ballots, and that's why the viewers have been following us. It might be confusing that at one point earlier this morning, we were told there was 25,000 left to be counted, and now it's actually increased. That's why they're now talking about the provisional ballots as part of that overall total. Importantly, also, it could take several days to complete. Wolf?
Very interesting indeed. All right, John, so 2,000 to 3,000 mail-in ballots. They're going to release that fairly soon. But then the 40,000, as Kate says, those are the provisional ballots that they got to check to make sure that they're real and they're worthwhile.
Right, and in most elections in the United States of America, those numbers, provisional ballots, get counted sometimes days, sometimes a week or two after. As they go through the process, they get added to the vote totals you see online. They're not part of the conversation when you're trying to, pick a new mayor or pick a new city council or a school committee. We're picking a president of the United States right now. So when Philadelphia counts its votes, Joe Biden is in the lead statewide, and he knows that will add to it. And that's why we're in this conversation right now. And again, a provisional ballot, if you don't understand, let's say you show up at the Pam Brown Elementary School and you moved last year. They don't have you on the voting roll. You say you registered to vote and you changed your address. Then they say, okay, well, here, fill out this provisional ballot. Then we're going to check to make sure you didn't vote in your old district. Make sure you're not trying to vote twice. Once they check all that, they count your ballot. If they find something wrong, they don't count your ballot. This happens in elections all across America all the time. Again, the reason they're getting the attention is because in the state that could well decide the presidency, even perhaps by the end of the day, Joe Biden has a 9,746 vote lead. But you did mention they have a couple of thousand that they will update quite soon. Every time we've gotten an increased count from Philadelphia, where Kate is, Joe Biden has been getting 80% or more of those ballots. There's another couple thousand here in Montgomery County. It's the same. When they count those later today, unless something dramatic changes all throughout yesterday and the early morning hours today, Joe Biden gets more there. Move over to Chester County. It's been the very same dynamic. There's a couple thousand here as well, and there's a couple thousand here in Delaware County. They're trying to get through most of those by the end of the day today. And then in western Pennsylvania, Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, that's the blue there, there are 35,000. They're trying to get through most of those by the end of the day. That tells you that just went up to 12,000. You see it right now as we're speaking here. More ballots are coming in, and that is exactly what is happening. Sometimes they're counting a couple hundred. Sometimes they count a few thousand. Every time they have, with the exception of one county up here, this county came in with some mail-in ballots, and it was a net change of about 130 plus for the president. Please.
All right, hold on a second. Let me just do the key race alert. Formally, what you just said, John, the numbers have just gone up. Joe Biden now has a new lead of 12,390, 49.5% to 49.3%. 12,390 vote lead for Biden over Trump. That number is increasing almost by the hour. John, it keeps going up and up and up, and we anticipate it could go up to 30, 40, 50,000 within the next few hours.
And let me tell you where those ballots just came from. We've been focusing down in Philadelphia, the suburban collar around it. I was just telling you about western Pennsylvania and Allegheny County. Well, this is Lehigh County, and you see Allentown right in the middle of it in the Lehigh River Valley, and this is what just happened to change the vote totals here. We had some new counts here, and Joe Biden got 47-47. Joe Biden's down here, 47-47. The President of the United States received 2103. That's 68% for Joe Biden. And again, Joe Biden is in the lead. So just the most basic math of all, he's leading the race. He keeps getting more votes. That's a problem for him. And again, you look at this and you say, okay, 2,000, 2,000, 4,000, it's not a ton of votes, but this is the end of the line. All of these counties now have been counting their mail-in ballots. They're done with most, but every time they count a new batch, they come in. This is Lehigh County. Look, and again, this is important as we go through these counties because this is happening almost every time. Joe Biden is getting 53% of the vote in this county. It's a competitive county. It was red most of the day yesterday. Donald Trump was leading, and as they kept counting the votes, it switched. But it is competitive, right? But in the overall vote, including Election Day vote, where the president is strong, it's 53-46 if you round up. But look what's happening when they count just the mail-in ballots. Again, Joe Biden's number when they count the mail-in ballots is without fail above the overall number. So as they continue this process throughout the day, what does that tell you? Joe Biden's lead is going to increase, and it's going to increase in bigger proportions, disproportionately in a good way for him than where he is in the vote right now. So again, 47-47 to 2103, 68% for Joe Biden. That adds to his lead in Lehigh County, and it also adds to his lead statewide, which is now 12,390. And that was just a perfect demonstration, Wolf, of what we've been talking about. They expect when more come in Philadelphia, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery County around here, Allegheny County out there. Most Democrats would tell you, and the Republicans are not arguing this, they expect that 12,390 will grow, surpass 20, most likely climb past 30, and that is the big challenge. What is that number for Joe Biden at the end of this day as the President of the United States considers then pretty momentous options? Because if this one stays blue, that one alone makes Joe Biden the president.
All right, we're going to get more votes from Pennsylvania any moment now. The numbers will increase. We'll have much more right after this. On this fourth day of the presidential election, America's choice is becoming clearer by the hour. I'm Wolf Blitzer. Right now, former Vice President Joe Biden is on a path to winning the White House as he pushes farther ahead of the president in Pennsylvania, a must-win for Trump. More and more votes are being counted and reported in that key battleground state. New results could be revealed at any time. We're also standing by for an update on the vote counting in Nevada, another important battleground. This nail-biter election is playing out in Pennsylvania and Nevada, as well as in Georgia and Arizona. All those contests are close right now, but Biden certainly has the edge. The driving question right now, will Biden reach 270 electoral votes soon? He's close to winning that number with 253 right now. Let's go to a news conference that's underway right now. We're watching the latest developments. Let's listen in.
The expected turnout that I reported yesterday was incorrect. The 51,000 votes that I reported would be available today is actually a little over 30,000. And here's the reason why. When we process ballots on the counting board, our tracking mechanism changed from precinct-based ballots to page numbers. For the first time in Clark County, the ballot is so large that our ballot is actually 2 pages long. And so they have to track that when we scan ballots so that we can verify that the count on those pages is correct. My staffer inadvertently and mistakenly reported to me that there were 51,000 precinct ballots to count yesterday, and in actuality it was 51,000 pages. So that explains why, when you saw the updates today, you only saw 30,000 instead of the 51. However, the universe of ballots that I communicated yesterday is still accurate. The only thing you need to do is take it down approximately 20,500 from the 51 to the 30,000. But the 63,000 ballots that I reported yesterday are in the system in various stages. So those will still expected to be reported. Beginning today, we will begin to report our results 2 times a day. So you've already seen the update for this morning. In the afternoon, we will be putting up a fresh report on the mail ballots that have been read into the system sometime before 4 o'clock. We're required to report to the Secretary of State first. Once they've indicated to us that they've received it and it's verified, we'll be able to post on our end. So rather than give you a specific time, I'll just tell you that it'll be sometime before 4 p.m. Now, one more time, I'd like to go through the ballots that are separate from that universe that I reported. We still have the provisional ballots. All of our laptops from Election Day have been downloaded, so all of that information is available to my staff. Today, we will start in earnest reviewing provisional ballots. There are 60,000 of those to go through in various categories. Now, I want to remind you that we have to coordinate with the Secretary of State because, again, we are not a top-down registration state. We work from the bottom up. So all 17 counties have to report to the Secretary. They still have not given me the instructions. I know that they're on the way. But at some point, they'll let us know when to send our report up, and that will be the tool that they use to match against the other 16 counties in Nevada to make sure that nobody's duplicated a vote in one county to the next, because we want to prevent that. Once we do that, we can begin to release the provisional ballots into count. However, that won't happen until the Secretary of State verifies that report. A reminder that the ID required voters, their deadline is today at 5 p.m. For those who were required to provide an ID, that has to be sent to us by 5 p.m. today. We have a cure line available at 702-455-6552, where we have staff available to assist those individuals with getting that into us. The U.S. mail update for this morning. We received 241 ballots in today's mail that will be added to that number that I'm calling my universe of ballots to be counted. It's looking pretty clear that the number of ballots is going to continue to go down. However, I wanted to ensure the general public, we have been working very close with our regional supervisor at the U.S. Postal Service, and they're doing an excellent job of reviewing all of the post stations here in Clark County. In fact, they have them sweeping regularly more than once on a daily basis. And if they identify anything that needs to be delivered to the office, they get it to our office within 3 to 4 hours. It doesn't even go to the process of having it set up for us to pick up. They're physically delivering those. So we appreciate their effort. They're making sure, just as we are, that we're counting every ballot that's eligible to be counted. So our thanks to the U.S. Postal Service locally. The cure process is another group of ballots that we need to process. They have until Thursday, the 12th of November, to cure that. My staff will not leave this facility until we've counted all of those ballots that have been identified as curable. AB 4 was very clear in the legislative special session that we have to have all ballots counted by November 12th. And with that, I'll open it up for questions. Remember, you need to be at the mic. Good morning, right there. Right there, whoever's doing. Yeah.
Yeah, good afternoon, or good morning, Mr. Registrar. Can you tell us the number of ballots that you expect in this afternoon dump? So you said the 31,000 was the total for this morning. It won't be, or 30,000.
It was not 31,000.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
30. Can you, so let's just be clear here.
30,403 was the increase.
30,403. This afternoon, before 4 p.m., how many do you expect?
Because we're starting to dump 2 reports a day, I can't accurately give you that number. The only thing that I can tell you is the numbers that I reported as my universal ballots that need to be counted is still accurate. So we know we're going to need to get approximately 63,000 ballots into the system.
So still 63, go ahead, I'm sorry.
63,000 over the next couple of days will be entered into the system.
Okay, so 63,000 still outstanding. 30,000 this morning, and TBD, you don't know how many this afternoon?
No, I can't give you that number accurately because we've changed to a 2 report in the day. And so they're going to work as hard as they can. They're being very efficient back there in the way that they count through the ICCs. So we'll get as many in as we can, and then we'll continue to read after that report, and there will be another report tomorrow morning with whatever we read this afternoon and evening.
Okay, thanks. This is my colleague, Jolene Kent.
Hello,
Thank you, Jacob. I know we talked about the pace yesterday, but there's increasing pressure on your county to count faster. You have the capacity to count 71,000 ballots a day. Why not process that number, Joe?
As I described yesterday, the process is very deliberate in the way we process here. So through the Agilis, which is our mail ballot processing system, that's the first step. That Agilis machine will verify signatures, and then those that aren't verified as a match, that has to go to a manual physical process. And there are 2 steps in that process where we have staff running through those. We have to run those through those 2 steps, and then at that point it moves to our counting board. Our counting board then works to verify those records, to make sure that our batches are matching and that we're reconciling correctly. And they go through the process of separating the ballots and getting them over here for us to count. So there's no speeding up that process. As I indicated yesterday, we're going to continue to count and make sure that we're being accurate. We're anticipating and hoping that with the number of ballots that we see now, we should hopefully be ready to have a final count on the majority of mail ballots by Sunday at some time.
By Sunday. And what's your message to all of the people out there watching Clark County who say, come on, let's go, hurry it up?
I think I mentioned yesterday that our priority here is to make sure that we're accurate in what we're doing. So we're not interested in moving as fast as we can. We want to be accurate. We're very fortunate at this point that we've had staff working for many days, and they're very efficient in what they're doing. So we're confident that the work is being done accurately, and that's what our main goal is.
Can you talk about the circumstances that require an ID? What are those ID required ballots? Because there's quite a lot of them. And how are those different from the other ballots that need to be cured?
The easiest explanation for the cure is that those voters who send back a mail ballot that is not signed at all, or that has a signature that doesn't match all of our history of signatures in the system, they enter into the cure process.
All right, so we're monitoring that news conference. Joe Gloria, the Clark County, Nevada Registrar of Voters, giving us an update on what's going on. Clark County, as we all know by now, we're learning a lot about geography throughout all of this country right now. Las Vegas, that's the biggest chunk, 72% of the population of Nevada right there. He says there are still 63,000 outstanding ballots that have to be counted in Clark County.
Right, and so obviously, if you look, it's 72%, could be as high as 73, 74%, depending on turnout statewide. But this is more than 7 in 10 votes cast statewide will come out of Clark County, Vegas, the growing suburbs around it. And so this is a big challenge, right? So you count those 60,000 votes, you see what it does to the winner. Normally, especially if you post a decent win, you get a big win out of Clark County, you're almost always the statewide winner. That is the challenge as we go forward here. So we'll wait here, and you could hear in the reporters' questions, there's some frustration. Why is this taking so long? It's Friday, I believe, and the election was on Tuesday, and they've been very, very slow in Clark County. And frankly, Mr. Gloria had to come out and correct something he said yesterday, which just adds, at a time when people want to know the results, it adds to the confusion. So at least he's taking questions. We applaud the transparency, but he dug his own hole, if you will, asking the questions about these. So we're waiting for the vote here, and this is a place where you see that lead for Joe Biden. It's actually come down a little bit. Joe Biden is leading in Nevada. He doesn't need it if he wins Pennsylvania, but it's interesting to watch because this was a Hillary Clinton state. This would be a Biden hold. Just in a few of these counties as they've come in recent hours. I want to come out here to Douglas County. I just want to show you, use this as one example. Again, these are not mind-blowing numbers by any chance because you see it's a smaller rural county out here. But just one little thing here that's happened in the last couple hours. You get votes coming in, and the president gets 3292. And the former vice president gets 1663. So, you see the overall Biden lead, right? And you see, so this is 62% for the president. And so, again, if you're the Biden campaign, you want to protect your lead. The president's going to get, in these counties that are red, he's going to get the votes. And so one of the reasons if you're in the Biden campaign is you want Clark County to report those votes is you think, we'll count them, but you think that's where your advantage is. And again, it's more than 70% of the statewide vote. But here's just one example as we go through this in every county in these contested states that here, the lead, come back out to statewide. You see there the president getting 63% in Douglas County. Statewide, the former vice president, Joe Biden, still has a lead, but it has been shrinking a little bit.
92% of the vote is in. Let's take another quick break. Much more of our special coverage coming up. We're taking a close look at Pennsylvania when we come back.
Welcome back to CNN's coverage of the presidential election. Lots going on at this hour. Votes are being counted. Campaigns are strategizing. Let's check in with Jeff Zeleny, who's in Wilmington, Delaware, where the Biden campaign is. And Jeff, you reported last hour that the former vice president, now possible, we don't know yet, we haven't called anything, president-elect, is preparing for a primetime address this evening. Tell us more.
Jake, that's right. Joe Biden, I'm told, is preparing for a primetime address this evening. He'll address the nation about the election results. They believe it will be a moment for him to give a victory speech. Of course, that is not in their control. This is one of the many things, presidential campaigns are tightly controlled. This is out of their control now. It's in the hands of the election officials, most importantly in Pennsylvania. I'm told there's, still this air of confidence that has been pervading the Biden campaign really for the last several days or so. And the vice president, I'm told, is at his home. He's been with his family this morning, also looking ahead, working on possible transition names to be announced, but they are not getting ahead of themselves on that. So he is going to be delivering a speech. And Jake, this is going to be steeped in history. As we've said several times this morning, he first ran for president in his 40s. He was the youngest person in that race in 1988. Now, in just 2 weeks' time, 2 weeks from today, he turned 78 years old, the oldest American ever elected president, if he is elected president. And it is a different time than he could have ever imagined when he got in this race. He would also be the second Catholic ever to be elected president. So he's someone who likes to go to a mass before election days, before big primary days. Faith is a big part of his life as well. So as he prepares for this speech, there's really a sense of calm here in Wilmington, but apprehension of when this is going to happen. But there's not much anxiety over the outcome. They're just not exactly sure on the timing. But one thing is clear, tonight in prime time, Joe Biden will be on the stage behind me here where aides are busy setting it up.
You talked about he'll be the oldest president ever elected in the United States. When he first ran for president in that 1988 race, I was a freshman in college when he dropped out. Abby Phillip, right here a few feet away from me, wasn't even born. Wasn't even born when Joe Biden first ran for president. So a lot of history going on here. So let's move on to the Trump campaign. Trump team, Caitlin Collins, good to see you. A lot, we don't even have to ask about Caitlin. Caitlin, a lot going on, obviously, behind the scenes. President Trump, you reported in the last hour, not planning on conceding even after, if I should say, the race is called for Joe Biden. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, basically the president is being described as angry and frustrated, often doing two things that he's done throughout his presidency, which is watching television and complaining that enough people aren't out there defending his claim, his baseless claim that this election is being stolen from him. But Jake, I'm told it's creating this kind of frenzied atmosphere inside the West Wing because people are realizing that Joe Biden is on a path to victory here, and he is pulling only further ahead of the president by the hour when they've been, told by these campaign officials for the last several days, don't worry, we're going to figure this out. By Friday, the president will be reelected, and that is obviously looking increasingly less likely. So what's happening inside the West Wing are a few things. Those who are closest to the president are working to manage his frustration and his anger right now as he's complaining that there aren't enough people defending him. The chief of staff, Mark Meadows, is playing a pretty big role in feeding the president's claim that this election is being stolen from him, including in places like Pennsylvania, where the president is touting off these conspiracies about what's going on there. And some people inside the West Wing do not believe that what Mark Meadows is doing is helpful. And Jake, the other thing is people are looking for jobs. People are starting to wonder about what their employment situation is going to be, where they are going to go going forward, because there really wasn't this idea that the president could lose. Even though he was down in so many polls, people thought it was President Trump and he would find a way to pull this off. And now they're realizing that that seems increasingly less likely. So it's led to this frenzied atmosphere inside the West Wing right now. One person I do want to note his activity, someone we have not seen since about 2:30 Wednesday morning, is the Vice President Mike Pence, even though he did tweet yesterday seemingly trying to support what the president was saying at that press conference, even though it did not match with what the president actually said was going on. He, I am told, is one of several people who is making calls today trying to get donations for a legal defense fund for the president, because, of course, they are going to need a lot of money if they're going to follow through with these recounts, these lawsuits that they're threatening. And that is one thing that the vice president is playing a role in as he stays behind closed doors today. And we should note he's one of several Trump allies playing a role in that today.
Caitlin, before I let you go, we were talking to Ben Ginsberg, the noted Republican election lawyer, not long ago, and I said that I hadn't seen any credible evidence of election fraud at all. Certainly not widespread, certainly not enough that could change an election, but also just, frankly, I haven't seen any evidence of election fraud, period. When the Trump team makes these allegations, other than the easily debunked stuff that is, that you can read on the dark recesses of the internet, are you seeing anything that rises to the level of this looks real, this looks serious?
No, and I'm getting a lot of text from unhappy campaign officials because we've been calling these claims, these allegations from the president, baseless. But that is what they are, Jake, and they are not able to point to hard evidence that they are taking to court to show that there is this substantial voter fraud that they're talking about. And there are little ways that you can see through what they're saying. Things like yesterday you saw them bring out this woman in Nevada saying that she had her ballot stolen, she believed. And later we actually heard from the Secretary of State who said they investigated it, they looked into it, they talked to the woman, and the signature on her ballot matched her signature. So they believe that she was actually the one to fill out that ballot. Another thing is they're talking about how they believe they didn't have poll watchers in certain locations in places like Philadelphia. Jake, a Trump campaign attorney, admitted in court yesterday they did have their people in the room. They were just complaining about how close they were. So things like that is not building a lot of credibility for the people that are making these arguments. And of course, the White House has long struggled with credibility when it comes to these allegations of voter fraud because the president has been claiming it since the day he took office, the day I started covering him. And now he is ending his presidency potentially by making more claims like this that they are struggling to justify.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. Excellent reporting. Appreciate it, as always. And while we were talking to Caitlin there, Joe Biden's margin in Pennsylvania increased even more. You can see now he has 13,371 votes more than Donald Trump in the Keystone State in Pennsylvania, which is a pivotal state. If Joe Biden were to win that state, he would have 270 electoral votes, and he would be the president-elect. We have not declared that. We have not projected that. But if he were, that would be the ballgame.
It would be. And the Biden campaign, never mind Joe Biden, his family, Senator Harris, her family, they're kind of in suspended animation right now. They've been like this for the past, 12 hours because they're waiting for the moment when Pennsylvania most likely will have another wave of votes. And the expectation based on the way it's going is that that will increase and it will make it as obvious as it is to them that he will be the president-elect. But obviously, as you said, nobody is there yet. In the meantime, what they're doing, Jeff Zeleny reported that the former vice president is going to give a speech later on tonight. They're working on that speech, and I'm told that the content of that is going to be everything we've heard from the former vice president since the first day that he announced his candidacy, which is the whole notion of bringing the country together. He's going to really lean into that theme, as he has done so many times. And obviously, given where we are right now, it's going to have a lot more meaning.
Yeah, for Democrats right now, though, they also want to hear from Joe Biden a little bit of a channeling of their feelings of, frankly, relief after working for 4 years to get Donald Trump out of the White House. I mean, this has been a stressful week for a lot of Democrats who, on Tuesday night, were panic-stricken that Joe Biden had lost. And now they're looking at the possibility that he might not lose. And I think that there's a lot of pent-up desire for Democrats to feel validated, to not feel like they're going to be pushed aside in the interest of trying to extend an olive branch to bad faith actors, frankly. And so this is the balancing act that Joe Biden's going to need to do tonight. It's a combination of the two things. Yes, reach out the hand, but also a validation for his own party that got him here, that their values are going to be taken to the White House, that they are not going to be sort of pushed aside just for the purposes of saying that you want to be bipartisan. There's a lot of quiet talk among Democrats about what a Joe Biden transition might look like and how far he might go to reach out to Republicans. There was some griping about the convention, about how many Republicans played a role in that convention. So, I'm sure that the Biden campaign has been thinking about this for quite some time. This is not a new conversation, but it's going to have to be dealt with tonight to some degree, in addition to unifying the country, just allowing Democrats to have this moment, because it's been a long time in coming for many of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, that's going to be a very difficult needle for the Biden transition team to thread. Should it come to that? Should it come to them announcing policy proposals when it comes to announcing a cabinet? It is traditional for a president to have somebody from the other party in the cabinet in the name of healing. George W. Bush did it with Norm Mineta. Barack Obama did it with several people, including Chuck Hagel. I don't think that President Trump did it, but healing has not really been one of his priorities. So that will be interesting. But while they're also running to find a Chuck Hagel or a John Kasich or whoever to put in the administration, they also have other issues and other groups that want to that are important parts of the coalition that theoretically, assuming it happens the way we think it is, got him to the White House. People of color, progressives, Bernie Sanders. There's been talk of Bernie Sanders wanting to be Secretary of Labor. Elizabeth Warren, there's talk of her wanting to be Secretary of the Treasury. Yeah, so I mean, there are a lot of competing values. And I just want to take one more moment. You did this earlier, and I want to do it again, which is when Kamala Harris, Senator Kamala Harris, gave her speech at her convention, such as the convention was, we all took a moment to acknowledge what an incredible moment it was for girls, for women, for people of color to see themselves represented that way. And we are on track to have this moment, as you acknowledged very eloquently a few hours ago, to have the first woman of color vice president. Moment that will be, should we get there, and we think we will.
Yeah, it will be. I mean, I think even that on a day like today, if Joe Biden ends up being able to give that speech, and Kamala Harris, we're hearing, will also speak tonight as well, is what they're planning. that's going to be a historic moment. It is its own glass ceiling moment. I mean, Hillary Clinton was not successful in becoming president of the United States, but there has never been a woman vice president of the United States. There's never been a person of color as vice president of the United States. It's a huge glass ceiling moment for women and for Black women and for South Asian women. And you know, we do have to take a moment and just let that sink in, because there's a lot of partisan bickering going on. But in a normal world in which we are not at each other's throats politically, and in the past in this country, we have allowed those moments to be recognized and to be celebrated for what they are.
Yeah, and hopefully, as you said earlier, they will be, even by people who would prefer that Kamala Harris weren't the first person, just because of her party, the first woman to get this role. This is obviously much, much, much less important. But the other thing, as you were talking about Senator Harris, is her husband. This is going to be the first time we're going to see a second spouse, a second man, a second dude, whatever they're going to call him, which is going to be a whole nother dynamic.
Not to mention the first Jew in that.
There you go. I didn't even.
That's
true. So there are a lot of norms that are going to be busted, assuming that this happens, and you know, we'll have a lot of time to talk about what it means and just the role of, you know, we've already seen in lots of situations in politics the woman in the spotlight as the candidate, as the front person. And you know, when I asked Senator Harris about this in an interview that I did a couple of months ago about it, she said, well, you know, we're partners, which of course is true, and any man would say that also, but it is a new thing, and she embraced that. She said, we're gonna move things along, and we're gonna represent these dynamics that you're seeing across the country and families everywhere. It's different now, and this is a time we're going to see it in the White House and the executive branch, and obviously over at the Naval Observatory.
So, I think,
assuming this happens.
Assuming it happens. And I think the speech that he gives this evening, assuming the race is called by then, and I don't know that it will be, but the vice president is leading now in Pennsylvania by 13,371 votes, in Nevada by 20,137 votes, in Arizona by 43,779 votes. Georgia, he's up as well, although that is going to go to a recount because of the slim margin. We could be there. And I think that's interesting what you're saying about the fact that this cannot only be a speech that appeals to John Kasich. No offense to Governor Kasich out there, but this needs to be a speech that makes progressives feel good about Joe Biden being elected. It's a speech that needs to be, look, let's be honest. Progressives, and in particular, minority groups, minority communities, have spent 4 years being miserable because they felt that the president, not everybody in these groups, of course, I'm generalizing, but because they've spent 4 years thinking that President Trump, at the very least, looked down on them, and at the very worst, was a racist. And without question, he said racist things. And so this is a moment that I think a lot of Americans, liberals, progressives, people of color, and others want to hear that their values are being reaffirmed.
Forgive me, yet we have a new statement from President Trump, so I'm just going to read it. We believe the American people deserve to have full transparency into all vote counting and election certification, and that this is no longer about any single election. This is about the integrity of our entire election process. From the beginning, we have said that all legal battles must be counted. Start that again. From the beginning, we have said that all legal ballots must be counted, and an illegal ballot should not be counted. Yet, we've met resistance for this basic principle by Democrats at every turn. We will pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee the American people have confidence in our government. I will never give up fighting for you and our nation.
I mean, okay, where's the evidence of any malfeasance? I mean, that's just that's a nicer sounding statement that somebody crafted for him than what we've been hearing from him for the last several weeks and months. But the same bottom line applies, which is, where is the evidence that that has not happened?
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. Evidence, all of that. But the fact that he allowed somebody to craft this in his name feels like a little tiny, maybe a toe into the idea that maybe he's coming to grips with what could happen. A toe, half a toe.
In some ways, Dana, it feels like what they're actually doing is putting on paper that they believe the entire American election system is corrupt and is broken.
All right.
Yeah,
and that's a real problem. I do not think that, beyond there's no evidence for that. You have to have the evidence first before you make such a
we really are past the point of pivoting. I mean,
I didn't say pivot. I never said pivot.
It's implied.
My hope is that perhaps this is the beginning of getting him to that point where he recognizes things. But you know what? We have a long way to go, and they are going to have time if they find that evidence to present this in court, because you can make a political statement like this, but political statements don't work in courts of law. And in order to actually challenge an election, you have to do it in a court of law. And if you don't have the evidence, it's not going to go anywhere.
The way this works is the evidence comes, then the complaining.
Absolutely.
That's not how they're doing this. Trump is doing the complaining, and now they're running around looking for the evidence.
I'm totally agreeing with you.
Well, I'm not going to applaud the president's new tone. Joe Biden's
Neither did I.
Joe Biden's lead in Pennsylvania is growing by the hour, and we're expecting new numbers very soon. Stay with us. Our special coverage continues right after this. We have no idea what's going to happen next.
The planet is changing. We cannot ignore these warning signs that nature's giving us. We have to act. My relationship with Hyundai started in 2016. There was a lot of overlap in our understanding of what it meant to really push for a more sustainable future.
It's a very big challenge, but it's one that we at Hyundai have started working towards. When all of us join hands under a common goal, sustainability for human progress is within our reach.
We can't always keep our distance, but we can still help protect each other this flu season by getting vaccinated. If you're 65 or older, get the superior flu protection of Fluzone High-Dose Quadrivalent. It's the only 65-plus flu vaccine with 4 times the standard dose. And it's free with Medicare Part B.
Fluzone High-Dose Quadrivalent isn't for people who've had a severe allergic reaction to any flu vaccine or vaccine component, including eggs or egg products. Tell your healthcare professional if you've ever experienced severe muscle weakness after receiving a flu shot. People with weakened immune systems, including those receiving therapies that suppress the immune system, may experience lower immune responses. Vaccination may not protect everyone. Side effects include pain, redness and or swelling where you got the shot, muscle ache, headache, and general discomfort. Other side effects may occur.
If you're 65 plus, don't settle for a standard dose flu shot. Move up to superior flu protection. See your healthcare provider and ask for Fluzone High-Dose Quadrivalent by name.
These bags just underneath my eyes, I can't seem to make them go away.
If that sounds like you every morning, you're not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men and women. Until now, introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix.
I've been using Genucell for a couple of months now. I use it under my eyes, around my cheekbones, and on my eyelids.
Genucell, I could see changes that were remarkable in less than a few minutes.
With just one application of Genucell, you can see for yourself the astonishing transformation in just minutes. Look at the difference it makes.
Chamonix started making antioxidant skincare 18 years ago. We do use the magical ingredients from Earth Rock for the instant effects, but without the embarrassing white film or the dryness. And that is what makes us industry leaders.
Genucell targets under eye bags, dark circles, and even lifts droopy eyelids. The Genucell secret is plant-based stem cells that quickly diminish the appearance of dark bags and puffiness. The result? You'll see a noticeable difference and look years younger in minutes.
A lot of other products leave residue. They start cracking. Genucell doesn't leave any residue, and it really makes your skin feel very smooth and soft.
And now Chamonix introduces their brand new Genucell Ultra Retinol with brand new retinol alternative without any irritation or redness. It helps with fine lines, wrinkles, skin tone, and even firms your skin. And now you can get it free with your order today. Why look older before your time? Erase the effects of aging with Genucell.
There is nothing in this world that works better than Genucell.
For a very limited time, you can get the Genucel for bags and puffiness to try in the comfort of your own home for a full month free. You only pay shipping. You'll also get the Genucel Ultra Retinol, brand new for 2021, also free. For your 30-day free trial, call or visit Genucel.com. Genucel.com. That's Genucel.com.
If you, like many people, are covered by both Medicare and your state's Medicaid, here's something important to know. Medicare annual enrollment is here and ends December 7th. So now's a great time to look at a United Healthcare Dual Complete plan. It could give you even more health benefits than you already have. Call now to see if you're eligible. Medicaid gives you benefits, and Medicare gives you some too. But a United Healthcare Dual Complete plan can add even more benefits and features compared to original Medicare, like $0 copays for all covered prescriptions. More dental coverage too. Most plans even give you over $600 in credits for health items, plus up to $50 for healthy foods each month, all at no extra cost to you. Hurry, annual enrollment ends December 7th, so if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call now to see if you're eligible or to enroll in a dual complete plan from United Healthcare.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We offer a free book on mesothelioma. Call for the free book and receive so much more. Call 1-800-831-3700.
Joe Biden took the lead earlier this morning. He's still got a lead. It's growing in Pennsylvania. He's 13,374 votes ahead of Donald Trump, 49.5% to 49.3%. Brian Todd is in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, joining us right now. Brian, what's going on there? Allegheny County, the second largest county in Pennsylvania.
That's right, Wolf, and we're here with the man who's at the center of what we hope is not a storm. It's Rich Fitzgerald. He's the Allegheny County executive. This is the place where they're counting the mail-in ballots and everything that's coming in after Election Day in Allegheny County. First, sir, I know that the return board here was counting ballots that were damaged earlier, and they're starting to count ballots from military and overseas. Yes. Do you have any results for us?
We don't have any results yet. They won't be posting them probably for a few more hours, but we got about 3,000 ballots that are being processed. The traditional, regular mail-in ballots that come from throughout Allegheny County, and then it looks like about 3,500 or so military ballots. So I'm told that maybe by 5, a little after 5, we may be posting those 6,500 or so ballots.
35,000 plus, though, total mail-ins and other ballots that came in on or after Election Day. How long do you think it'll take to get through all of those and count them?
Well, these are all before Election Day.
Correct.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure. There's 28,000 that they'll begin looking at after 5 o'clock tonight. They still probably have another 3,000 or 4,000 that they're going through, making sure about the secrecy envelope, the signatures, the dates, all those different kind of things. So they'll work through the night. They haven't taken a break. They didn't even take a break for lunch, and they're going to keep moving on it.
Have your observers here reported any problems? Have they complained about anything?
No. As a matter of fact, when we swore in the election board this morning, we had the Republican chair as well as myself who were talking and basically thanking the workers. They're doing it in a good way. They've been doing it with observation. The press is here to watch it. There's cameras everywhere, so this is a very, very transparent process.
It's a question that many people ask, not just here in Pennsylvania, but in Arizona, where they're still counting votes, and elsewhere. And it's a question many Americans have for places like Pennsylvania. And you have the answers, and it's logical, of course, but can you tell people why it does take so long after Election Day to get through these ballots?
Because we were not permitted to begin this process until Election Day. That should change. I know Florida and some other states, they pre-canvass, meaning days before they start taking open the envelopes. We weren't allowed to do anything with envelopes, secrecy envelopes, until Election Day. That delays the process. We could have had this done and given results on Tuesday night. We didn't have to go through this 3-4 day process if we were allowed to pre-canvass. So I hope our legislature, our state legislature, changes that.
You're frustrated. Are there any other frustrations that you have with this?
No, that's a frustration, and we warned everybody. And the governor tried to get this done. Governor Wolf did everything he could. Twice they came to him, the Republican legislature came to him and said, if you do this, we'll give it to you, Governor. And he said yes. And then they still said no. They couldn't take yes for an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Good luck with the count. We're going to be here, and we're going to be monitoring it. We'll get the results when we can.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you very much. So, guys, there you have it. No results yet, but they're going to start to count 29,000 ballots that are coming in after Election Day, starting at 5 o'clock Eastern Time today. And it won't take much longer to upload those and get those results to you. We hope to have them by tonight. And maybe some of the bulk of the vote in this county will be resolved. Wolf.
Good to know. Brian Todd in Pittsburgh for us, Allegheny County. So what do you make of all these developments? Allegheny County, as I said, the second largest county in Pennsylvania.
Well, the process and the delay in the process, because as the gentleman just explained, state law says you can't touch them. You can't touch them. The delay in that process is slowing down what we believe to be inevitable. You see Joe Biden up 13,374 votes. That has been increasing steadily, not by huge numbers. But if you just mention where Brian is standing right here, it's 10%, Allegheny County, about 10% of the votes statewide. They're talking about, 35, 40,000 ballots they're trying to count. Well, okay, Joe Biden has, he's getting 60%, just shy of that here. We know in these mail-in ballots he's getting even higher. So then you drop out, and you're Joe Biden, and you would like to see that lead grow. Guess what? When they count those ballots, it is going to grow. It's a Democratic stronghold. Joe Biden has been running very high in the mail-in ballots, but they can't touch them until later. And again, we saw how quickly Florida counted on election night, right? Because, as the gentleman just explained, they're allowed to take the mail-in ballots, check the signatures, take them out of the envelopes, do everything you have to do to verify them, and then on election day you put them in the scanner. In Pennsylvania, because of state law, they can't. It's arcane. You mentioned earlier people are getting a geography lesson, learning about hundreds of different counties across the country. We're also learning different states do it in different ways. And because of that, we're waiting on votes in the state that is likely to decide the next president of the United States. It's a process we have to go through. There is no question to where the math is heading. Joe Biden continues to methodically build this lead. The places where we know, like Allegheny County, like over here in Philadelphia, and the suburban core around it. I'll move it up a little bit so people can see it. This is the foundation again. Any Democratic win statewide in Pennsylvania starts right here. That's where the ballots are. So there's an inevitability to the math. The question is, how quickly can you process?
I stand by, John. I want to talk to Senator Bob Casey, Democratic senator from Pennsylvania, who's joining us right now. Senator Casey, thanks so much for joining us. What's the latest information you're getting? When do you think we're going to get some final numbers in Pennsylvania? You've been upbeat for the past several days that Biden is certainly going to win.
Yeah, Wolf, it's hard to be certain when that will transpire. Well, where you have all the ballots that are the mail-in ballots that are outstanding processed. But as John and you have indicated, that lead is growing. I expect it to continue to grow, and ultimately, and when I say ultimately, I mean when there's a certification process based upon an official count. That lead should be somewhere around 100,000.
John?
So, Senator, help us through this. Again, we were just going through this with the gentleman in Allegheny County. People around the country and the world are learning. Different states do it in different ways. Sometimes within states they do it in different ways. I just want to go through this. Our best math is there are about 124,000 mail-in ballots outstanding statewide. And then there are provisional ballots. Just in Philadelphia alone, there are about 20,000 provisional ballots. Provisional ballots, if you show up at your polling place and maybe you moved in the last couple of years or whatever, and so you fill out a provisional ballot, then they check to make sure you're legit. Do those get counted anyway, or if the lead is outside the number of provisional ballots at the end in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, do they just set them aside because they're not going to impact the outcome?
No, provisional ballots will be counted. We're told, or I think it was the York Daily Record newspaper published a story that said about 92,000 state, and those will be processed. That process takes longer. That's why the difference between the unofficial count a few days after the election usually is a lot lower than the official count. When I've run in 6 general elections, and often my margin of victory goes up substantially after well after election day because of that. So. The provisionals, the basic rationale for why you have provisionals is if you've been approved for a mail-in ballot but you didn't receive it, that you're allowed to cast a provisional ballot, and then there has to be a review of that. And then if you received a mail-in ballot but it was rejected, you can vote by provisional ballot, and then they make an assessment as to whether to ultimately count the ballot. So it is a process, but there are a lot of those votes still outstanding. They're not included in the number.
When you say, Senator Casey, that you think when all the ballots, all the vote is counted, Biden will win the state, by roughly 100,000 votes. Right now it's 13,374. It's going up every few hours. It goes up by a few thousand. Tell us how you came up with that 100,000 figure.
Well, the good news, Wolf, is that the Voter Project came up with that estimate. I'm relying upon them. But these are folks who have looked at this very carefully, and I think conservatively. There's just a lot more to be counted before you get the certification, and that's the way it transpires in every election. But as you can tell, what you had Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive of Allegheny County, knows that process well. There's still a bulk of votes there. There's still some votes in the southeast corner of the state. So there's still some work to do. But Joe Biden, I think, is going to he's not just going to be the winner, but he'll win. He's going to win the state by more than President Trump did when President Trump was certified 44,292. This margin will be much higher than that.
You know, we just got a statement from President Trump, and I want to just read a sentence or two from it and get your reaction, Senator Casey. This is a statement, official statement from the White House, from the president. From the beginning, we have said that all legal ballots must be counted and all illegal ballots should not be counted, yet we've met resistance for this basic principle by Democrats at every turn. So you're shaking your head, but give me your reaction. That's a very blunt accusation by the President of the United States.
Well, it's bizarre, it's disturbing, and it's a lie. He knows that. And every time he does this, he not only undermines our system of voting and our democracy, he undermines our national security. He should act like a president and comply with the Constitution or accept the will of the people by virtue of our Constitution. I've said it before, I'll say it again. He's either going to stand alongside the Constitution, allow this process to unfold, or he's going to continue to do what he has been doing, and ultimately, the will of the people, by virtue of the Constitution, will just roll over him. What he should be doing right now is focusing on the fact that we got well over 100,000 COVID cases every day. That's what he should be working on instead of just obsessing about what his political standing is.
Your Republican colleague from Pennsylvania, Senator Toomey, agrees with you. He says the president's allegations of large-scale fraud and theft of the election are just not substantiated. That from Senator Toomey, the Republican senator from Pennsylvania. We'll stay in very close touch with you, Senator Casey. Thanks, as usual, for joining us.
Thanks, Wolf.
Joe Biden is pulling further ahead in Pennsylvania. We're expecting more new numbers as the former vice president moves closer and closer to becoming president of the United States. More of our special coverage right after this. We're nearing the finish line of this historic presidential election. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're told former Vice President Joe Biden is preparing for the possibility of a victory speech tonight if he locks in a win over President Trump in coming hours. That could happen at any time as vote counting continues in pivotal Pennsylvania, where Biden keeps adding to his lead. We're standing by for more results from that battleground. That's coming up. Biden also has the edge in close races in Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada, but only Pennsylvania could hand the presidency to Biden on its own with its 20 electoral votes. A win in the Keystone State would push Biden above the 270 needed to win the presidency. President Trump's options for adding to his electoral vote count of 213 are running out. Let's get a key race alert. Now let's start off in Pennsylvania right now, where Biden's lead has increased to 13,410 over Donald Trump, 49.5% to 49.3%. 96% of the estimated vote is in. Once again, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. If Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's over. He becomes the next president of the United States. In Georgia right now, almost all of the vote is in. 99% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a small lead, 1,561. Very, very close. 16 electoral votes in Georgia. There's going to be a recount there. In Nevada right now, 92% of the estimated vote is in. 6 electoral votes. Biden maintains his lead. It's gone down a little bit, 20,137 over Donald Trump, 49.7% to 48.1%. In Arizona, 93% of the estimated vote is in 11 electoral votes. Biden maintains his lead of 43,779, 50% to 48.6%. Let's go over to David Chalian. He's standing by at the battleground desk, as we're calling it. Let's talk about the calculation, the decision that CNN, other news organizations for that matter, have to make when to project a winner.
Well, you just went through those Pennsylvania numbers. Joe Biden has a 13,410 vote lead now over Donald Trump. He's been building that lead since he overtook Donald Trump in the vote count in Pennsylvania. And now what our decision desk is doing the calculation to get to a level of confidence that we understand the exact universe of the outstanding ballots that exist. Because in order to make a projection, our team wants to be at a very high level of confidence that the number 2 candidate in the race, right now Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, does not have a mathematic possibility of overtaking the number 1 candidate in the race, right now Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. And until we can get to that highest level of confidence, that is when we would be able to make a projection. Getting to that level of confidence, Wolf, requires understanding exactly how many ballots are out and where they are. And as you've been seeing with John King throughout the day, as we get vote totals, we see the trajectory and the trend that Joe Biden is winning these vote-by-mail ballots overwhelmingly. There are still in pockets of Democratic territory. So all of that should allow us to prepare for the fact that Biden's going to pad his lead in Pennsylvania. But again, we need to get a full understanding of what is outstanding so that we can get to that high level of confidence that Donald Trump would not be able to overtake Joe Biden in the vote count. That is when we will make a projection, Wolf.
Very interesting indeed. All right, Decision Desk, they're thinking a lot about this, obviously, for good reason, John. It's not an easy decision for CNN to make a projection like that. Not an easy decision. If it was the first state we were projecting, it's not an easy decision because you have to be cautious and take it seriously no matter what. But it's especially not an easy decision to make, and you want to have extra caution and due diligence because if we call Pennsylvania, those 20 electoral votes would make Joe Biden the president-elect of the United States. So you want to triple check and be cautious. As David said, the trajectory is inevitable. So unless something surprising happens, we will get there at some point. But why rush it? This is the presidency of the United States at stake. The president is saying things that are frankly reckless and irresponsible about fraud this, fraud that. There's no evidence of that. But let's just let the magic work. And the magic is counting votes. That is the magic of democracy. 13,220 vote lead for Joe Biden now in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Remember, at one point early on, the president led by more than 600,000 votes. But that is because the unique nature of this COVID campaign. The election day vote, you see all that red? That's the president's vote. He did a great job turning out his vote. More votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania this election than 4 years ago when Pennsylvania was critical to his first election. But the Democrats have turned out more so far. And if we keep counting these votes, well, here's the math David Chalian was talking about. 13,220 votes ahead. There are about 124,000 mail-in ballots still to be counted statewide. We know 30,000 or so are in Allegheny County. That's where Pittsburgh is. Overwhelmingly Democratic votes. We know we still have some votes down here. I'll move this up a little bit. Philadelphia, in the city of Philadelphia, Joe Biden is getting 80%. In the mail-in ballots, his number is even higher than 80%. It's overwhelming. We know there are a small amount left. You go to Montgomery County, you go to Chester County, you go to Delaware County. These are the suburbs around Philadelphia. They're populous. They're Democratic. It's where the Democrats do the building blocks of a statewide win in a very competitive state. And so as this happens right now, we're seeing this over and over and over again. I'm going to give you one example here. Some votes just came in from Delaware County. Right? So this is a long process to get through the 124,000 left. Delaware County, you have these votes came in here. Says the president got 289 in a small batch of votes that came in here, 289 to 99 for the former vice president. So this is the first time in a long time we have seen some votes come in where the president comes out ahead of the former vice president. So that cuts, you see, it's less than 200, it's 190 votes, but it's 190 votes. You get a shift in the lead. That's what we're going to do. We're going to count them. Now, that's good news for the president. It's that much good news, but the overall trajectory is there.
If you look at,
I'll just point out the lead that Biden has over Trump in Pennsylvania went down a little bit from 13,374 to 13,220, what it is right now.
Right, and so that's as you get those small counts of votes, and that's why you want to count. So you just get, why the rush to call it when you just see it's a very small number of votes, and that was a very modest shrink in the lead. Overall, we have seen, if you take hours of vote counts, the trajectory has been in Biden's favor. But let's count votes. What's the shame and what's the harm in being patient? I will say this, though. We know from the last 24 hours that Joe Biden is getting more than 70% of the mail-in votes. In many of these counties, he's getting closer to 80%. And in Philadelphia, as I said, he's getting 85, 87, 88% when they report these batches of votes. If Joe Biden got 70% of the outstanding votes, he would add nearly 50,000 votes to that lead net. Right? You give the president his votes, you give Joe Biden his. So that's why Democrats are quite optimistic. They just want to get through the count. And some of this takes time because it's mail ballots. Out here, they've had some legal challenges, and they were told they couldn't count them until 5 o'clock tonight, for example. They will count those votes. So, again, the trajectory is clear. If you go back in time, let me make sure I have Pennsylvania up here. Bring up Pennsylvania. If you go back in time, you can understand the anxiety among Republicans. You look, Wednesday, as Election Day turned, it was 548,000 votes. Then it was 589 Wednesday morning, and then you start going through the day. Wednesday, 3 p.m. in the East, 435. Then the big drop by Wednesday, 11 o'clock, as they started again, moving from the Election Day count to the mail-in ballot count. That's what happened there. And then by Thursday, this is yesterday morning at 9 o'clock. Yesterday afternoon, we're down to 108,000. And then you just see the inevitable trajectory here as they count the mail-in ballots, especially in the populous Democratic counties. This is midnight as we turn from first Tuesday's Election Day, then Wednesday, then Thursday. This is as we turn the page to Friday. And you see it there. And you come down here. Joe Biden moves into the lead. And now you come into real time. It was a steady, methodical march. Again, as they shift from counting the Election Day ballots through these mail-in ballots.
And President Trump alleges that there's something wrong with that. That's not possible, that the vote could turn like that. Right. What he doesn't allege that it's exactly the opposite of what happened in Ohio to his benefit.
Right. And again, so in Pennsylvania, state law, there's mail-in ballots, millions of them. You cannot touch them until Election Day. You cannot touch them. You cannot verify signatures. You cannot even take them out of the envelope, put them in a nice, neat stack so that you feed them in the machine. Can't do it. It's against the law. So they sat there and they waited and they counted in this state. They counted the Election Day, the ballots, the people who showed up on Tuesday. They counted those votes first, and the president did a great job. That's why he pulled out to a big lead. But you make an important point as we're in these contentious few days, next several hours today, see what happens with the Biden lead, and then you go on. Remember Ohio. Early on in this night, they did it the other way around. Ohio has permission to canvass, they call it, those ballots first. Your envelope comes in, they open it up. Yeah, the mail-in ballots come in, they open it up, they check the signatures. If anyone's going to challenge it, they do it then. And once they're ready, they put them in a stack. So on Election Day, into the machine, and they count them. So those ballots came out first, and Joe Biden jumped out to a huge lead. And then they started counting the Election Day vote. You see all that red, and the president came back, and he won. He's not complaining about this. It's the same process. It's just done in a different order. They're counting legally cast votes. In Ohio, they counted the mail-in ballots first. The president wins in the end. In Pennsylvania, they counted the day of vote first. The president pulled out to a big lead. Joe Biden is ahead now. You made the key point just moments ago. Conservative Republican Senator Pat Toomey of this state says he sees no evidence of what the president is saying. And this is not only, it's a defining moment in the race. If this lead continues to build, Joe Biden is the next president of the United States. It's also a defining challenge for the Republican Party. Senator Lindsey Graham, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, an attorney, I believe he's still active in the military reserves, said that I think you will see real evidence of fraud in the hours ahead. I think you will see. He's the chairman of a committee. It's not the way it works. If you have it, show it. Otherwise, button it. It's just not healthy for democracy, especially somebody who is the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, chairman of the committee that overlooks the laws. You can't walk into a courthouse and say, I think somebody stole something from me. You have to prove it. You have to prove it.
It's an important point. Yeah, but we're seeing, not in big numbers, but increasing numbers of Republicans beginning to question what the president of the United States is saying right now. Mitt Romney, for example, issued a very strong statement.
Yes, and you saw Mitch McConnell earlier today, the Senate Majority Leader, likely to remain the Senate Majority Leader, although there's still a question about that. Some Senate races still in play. In his home state of Kentucky today, Senator McConnell won re-election. Congratulations to him. He didn't want to touch this subject. He just said, I hope they keep counting the votes. Every legally cast ballots should be counted. That's the right position. He would not go and say, I wish the president would turn it down. That is the challenge for Republicans in the days ahead, especially if it becomes clear to us if this lead holds up and the President of the United States is going to lose, that means we have a transition to a Democratic president and a transition at a challenging time for an evenly divided country. Their words matter, especially the words of those in leadership. So props for Senator Toomey for speaking up, saying that's my state. I represent this state. I don't see it. So prove it. That's the right position. The president has every right to mount a challenge if he sees a problem somewhere. But again, Wolf, I was just looking at some notes before we came back on the air. Republicans saying they're preparing a possible legal challenge in Michigan. In Michigan, it's nearly 150,000 votes. Tell me your legal challenge in the state of Michigan. You're not trying to come into a position and say, oh my goodness, you know, we found 10 or 15 votes in Detroit. It's 150,000 votes, nearly 147,000 votes. So what you're hearing is designed to generate outrage from the president's supporters, to generate things on social media, frankly, to raise money for a legal defense fund right now. 147,000 votes. There's no legal strategy that overturns something like that. It's just ridiculous.
And in Georgia, for example, let's not forget, there's a Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State. They're going to do a recount, but having a recount is not necessarily all that unusual.
Having a recount is responsible when you have a very close election, 49.4 to 49.4. The state law allows it. The Trump campaign apparently has requested it. And again, there's a difference between exercising your lawful rights. Look how close this is. Right? Look how close this is, 1,500 votes. If it were the other way around, the Democrats would be saying, could you please recount the votes in Georgia? You check the machines. You run the count again. And sometimes it changes. I've been at this for 35 years. They do a recount, something like that. That 1,500, in some cases it goes up to 1,700. In some cases it comes down to 1,300. That's normally what happens. Somebody transposed something wrong when they were writing it down. And instead of 1962, they wrote 1296, something like that. And so you'll see a little bit of a change. Even a narrow lead like that, you very rarely see overturned. But why not? It's allowed. So have it. Do it, but do it calmly and do it within the rules and don't jump and down and scream foul. But you make a key point. Republican governor here, they counted the votes. They're still counting the votes. Republican governor out here in Arizona, Joe Biden has a lead there. It's come down a little bit. We're going to continue to count the votes. The president's attacks on the system are ridiculous. But again, he has every right, if he has evidence, to prove it. And in the hours ahead, especially, I'll say it one more time, if this grows, this is more than enough to give Joe Biden the presidency. All right? So we're not going to be certain about this one for some time because they're going to have an understandable recount, but you see what color it is right now. A takeaway. That was a Clinton state. That was a Clinton state. That was a Clinton state where the former vice president leads. We'll get more votes out there later today. This would be a hold. So if Joe Biden wins the presidency with all of those, he's at 306, even if this is tentative until we get through the recount phase. That would put him at 306. It's a much more difficult argument to make if that's the case. It just is. I just want to show you, Wolf, this came in while we're standing here. So we're watching this march, right, of the votes, and they're coming in small numbers. So let me just put this up here for Pennsylvania, and this is Bucks County. So let me come down here, and just north of Philadelphia is where you find Bucks County, right? It's the more conservative. It's a Democratic suburb, but it's the more contested one, right? You see it's 51 to 48. So here's what we have seen happen here as more votes come in. And this is how they're coming in. They're trickling in as they count these ballots. So the latest count, 895 to 551. He gets 60%. That's a low number, if you will. Joe Biden normally has been getting a higher number among these, but still he's getting 60%. He's the candidate behind. He has to start passing Joe Biden in these counts, and this is what we're happening throughout the day. In a state where you see 500, 1,300, 1,400 votes when you go over the top there, Joe Biden advantage. This is what we're doing in a state where more than 6.6 million ballots have been cast. We're getting them a couple hundred at a time.
And his number just increased. The lead,
right.
Biden over Trump in Pennsylvania, went from 13,220 went up to 13,558. It went up by a few hundred as a result of that.
Right, and so as they trickle in, right, 800 from this county, 500 from that county, that's the issue. They have a couple thousand, and we're getting them in spurts because decent public servants are counting the votes and posting the results as quickly as they can. So here's the numbers right now in Pennsylvania. I'll just write this up here for you. What we believe are left, these are ballpark figures because they change as we go, but about 120,000, right? There are about 120,000 mail-in ballots to be cast. 112,000. I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. The President of the United States needs to get 56% of those. That's what President Trump needs to catch up, right? The President of the United States right now is getting 49% statewide, and he's getting well below 49% as we count the mail-in ballots. So is that mathematically impossible? No. Based on everything that's happened in the last 24 hours, is it a statistically probable? Absolutely not. So the march of the math here is in Joe Biden's favor. We just need to wait for them to continue and finish the vote count.
Nothing wrong with being patient and letting them count the vote.
Not at all. I'm enjoying your company. We stay as long as you want.
We've been spending a lot of quality time together over here.
What day is it?
I don't know. it's a little intense.
You know what? It's Friday, and we're counting, and math is fun.
Yeah, all right. We're watching what's going on in Pennsylvania. The votes are coming in. We're going to take a quick break. Much more of our special coverage right after this.
Well, I gathered after this. Welcome to Election Day in America continued. I'm Jake Tapper in Washington. We are monitoring 4 battleground states. Georgia, in which Joe Biden is ahead by 1,554 votes. That state is going to go to a recount as requested by the Trump campaign. Pennsylvania, more than 100,000 ballots are outstanding and remaining to be counted. The president right now is behind 13,662. Joe Biden with the margin of victory there as of now. In Nevada, same thing except an even larger margin. Joe Biden up by more than 20,000 votes. And in Arizona, Joe Biden up by more than twice that, 43,779 votes. Things look good for Joe Biden, although not enough states have been projected in his column for him to yet be declared the president-elect. But it does look good for him. Let's go and check in with the Biden campaign, specifically with Jeff Zeleny, who covers the campaign for us. He comes to us live now from Wilmington, Delaware. Jeff, what's the latest there?
Well, Jake, Joe Biden has spent many nights here and days in Wilmington waiting to get election returns since he first ran in 1972 for the Senate, but none like this, of course. The stakes incredibly high. But with that said, I can tell you there's a sense of calm around Biden advisors and indeed the Democrats watching all of this because they do believe they know where this is headed. But we should point out they thought it would have been resolved by now. That's why that stage behind me that you can see is where we do expect Joe Biden to come speak tonight. It is scheduled for a prime time speech to what he hopes would be a victory speech, but we will see if this race is called and finished by then. But he's also going to be joined by his running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, who also is going to be steeped in history of her own here. If they win, she, of course, will be the first woman elected vice president, first woman of color, of course, as well. So much history is just in the offing, but not quite there yet. But, Jake, I can tell you, the Biden campaign has declined to respond to every statement that the president has put out. They're not responding directly to every piece of litigation that they're doing. They're monitoring all of it, I'm told, with the lawyers in every state, but they are not responding point by point. So that is certainly a change from some days ago when we had this back and forth. The Biden campaign is quiet today and just watching the results.
All right, Jeff Zeleny in Wilmington, Delaware, thanks so much for that update. And Abby, I have to say it's probably wise, given the amount of stuff that the Trump team is throwing against the wall to see what sticks, for the Biden campaign to not feel that they need to respond to every item of junk that's being thrown. If you look at the transcripts from judges' rulings in Michigan and transcripts in Philadelphia, I mean, they don't have any evidence, the Trump team, of any serious malfeasance, and they're getting slapped down by judges.
Yeah, in fact, in Pennsylvania, before the election, the Republicans in that state trying to challenge some of these mail-in ballot rules were asked to produce evidence, and they couldn't produce really any evidence. And that's one of the cases that they were not successful in, challenging some of these rules about drop boxes and deadlines for how long you can accept mail-in ballots in that state. It would be hard for me to see what the Biden campaign would even respond to. The president's latest statement today is incredibly nonspecific. A lot of the other claims that have been made over this last several days have been already debunked by officials in Nevada and in Arizona and elsewhere where they've been made. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all that the Biden campaign is saying we're not going to duke this out in press releases. See you in court, because ultimately Those statements say very little. The court filings will say a lot if they're able to produce actual.
And Jake, Abby and I were just communicating with a Republican strategist about the fact that this is, in the words of this strategist, when you approach these things, there is the PR aspect and the legal aspect. And this Republican said to us, the Biden campaign is running a clinic on how to handle the PR track, meaning they're doing a really good job.
Yeah.
Just stand back, don't say much, let it play out. And the issue that Republicans have had since the minute that Donald Trump became their nominee is they have to deal with and work around the words and actions of the president, which doesn't always follow the track.
This is the problem.
That's exactly right. And somebody, I think it was Caitlin Collins, was talking about so much of the Trump era has been marked by the president saying something false, and then his people trying to figure out some way in which the remark was kind of sort of near the neighborhood of true in some way. And that's what's going on in courts right now. And I just read a transcript of a court hearing in Philadelphia from yesterday in which the Republicans were trying to argue that the Trump team was not allowed to have observers in these counting rooms. Completely false. Not true. And the judge is asking the Republican lawyer, well, were there any Republicans there? Were there any Republican observers there? And eventually the Republican lawyer, the person representing the Trump side of it, had to confirm and acknowledge that there were a non-zero number of Republican observers in the room, a non-zero number. That's how, I mean, a lot of these lawyers
to twist themselves into pretzels.
A lot of these lawyers need to watch out what they're signing their names to, because this is just crap.
It's very difficult when you're dealing with a president who believes the conspiracy first and then waits for proof later, or maybe doesn't wait for proof at all. That doesn't cut it in legal proceedings. It doesn't work. And they might be on stronger legal standing if they just took a step back from some of these more conspiratorial claims, but they can't, because the president has already gone there. He's already gone out there and made wildly false statements about what's going on, and now they are forced to back it up.
As they say, votes don't care about your feelings. New numbers continue to come in from Pennsylvania, which could make the election for Joe Biden. We're expecting more ballot counts soon. Our special coverage continues next. Stay with us.
And Pennsylvania is the focus now and probably until this race is called. I'm Anderson Cooper along with Aaron Burnett. Aaron?
Joe Biden's lead has been growing, of course, in Pennsylvania throughout the day. If you're watching this, you've been seeing it bit by bit creeping up. But the question is now, how many ballots are there left? How is the count progressing? When will we actually know the outcome for sure?
Yeah, and we are watching this vote by vote as the votes come in. We have reporters on both ends of the state of Pennsylvania where outstanding ballots remain. CNN's Kate Baldwin is in Philadelphia. CNN's Brian Todd is in Pittsburgh. Let's start with Kate in Philadelphia. Kate, what's the latest?
Hey there, Anderson. The counting continues. That is the latest that we're hearing here inside this convention center from Philadelphia election officials. The latest is there will be updated to the count 2,000 to 3,000 votes, but that also then leaves 20,000 mail-in votes to still be counted. That includes some of those mail-in ballots that have issues that require an extra review, a secondary look, like date issues or signature issues, or simply could be overly creased and need to be fed in to the machines manually. On top of that, there is then also 20,000, which is an estimate they're giving us, 20,000 provisional ballots that they will be looking at. So that's the update on the count. But that press conference that we had a couple hours ago also left quite a few questions still today, Anderson, which include how much longer will this counting take? And the city officials, the officials in charge of this election, they are not saying. The estimate that they're giving is it could take several days to have them all counted. And they say that there's not a problem. There's no problem to report in the process, but the process has definitely slowed. And what they attribute it to is that this whole process with with the ballots that have issues, with the provisional ballots, it takes time. But this process has definitely slowed down, Anderson.
And just to be clear, the ballots that you're talking about, the 20,000 mail-in ballots in Philadelphia, the 20,000 provisional ballots still to be counted, that is just for Philadelphia and the surrounding county, correct?
That is just, yes, that's just for Philadelphia County, and that also in that count does not include the segregated ballots, the ballots that have been received here after 8 p.m. Election Day and can be received until today was the final day. They did not offer a clear count in the press conference that they had earlier, but we have been told previously that they're looking at something about an estimate of about 1,000 of those segregated ballots by the end of today. But again, that's only for Philadelphia and Philadelphia County, the largest county in Pennsylvania, dealing with all of these mail-in ballots still.
And just for our viewers who haven't been following this as closely, provisional ballots are essentially ballots of people who showed up on Election Day. There was some problem at the poll of finding their signature or something like that. They were allowed to vote, and those votes are set aside to be rectified if necessary.
Yeah, a perfect example of a provisional ballot this time around would be they requested a mail-in ballot. They didn't receive their mail-in ballot. It didn't come through the mail. So then on Election Day, they showed up to a polling place and said, I would like to vote. You're given a provisional ballot, which is, it's held until they check that that mail-in ballot, you didn't also mail back in and vote by that mail-in ballot you were supposed to receive in the mail. It's a provisional ballot. They're reviewed, and then they will be counted if there is no issue with it. But it's safe to assume that with those 20,000 mail-in ballots, those provisional ballots rather, that will be reviewed, not all of them are likely going to be counted.
Right. Kate Baldwin, appreciate it. Let's go to Brian Todd now, who is in Pittsburgh. Brian, explain how many outstanding votes there are being counted where you are.
Right, Anderson, about 35,000 plus outstanding votes are still to be counted, are being counted right now, and will be counted this afternoon and throughout the evening and possibly into tomorrow here in Allegheny County. You know where we are in Allegheny County near Pittsburgh in the western part of the state, and where Kate Baldwin is in Philadelphia, those counties around there. That's the ball game here in Philadelphia. This is where Joe Biden is going to try to drive up his margins and possibly put himself over the top here in Pennsylvania. Now, what we can tell you is we just spoke to the county executive of Allegheny County, Rich Fitzgerald. He said that they've gone through so far about 3,000. They've counted about 3,000 of the 35,000 plus ballots that they've got to go through. He did not give us results. He is promising to give us those maybe in about 2.5 hours. Those first results are going to start trickling in about then. But he says they are going to work through the night. They are committed to staying here. They're going to at least work until late tonight, possibly until early tomorrow morning. And they really are committed to drive this through and get this done. We talk a lot about transparency and about what observers are going to get access to at these places here in eastern Pennsylvania and in other states. Well, what's really cool about this is that we're getting great access right here. This is the elections warehouse here in Pittsburgh, and this is where all the counting for these mail-in ballots from Allegheny County is being done. These are ballots that were mailed before Election Day, on Election Day. They got here, some of them after, and that's why they have to count them here. But look, I'm going to have my photojournalist Jay McMichael kind of zoom past me here. These election poll workers are getting briefed on the next round of ballots that they're going to be counting. They've just counted some damaged ballots, about a little over 2,000 of those. Then they're going to start to count about 3,000 or more ballots from military members and overseas voters. That's what they're about to do right now. And we're talking about transparency. In the foreground, these people are observers. These are bipartisan observers who've been looking over the shoulder of these counters all day long, and they're going to be doing that throughout the night. And you want to talk about transparency. The county executive, Rich Fitzgerald, told us they've got cameras everywhere. And Jay is going to zoom over to those screens there. You can see they've got cameras kind of over the shoulders of a lot of these stations, including where they're storing them, where they're counting them, where they're processing some other votes. Look at those screens right there. They've got cameras all over this room. So you talk about, access to the count, observers being allowed close to where they're counting. That's all happening here. And Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive, told us a short time ago they've had no complaints, they've had no problems with anomalies, anything like that. Right here is where we've observed, just inches from where I'm standing. They're taking a break right now, but these people were counting damaged ballots right here, and observers were like 5 feet behind them, just behind those fences right there. So a lot of access, a lot of transparency here. It seems to be working well. It's a slow slog. Kate was just talking to you about that in Philadelphia. It takes time. They've got to open up these ballots, check for anomalies, make sure that they're above board. They've got 35,000 plus to go through. They say they're going to go overnight, possibly into tomorrow. So we're going to start to get some results trickling in a couple of hours, hopefully. And then, we're going to hopefully bring those to you tonight, tomorrow morning, and we'll see what the final count here is in Allegheny County, which is a crucial county for Joe Biden. He spent a lot of time here, Anderson, in the latter stages of his campaign.
Yeah, it's good to see just how close those observers in Allegheny County in Pittsburgh are allowed to get to watch how closely they are, just about 5 feet, as you said. Brian Todd, appreciate it. Thanks very much. Now, where the race stands and how it got that way, let's go to Phil Mattingly for us. So the margin just got a little bit tighter in Arizona, I believe. Is that
That's
right?
right. It's underscoring the fact that this is a live ball in several states right now. Joe Biden has a lead in several states, but Arizona is one of those places where, unlike Pennsylvania, unlike what we saw over the course of the morning in Georgia, the lead is actually narrowing. Right now, Joe Biden up about round up 50% to about 49%, 41,302 votes. So the big question is there enough vote outstanding for President Trump to catch up, given where this is?
And that lead has been shrinking a little bit drips and drabs as more votes are counted.
Yeah, it shrank substantially over the course of about a 24-hour period. Now it's starting to shrink a little bit less. However, President Trump, if you're trying to gauge where things stand right now, the vote that came in from Mojave County. I want to pull this out here and do head-to-head and where things stand. What we know about what came in from this vote is President Trump got 3,171 votes. Joe Biden got 694. From a percentage perspective, President Trump is a little over 80%, Joe Biden at 17.5%. Now, a couple things to put in here as you look at that top line. Obviously, President Trump making up about 2,477 votes here, but the bigger issue right now is Mojave County. It's the fifth largest county in the state, about 3% of the population. But this is not where the major outstanding vote is. That, from a percentage basis, is what President Trump wants to see. He wants to be somewhere above 53, 54% in terms of margins for everything that comes in from here on out. This is a Republican county. Look at the margin. You expect the margin to be bigger here when that vote comes in. The big outstanding question, and what everybody in both campaigns has their eyes on right now, is Maricopa County. Largest county in the state, about 60% of the voting population. We know right now there's roughly 142,000 votes outstanding from Maricopa. And here's where it gets a little dicier for the Trump campaign. The last batch of votes that came in from Maricopa, President Trump had a lead out of that batch of votes, but it wasn't the type of lead that he needs. And what I'm trying to say here is basically President Trump needs to be hitting a specific ratio, a specific margin, every single time vote comes in, especially large batches of votes from counties like Maricopa, to have an opportunity to close this gap. Right now, he's falling short of that a little bit. What he had in Mojave is good. 80% would be great. If he could do 80% in Maricopa, he's not just in the ballgame, he's on track. But he hasn't been based on the most recent drops in the largest county. That's what we're keeping an eye on. When those 142,000 votes come in from Maricopa, that's the ballgame.
So in Maricopa, what is the percentage difference generally between them?
So this is the interesting thing. What we've been seeing in Pennsylvania and Georgia is the late vote was all being counted as mail-in, and mail-in vote was leaning so heavily Democratic that Joe Biden has been making up huge margins repeatedly over the course of the last 24 hours. Arizona has been a little bit different. Maricopa, the mix, the composition of the vote that's come in terms of when it was dropped off, whether it was mailed in. Maricopa, while Joe Biden is leading right now in Maricopa, you can flash back to 2016 and you get a sense of the county. Again, largest county in the state, 60% of the population. Donald Trump won this county back in 2016. It has been moving towards Democrats, home to Phoenix, push out into the suburbs, shifts in the demographics as well. But even though Joe Biden's leading right now, President Trump needs to do better than this. He needs to be hitting somewhere between 53, 54% in everything that comes out from here on out. And in the last batch, he was not able to do that. So you're looking at the Mojave numbers of the Trump campaign. You're very happy with those. But the real ball game is Maricopa. And Maricopa today so far has not done enough for President Trump.
Right. With 142,000 votes outstanding in Maricopa County, I mean, it is within the realm of possibility that this batch of 142,000 will radically favor President Trump. But if the recent example is any indication, I mean, the odds are it will be similar to this current
Yeah, so I think that's a great way to put it. We don't know exactly what the composition of the vote is, Republican to Democrat. We have a decent idea of registration and where it stands right now. And we know the Trump campaign felt like the late votes gave them a chance, gave them an opportunity. But we know, talking from two Republicans in the state with the last batch that came out, he missed his margin. They were pretty down after the last batch that came out. It would be a heavy, heavy lift for him to close the gap, but they're still counting. There's still vote outstanding. We saw there's other counties with a little bit of vote too. So there are areas for President Trump to pick up. We'll see if he has the time or runs out of time.
But the 142,000 uncounted ballots in Maricopa, that is the biggest batch of votes still out there.
To simplify it, that's the ballgame.
Right.
Whatever margin President Trump gets and what's remaining in Maricopa will decide whether or not he has a chance. And as I said, based on the last batch, both sides have been saying that this seems to be heading in Biden's direction. However, you count the votes, you see how it comes in. We'll wait and see as those votes come in.
All right, we'll have more with Phil shortly. We'll keep counting the votes here, and let's go to Aaron.
All right, Anderson. Well, we have some news just coming in here. Republicans in Pennsylvania seeking more relief from the Supreme Court related to these ballots that were received after Election Day. Let's get to our Pamela Brown with the latest. Pam, what exactly is this? What does it mean?
Well, this has been an area under dispute for a while now, as you well know, Aaron. And now lawyers for Republicans in Pennsylvania have gone back to the Supreme Court. And what they're asking right now is for the high court to, quote, log, desegregate, and otherwise not take any action on ballots received after the election day. So essentially, they want the Supreme Court to weigh in and order Pennsylvania to not include those late arriving ballots that can be included through today, that can arrive in Pennsylvania through today, to be counted toward the vote total. And what they're doing is they're citing the Secretary of State's guidance as the reason of why this order needs to happen. They point out that initially the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania released guidance saying that these late arriving ballots in Pennsylvania that were sent by Election Day but arrived after would be segregated. She then updated that guidance shortly before the election and said they can be segregated and counted but not go toward the total vote total. And our understanding is that at this point, what we're seeing with the vote totals does not include those late arriving ballots. In places like Philadelphia, they separate them, they put them in shrink wrap and mark them for security reasons. And so that's what you're seeing in some of these counties. But Republicans are not convinced that this is happening across the board in the state, and that's why they want the Supreme Court to weigh in here for this order.
So let me just, Pam, a sense of where we are in terms of the significance of this. You look at the margin in the state, obviously, as you have plenty of votes still outstanding, of 13,662 in favor of Biden. How many ballots were received after Election Day? My understanding is it's somewhere on the order of 2,000 to 3,000. So it's a much smaller number that we're actually even talking about here, correct?
Right, that's absolutely right. The Secretary of State has said that number is marginal. In other words, it's not going to determine the outcome. Now, the Republicans in this argument to the Supreme Court, they said otherwise. This is what they said. They said, given the results of the November 3rd election, the vote in Pennsylvania may well determine the next president, and it is currently unclear whether all 67 county boards of elections are segregating late arriving ballots. But that aside, you're right. It is a small amount, according to the Secretary of State, compared to the valid mail-in ballots that they are going through now, the mail-in ballots that did arrive by Election Day, the provisional ballots, and the military ballots. And so this appears to be part of this overall legal strategy that we're seeing from Republicans and from the Trump campaign to file various lawsuits to muddy the waters on issues, on lawsuits that really aren't going to move the needle very much in their favor, really.
Yeah, all right. Well, Pam, thank you very much. I think it's really important what Pam said there, you know, as we try to demuddy the water when we can, that the vote total there, at least in terms of what we're looking at now, right now the margin is about 13,600 votes between Biden and Trump. You have 35,000 still outstanding in Allegheny County. You're still counting. That 2,500 to 3,000 at this point does not seem like it is something which will move the needle. But it is part of the strategy we're seeing from this White House, and we have some developments on that front right now in terms of the legal strategy. Let's go to our own Jim Acosta. What are you learning about this, Jim?
Yeah. Aaron, I think the big headline coming out of the White House right now is that the president is digging in. He is telling people around him that he would like to see these challenges of the count in these various states to continue perhaps into December, when the electors would certify their votes for president in these various states. That has the potential to drag this out for several more weeks. Now, obviously, these states are going to certify their results, pass them on to news organizations and so on, and we'll be able to report who we believe to be the winner in these various states. But the president isn't accepting that at this point. He's telling people around him that he wants to fight this out for a few more weeks. Now, I will tell you, talking to my sources, Aaron, there are people around the president, many people around the president, who think it's just over. I talked to a senior advisor to this White House who told me earlier today it's over for the president. But at the same time, they have to be delicate about this because obviously he has the biggest megaphone of all, and they're trying to be careful not to disturb the delicate bird, if you will. I will also tell you, talking to my sources, is there are people inside the Trump campaign and inside the White House who are quietly backing away from this president. They are mindful of the fact that what happened last night was just an absolute disaster for the president. He offered up no substantial evidence, no evidence whatsoever to back up these false claims of election fraud and so on. And there are people nervous inside the White House, nervous inside the campaign that he's simply going too far. And at this point, you're going to see perhaps some officials not running to get behind the president, to stand behind him at some of these press conferences that he may be having over the next several days. So, I mean, Aaron, I think the sense that I'm getting from people over here is that the president wants to fight this out, but not everybody is on board with this. The other question that has been raised from people I'm talking to inside the campaign is there's just a lot of concern about the voices the president is sending out, people like Rudy Giuliani, people like Pam Bondi, people like Corey Lewandowski. They're not seen as people who will calm down some of these folks inside the Republican Party, elected officials inside the Republican Party, who are raising questions about the president's concerns. I was told by a senior advisor that there are some people inside the campaign, inside the White House, who would just like to see more credible voices out there speaking on the president's behalf, making these kinds of claims. So for now, it sounds the president is not in any mood to concede. He wants to drag this out. He wants to dig in his heels right now. Yeah. And that's what he's instructing aides to do, Aaron.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. So, you know, what does this mean, right? Does this, how long does something like this go, and does it have a chance of changing anything in the outcome? Richard Pildes is with me, along with Fernita Tolson, both election law experts. Richard, let me start with you with this breaking news out of Pennsylvania, right, with state Republicans going to the Supreme Court and saying they want to make sure that these ballots are segregated. I was trying to give a sense here of the gap, the size of these ballots. It's about 2,500 to 3,000 of them. Which is much smaller than the margin is right now between the two in the state. And that margin, of course, is going to change. So when you look at it as, is this something that is legitimate and can move the needle, where do you fall?
It definitely can't move the needle, according to all current appearances. You know, you can understand why, as a form of insurance, they're going to continue to pursue these claims if they think there's any possibility that those ballots could make the difference. But we knew that these would be a very small number. We're actually getting some data on that now. They seem to be an incredibly small number. It doesn't look like they are possibly going to affect the margin of the outcome in Pennsylvania. And so even if the legal claim prevails, and I think it's a plausible claim with this Supreme Court, it could be accepted on the merits by the court, the number of ballots here is not significant.
And all right, so that is important. So, Fernita, what about when you look at, you know, the strategy, as Jim is saying right now, is sort of, you know, it's like spaghetti. Take it and throw it against the wall legally, right? Just try absolutely everything you can. Do you see anything right now that is both legitimate and could move the needle?
Does it have to be both legitimate and move the needle, Aaron? I mean, if you look at the legal strategy, it's kind of hard to understand. I don't see anything that's happening right now that would change the trajectory of this race. So, for example, the Trump campaign brought a lawsuit in Georgia where they accused a poll worker of commingling ballots, unprocessed absentee ballots with processed absentee ballots. A judge threw that out. They've brought litigation in Pennsylvania and Michigan, arguing that their observers should be able to get closer in order to monitor the vote count. Okay, fine. That doesn't change anything. So it just seems like the Trump campaign is trying everything that they can in order to cast doubt on the outcome of this election, when in fact this litigation does nothing to change the trajectory of the race.
And Richard, you know, right now, since we're looking at a ballot cam, I want to make a point with that. You know, the president is trying to say that this is being done in secret, it's hidden, it's corrupt, all the words he's used. And yet we have shown again and again, right, these ballot cams. And, you know, we just saw out in Allegheny County, ballot cams and people, you know, standing 5 feet away, able to look over everything that is being done. The concept that this is not being done in a transparent manner is completely and utterly false.
Yes, it's a great thing we have all this transparency. I mean, transparency is what helps show people that sinister stories actually aren't true. And so I'm amazed that public officials in some of these places have done this job of actually putting webcams in there. It's about as interesting as watching paint dry. I have watched some of these. But, you know, you can sit there and actually watch the election officials processing these ballots. And, of course, as you saw, there are observers from both parties in those sites being able to monitor what's happening. So we have a great deal of transparency. You know, there are some arguments at the margins. A Pennsylvania appellate court accepted a complaint from the Trump campaign that they should have a little more access. I think that's been given at this point. But overall, we are running an incredibly transparent election process, and you can see it on the screens right there.
It is incredible for the whole world to see that we are able to show these things and do these things is so important. And obviously, with these false claims being alleged, so important that we can all see it. Thank you both very much. So how is the Biden campaign handling these legal challenges right now? Jeff Zeleny is with the Biden campaign in Wilmington, obviously, where the former vice president is preparing to make some sort of an address to the nation tonight. What is their response, Jeff?
Aaron, it's so interesting. After going through a long campaign of the Biden campaign responding bit by bit to everything the president said, they are taking a moment of calm and not responding litigation by litigation because they believe that there is no merit to all of these claims and they believe it simply would give it oxygen. What they are doing instead is looking ahead. As you said, the former vice president is scheduled to give an address here to the nation this evening from Wilmington. He is going to, I'm told, really continue some of those same themes. And his first test is tonight. He ran in a pledge of unifying the country. So his first test is doing that in a post-election period. And I just spoke a few moments ago with a very close and longtime friend of the former vice president, Senator Chris Coons from right here in Delaware. And he said that he believes the former vice president will take a bit of time and a bit of patience for Republicans and for the president to accept the reality of this election if it turns out to be that President Trump is not successful here. He said this to me. He said he recognizes the healing the country is going to need. It's going to be very, very hard. I think he will be patient. So the question is, how patient and how long will that go? Since this is, we're coming up on a Friday evening here, counting going through the weekend, it's the hope of allies of Joe Biden that come Monday, come next week, if this is still sort of locked in the same position, that party elders and Republicans and others begin speaking out about the need to move on and focus on coronavirus, focus on the deep challenges facing the country here. So this is a bit of a first test for Joe Biden in his ability to unify the country here. Obviously, some of it is out of his hands, but how he handles his transition, his speech tonight, will really set the tone for that going forward. So that is certainly interesting. And also, if the race is not called by this evening, will the speech happen? Aides have not responded to those questions of ours, Aaron. As of now, they're planning on a speech in prime time here tonight.
All right. Thank you very much, Jeff Zeleny. And we are awaiting a press conference out of Georgia. Obviously, all eyes on Georgia there. We know there's going to be a recount. That's coming up right after this.
There's a lot going on in a lot of different places, and we're watching it all. We're waiting to hear from election officials in Georgia with the race there razor thin, and the president's tweeting about ballots there. That and new votes coming in. All the close races you see there on the right of your screen. Let's start with Phil Mattingly. A number of tight races that are important to look at right now. What do you want to show us?
First, let's go big picture. Obviously, we're paying attention to Pennsylvania. We're paying attention to Georgia. We're waiting on Arizona. We're waiting on Nevada. That's really the big outstanding right now. And to give you a sense of how things are going, Georgia just had 40 votes drop in. So we're getting down to the end here a little bit.
And Biden is at almost 74 million. He's at 73,985,000.
You can keep an eye. We've been doing this for the last couple of days. You keep an eye on this top line, and all you have seen is the margin here grow. Right now, Joe Biden leading the popular vote by 4.1 million votes. I think the biggest thing everybody is focused on right now and waiting as we wait for the Georgia press conference, we wait for more votes to come in Georgia, is the state of Pennsylvania. This is the ball game. If Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, Joe Biden is over 270 electoral votes. And the reality right now, Anderson, if I'm just going to pull this up here, let's track back to Wednesday at midnight. Donald Trump was ahead by 548,000 votes. Now follow with me. You and I were on air at various points throughout the course of this process. Then his lead went up to 589,000 votes. Skipped ahead a couple there. Then to 435,000 votes. Now what happened here? Why did this start to move down? Well, the state of Pennsylvania, not unlike Wisconsin and Michigan, both states won by Joe Biden. counted the election day vote first. The election day vote was very strongly Republican. The Democratic vote went very heavily mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots were counted last.
And part of that is the president is as much responsible for that as anybody. I mean, Democrats were telling their people, vote early, vote when you can by mail. The president was telling his people, vote on election day, don't trust this mail-in ballot stuff.
Yeah, and credit where it's due. The election day turnout for Republicans across the country was huge.
Yeah.
The president has gotten the second most votes in the history of a presidential election. Unfortunately for him, Joe Biden has gotten the most votes for that. But to your point, mail-in balloting has skewed so heavily Democratic as we've seen it as the votes have been counted and it's come out. So we'll keep going, and you just watch how the margin drops. Down to 182,000 Wednesday at 11 p.m. Down to 146,000 Thursday at 9. Keep going, 108,000.
And just
73,000.
Important, again, just to reiterate, this is not new votes coming in, more people voting. This is votes that had already been sent in that they are just finally getting around to count.
It is purely the construct of how the state counted. They counted the election day vote first, then they counted the vote by mail. And take it as the inverse of Ohio. You remember on election night, Ohio started off very blue to the point where everybody was looking around and saying, wow, Ohio, we thought maybe it was off the swing state map after what President Trump did in 2016. And it was super, super tight. And then they started counting the election day vote. And all of a sudden, President Trump ended up winning Ohio by 8 points. It was a similar type of story here in the inverse. And in the inverse, what has occurred over the course of the last 12 hours is Joe Biden has eaten away and taken the lead. Now, the big question for President Trump here, as Joe Biden now leads by 13,662 votes, is there a chance, one, to stop the bleeding, and two, to come back? And the reality on the ground right now, because primarily a vote by mail, the mail-in ballots are pretty much what's left over to count and report, but also where those ballots come from, is President Trump has a problem in Pennsylvania. That has been very clear now for several hours. And the reason why, you just heard from Kate. Kate was talking about Philadelphia. Philadelphia has about 3,000 votes outstanding that we expect to be reported, and she was talking about provisional ballots as well. I think she said something between 20 and 30,000. Philadelphia right now, you look at this margin. Anderson, this is not the margin that is translated in the vote by mail. When vote by mail has come in for Philadelphia, it has been 86, 87, 88% for Joe Biden. So that means when this comes in, even if it's 2,000 or 3,000 votes, that is in bulk going to Joe Biden. And that's not just the case here. You can move up through southeast Pennsylvania into the suburbs. We saw some from Bucks County earlier. You talk about Allegheny County, where there's got about 30,000 votes outstanding. Everything that comes in is coming in at a margin that benefits Joe Biden. Right now, Donald Trump needs to win basically somewhere like 56% of everything that comes in from here on out to be able to win. That is not happening, and where the vote is outstanding, and that it's all vote by mail, is a significant problem for him in the state.
Yeah, in Allegheny County, Brian Todd was saying 35,000 votes outstanding. 3,000 of them have already been counted, but they haven't been reported. They haven't been sent in, so we don't know what those 3,000 that have been counted are. And in Philadelphia, 20,000 mail-in ballots still to be counted. 20,000 provisional ballots still to be counted, and there's about 1,000 or so segregated ballots.
Right. And so you make a good point about Allegheny. Look at the margin in Allegheny right now. Home to Pittsburgh, pretty much Democratic stronghold. They're going to win Allegheny election by election, 58.7 to 39.7%. That is including the in-person vote. Mail-in ballots in Allegheny County, they've been going 77% to Joe Biden on average. And so that underscores this point. Even in Democratic strongholds where Joe Biden has a good margin, it's coming in much higher. And we know that's where the majority of the outstanding vote is in Pennsylvania. And that is why Joe Biden right now is looking at Pennsylvania and the campaign feels good. And the Trump campaign's got a problem in Pennsylvania.
And if the trends hold that we've been seeing on all these votes which have yet to be actually counted, Vice President Biden's lead is just going to be growing.
So there's 112,000 votes left over right now, or still to be reported. These votes have all been submitted. They have all been cast. They're being counted, and we're waiting for them to be reported out. 112,000 votes left over. And the way things are looking right now, when you look at the outstanding vote and you consider the fact it's all vote by mail, is you're looking at this margin to grow by tens of thousands of votes, barring some unforeseen change based on every trend we've seen over the course of the last 12 hours.
And the current challenge that they're talking about going to the Supreme Court with, which is essentially challenging the counting of some of the votes, that's affecting maybe 2,000 to 3,000. That's votes that were cured, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's when they were cast in terms of when they and went to a Supreme Court case, and the details of that, not to get too in the weeds, but the reality of it is, not to break news here, but 2,000 to 3,000 votes is not going to matter if Donald Trump is losing by 40 or 50,000 votes. So that's not likely, as you were talking about. Is that going to move the needle? Unlikely, based on the way things are headed.
Let's listen to the Georgia Secretary of State.
A clear line of communications with the media, the county election officials, and our voters. Our office will continue to give unprecedented access. The voters of Georgia deserve transparency. Georgia voters deserve accurate, real election results. Election workers around the state are working with integrity to ensure every legal ballot is counted and no illegal ballots are counted. Right now, Georgia remains too close to call. Out of the approximately 5 million votes cast, we'll have a margin of a few thousand. The focus for our office and for the county elections officials for now remains on making sure that every legal vote is counted and recorded accurately. As we are closing in on a final count, we can begin to look toward our next steps. With a margin that small, there will be likely a recount in Georgia. Interest in our election obviously goes far beyond our borders. The final tally in Georgia at this point has huge implications for the entire country. The stakes are high and the emotions are high on all sides. We will not let those debates distract us from our work. We will get it right and we will defend the integrity of our elections. In some states, there are complaints about monitors not being allowed to watch the count. In Georgia, this process is and will remain open and transparent to monitors. If any member of the public raises legitimate concerns, we'll investigate those. We are committed to doing anything and everything to maintaining trust in our electoral process here for every Georgian, regardless of partisan preference. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, I'm Gabriel Sterling, the Statewide Voting System Implementation Manager. You keep putting your microphones where I put my computer. Essentially right now, the outstanding ballots are about the same as they were this morning. Not too much change on that front. But what we do have is a little more information on some of the provisionals and the UOCAVA ballots that are out there right now. So let's see, let's just start with the margin right now. We're looking at 2,448,796 votes for President Trump and 2,450,381 votes for Vice President Biden. And that gives us a margin of 1,585. That's where we stand right now as of 3:08 p.m. on, it's Friday now. We do know that today is the day for the UOCAVA deadline for those military and overseas ballots that would have been postmarked by Tuesday, Election Day, to be accepted and counted in the state. We do have some updated numbers on that. Let's see. On the overall side, we have 18,008 of those ballots have been accepted, and it leaves 8,410 that are still available to be received. Now, again, I want to reemphasize this. That does not mean there's a bucket of 8,410 votes ready to be counted. That means that there are 8,410 votes that could have been postmarked on Tuesday and could be received by the elections official today. So, as I said earlier, it's going to be more than zero and less than 8,410. So it'll be somewhere in that range. We don't really know how many that is. I do have a county-by-county breakdown of available ones. I'm going to give you some of the highlights, and we're going to try to put this into a release to give the details following this press conference. So, y'all usually want the big ones, so we'll go with that. Bibb, we're making is 86 are still out there. Chatham, where Savannah is, 395. Cherokee, do you choose Woodstock? Yeah, Woodstock, why not? 171. Clayton County, 241. Cobb County, 569. Columbia County, 247. Coweta County, 99. DeKalb County, 802. And I want to take a note of personal privilege for a second for the Yankees in the room. It's DeKalb, not DeKalb, not DeKalb, it's DeKalb. So we got to pronounce these things. Doherty, another one of those, where Albany is, they're 74. Douglas County, 111. Fayette, 149. Forsyth, 153. Fulton, 956. And that's the single biggest number, I believe, right there. Gwinnett, 741. Henry, 238. This is another fun one. It's not Houston in Georgia, it's Houston. Houston County, 196. Liberty County, 173. There's a military base there, so there's a little outweighted to its actual size and population. Lowndes County, where Valdosta is, 141. Muskogee County, where Columbus is, 323. Paulding County, 105. Richmond, where Augusta is, 244. Home of the Masters coming up soon. Rockdale, 88 is 80. And I think that's all the biggest ones. So you can take those, add them together, and the balance would be probably about 4,000 for the rest of the 159 counties that I didn't name. So after that, we have the provisionals. And I do have the an initial provisional report from Fulton County, which is obviously the largest one, which had the biggest potential impact. Their total provisional ballots received was 4,869. They accepted 3,603. So that means they rejected 1,266 of the provisional ballots they had on hand. The biggest chunks of those were the eligibility was verified, means the voter brought their ID in, and that was 1,205 of those. And they voted out of precinct, which means they were inside the correct county. They were Fulton County voters, but they were at the wrong precinct. That's 2,398. Now, the unfortunate part for some of those voters and some of those candidates means if they voted out of precinct, essentially they can only vote on the things that were on the ballot that affected the areas that they shared with the other precincts. So things like president, senator, those votes will count, but state house, county commission, those races would not. That's the difference when you have to vote out of county like that. We don't like seeing voting out of county. We try to encourage people to be told to go to their correct polling location. Now, the rejected ballot justifications we saw on this is out of county, 673. You can only vote provisionally inside your own county. Not registered. So these people were not registered voters, 573, and non-citizens attempting to vote was 13. So that's the initial provisional report from Fulton. I expect that to change somewhat. I was talking to our Fulton County monitor earlier. He said there were some other changes moving on that, as well as some of the absentees that were damaged, they were duping. I don't have a final number on that, but it's somewhere south of 300 that they were cut when they were using the openers and things like that, that they had to redupe, and they're going to be scanning those, and those will be added to tallies today. Let's see. Not that one. You know, you start to get crazy looking at all these spreadsheets. They are not. As I understand it, they have not scanned and uploaded those yet. Justin, you're getting ahead. Let me get through all this, and you can come back later. All right. So, the total number of provisionals in the state. This is not the total number. We have the numbers from 134 of the 159 counties, and we have a lot of the large ones, but I don't think we have all of the large ones. Like we have DeKalb. Okay, Clayton. I think we might have all the big ones in here now. Again, this is a moving target dealing with elections workers who are doing lots of things at one time. We're very happy when we're working together to get this information to the viewers and the voters out there. And guess what? Gabe didn't hit the sum on all these things yet, so we're going to have to take a second while he does that on live television, because that's the exciting television y'all came for today. All right. 13,000.
Just been listening to Georgia election officials, heard from the Secretary of State, and then we're just getting a breakdown county by county for Georgia. So let's take a look at what we've learned. They said the official margin now is 1,585. The difference in votes between, that's what Joe Biden's lead is, 1,585. We're saying 1,603 because they have not yet entered into their system the new official number, which we would then update to 1,000. Is that correct? For 1,585.
So our data feed is coming straight from the counties, and that's where we've been getting our data throughout the course of the night. And traditionally, the state will follow once the counties report and it comes in. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see how that goes. I think there's a couple takeaways there that I think are important. One, we've known this, but this is going to go into a recount. This is going to go into recount at some point. We also know that there's still outstanding votes. So this lead right now for Joe Biden, whether it's 1603 or what the state says at this moment in time, there's a decent chance that this actually ends up going up at some point. And the reason why is the biggest outstanding batch of votes that we're waiting for comes from Gwinnett County. They've been expected throughout the course of the day to release a batch of counted votes in the 4,000, 4,500 range. Gwinnett County, if you look at the margin, 58.3 to 40.4. Mostly mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots have been trending towards Democrats throughout. That margin could be better. We'll see. We have to wait for the vote to come in, but that is kind of the main outstanding vote as it currently stands. What was also being discussed, and this will, when the margin is looking at 1,600 votes, that may go up, may go down, then all of a sudden provisional ballots, military ballots, which he was going through, overseas ballots as well, can become important. I think there's no question about it. And so one of the things that you're picking up on as he kind of ticked through everything, the one thing that stuck out to me was provisional ballots for Fulton County. And provisional ballots, he did a great job of explaining what it is. You went to the wrong polling place. So you brought your ID, and they basically have to kind of look at it afterwards, make sure it's okay, and then add it to the count. He was going somewhat county by county, but one of the key points is, of the provisional ballots that they have at this point in time that have been okayed, 3,603 of them are from Fulton County. Well, pull up Fulton County. Fulton County, big Democratic county, obviously home to Atlanta, largest county in the state, 10% of the population, biggest outstanding provisional ballots right now that have been okayed. So without getting too complicated into where things are going right now, this is going to be razor thin. This is almost certainly going to be going into a runoff. But the reality is right now, given the outstanding votes that they have and given where the provisionals stand, still waiting to get a better sense of where military overseas stands, there's a decent chance Joe Biden adds to his margin based on where those votes are located in and where we expect them to come from. We'll see if they stick to trends. But I think the bottom line that everybody needs to know about is Georgia's razor thin and it's going to a recount.
And how long is the process of, I mean, it can vary, but how long would the process of a recount be? Do we know?
I don't know offhand. It depends on how the state operates. I think the one thing we know for sure, you heard the election officials say right at the top, that this will go to a recount. And I think you have to keep in mind, too, everything that's going on in Georgia right now. You've got 2 Senate races that are going into runoffs, or almost certain to go into runoffs. One for sure. One looks like it's headed in that direction. You likely have a recount here as well. And I think go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, the differential is it's a very close race here, obviously, in Georgia, given the sheer number. I mean, you're talking about, almost 5 million votes, which have been cast in total. So to only be ahead by this long is not much. The pool of potential votes out there still to count is not. The lead will increase if it goes by the same metrics that we've been showing. Vice President Biden's lead is likely to continue. Just a question of by how much. Right. If it increases a tremendous amount, that may affect the call for a recount. But it seems like, regardless of what it is, given all that's going on, all the concerns about fairness, it seems like Georgia will go for a recount.
And you heard the state officials make pretty clear that that's where it's headed. You talk to people in both campaigns, they seem to know that's where it's headed. I think the big question right now, if you work under the assumption that this is going to a recount, right now everybody on the ground thinks that's exactly where it's going. It's what's Joe Biden's margin when you get to that recount? Because I think people need to understand when you go to recounts, and I've covered several of them over the years, if you go to recounts, it's not something where you see 10, 15, 20,000 votes change.
Right.
It's not something where it's administrative errors. You might see a couple hundred votes max change, maybe a little bit less than that. So if Joe Biden, 1,603 would be a pretty significant change in a recount. Now, obviously, there's a ton of vote outstanding. We'll have to see how it ends up coming in. But if Joe Biden starts pushing that up 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 votes, you get a little bit more comfortable as the Biden campaign with a recount right now. And just because it's going to a recount doesn't mean what they end up with is not going to end up being the final total. I think the one thing I want to stress here is recounts don't end up shifting votes by 10 or 20,000. Recounts usually shift, if they shift at all, a small degree.
Should also just point out, Republican governor in Georgia, who I believe was formerly the Republican Secretary of State in Georgia. We're going to have more with Phil at the wall as we continue to watch the votes being counted. We'll be right back.
Republican legal challenge or the widening margin for Joe Biden that Republicans are trying to narrow. 13,709 votes right now, just ticked up just a few votes bit by bit. 47 votes in the last few minutes. Every vote indeed counts. All eyes remain on Pennsylvania. And joining us now by phone, the Lieutenant Governor of the state, Democrat John Fetterman. Lieutenant Governor, thank you so much for being with me. And I've got a lot of questions here, and we'll see which ones you are able to answer. Trying to understand the scale of how many ballots, were received after Election Day, right? Technically now legal, but the subject of a challenge. We had that range being 2,500 to 3,000, but we have some new numbers coming in out of Montgomery and Luzerne counties, upping that amount to as many as 4,000 ballots. Do you think that there could be even more? Because that number is starting to get big enough to, looking at the margin we have now, possibly matter. So do you think we have them all or not yet?
I spoke to officials in Philadelphia, and it's a small amount. I don't even think it was 1,000 out of Philadelphia. And if that's the big surprise that the Republicans are pinning their hopes on, it's like, good luck with that. It's it's just not going to be a factor in this race as I see it, especially because the vice president's margin is going to grow. I mean, like, let's be honest. In Pennsylvania, specifically Pennsylvania, the use of a mail-in ballot in this election was as predictive for Democrats as driving a Subaru. And Joe Biden's margins are going to continue to grow by a factor of 8 to 1, 7 to. I mean, like, these are going to keep growing.
Yeah.
So I'm not concerned about those ballots that could come under the Supreme Court decision. And that was, I think, that was their ace up their sleeve. And it's like it's a non-issue.
Okay, so let me ask you about one development on that front in terms of what you're doing with those ballots. I understand you don't think they're going to matter to the outcome, but lawyers for Pennsylvania Republicans now asking the Supreme Court to order your state to, quote, log, segregate, and otherwise not take any action on any ballots received after the election. Again, that number is now up to 4,000. I sort of thought you already were segregating them, so is there anything new in this?
It's really nice of him to do that, but the only problem is that the Secretary of State had already ordered that long before the election that this was going to happen. So this was anticipated. So their coup de grace is a legal maneuver that we've already preemptively complied with over probably 3,000 votes, maybe, whether they count or not. So even if you take them out, let's assume they're successful, or you just say, you know what, we don't care, we're going to throw them out. It's not going to have a meaningful impact on the race.
Okay, so that answers those questions. Now let me ask you about provisional ballots. The House Speaker, Republican House Speaker in your state, Brian Cutler, is saying it is his understanding that there are 100,000 provisional ballots out right now in Pennsylvania. That number obviously is significant no matter how you would look at it. Is that your understanding as well, Lieutenant Governor?
It's not my understanding, but if there are, let me explain where I suspect the majority of those provisional ballots are.
Okay.
During the Republican misinformation campaign about voting by mail, I think it confused some Democrats, and there was a small but dedicated minority.
And it sounds like we just lost the connection there. I'm going to try to get him back, obviously, Anderson, because that's a pretty, I think, significant answer that he's giving, right? Because you do have the Republican speaker there in Pennsylvania saying there's 100,000 ballots, provisional ballots, and that there should be no results until they're finalized. So I do want to give the Lieutenant Governor a chance to answer that. But you heard him try to put to rest any questions here that are out about ballots that were postmarked by Election Day but received after Election Day, that they're already being segregated. And even though that number's ticked up, he doesn't see any situation in which it would impact this race.
Yeah, I think earlier Kate Baldwin, who was reporting out of Philadelphia, was saying that there were an estimated 20,000 provisional ballots in
Philly alone.
Yeah, in Philly alone.
Yep.
20,000 mail-in ballots there still to be counted, and about estimated 1,000 of those sequestered ballots. So what the Lieutenant Governor was saying, which I think is an important point that he was stressing with you, which is they say that they have already been segregating those ballots, and even if the Supreme Court was to say you can't use them, it wouldn't really amount to that much, given that there's maybe 3,000 or so of them statewide, 3,000 to even 4,000 of them statewide.
Right, even if it goes up a little bit.
Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Aaron, I want to go to David Chalian. I know you're going to try to get the Lieutenant Governor back. David, we want to talk with you about the decision-making process involved in calling a race. So where do things stand on that?
Yeah, I mean, just listening to the conversation you were just having and listening to the Lieutenant Governor, it's gathering all of this information about what is outstanding that is most crucial to our decision desk and others in terms of its calculation. So obviously you see that 13,000 and change lead that Joe Biden has, 13,707 votes at the moment that Joe Biden has over Donald Trump. As you know, Anderson, you were talking to Phil about it. It has been a steady march from a Donald Trump lead as all this vote by mail comes in, as more of the Democratic areas get that vote by mail in. It has allowed Joe Biden to overtake Donald Trump's lead. And we expect as more of that outstanding vote, which we think the great majority is vote by mail, and from some Democratic areas, that lead is likely to grow for Joe Biden and pad that margin that he has there. That will be meaningful in terms of decision making once we also get a fuller understanding of exactly, or as much of an approximation as possible, what is outstanding, what that universe is, because our decision team has to get to a very high level of confidence that the number 2 candidate in the race, right now Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, doesn't have a pathway to become the number 1 candidate in the race and overtake Joe Biden in the case in Pennsylvania right now. When the decision team can get to that very high level of confidence that that can't happen mathematically, that's when a projection gets made.
You're talking about a decision team. Just to explain to viewers, this is not you, me, and Jake sitting around and Wolf sitting around in a room and Aaron saying, oh, yeah, okay, let's call this thing. Who is this decision team?
That would be a terrible idea if that was the case. It's a really good question.
First of all, we all can't be in the same room together. It's just a rule around here.
That's true. No, it is a team of professional statisticians and some people that have long time worked with making projections in races. But these are people who are sort of in their own room purely looking at data and spreadsheets coming in and doing the models to get to that high level of confidence place. But these are people, I can't
spend a lot of time in that
I don't know
room.
how expert you are in math, but like these are people with real statistical expertise.
Don't talk to me like I'm a child. You know I'm terrible at math, so that's why you're talking to me.
Not at all.
No, I'm kidding. David, thanks very much. We'll continue to check in with you. We're getting word on new votes being counted, or I shouldn't say new votes. They are votes which have already been cast. They've just been counted, so new ballots that have been counted finally. Let's go back to Phil Mattingly. Understand about 1,000 of the votes that have been cast have now been counted.
Well, now we've got 6,000 new votes from Pinal County in Arizona right here. It's the 3rd largest county in the state, probably about 6% of the population here. I think let's actually start at the top line first. What you're watching and what you've been watching progressively over the course of the last 24 hours is Joe Biden's lead continue to narrow and has narrowed once again, now at 39,769 in the state of Arizona, round up to about 50%, 49%, still very, very tight. Those votes coming in Pinal County. President Trump getting 3,860 of the votes. Vice President Biden, 2,683. So what you're seeing...
So the lead narrowed by 1,000.
The lead narrowed by 1,000, yes, correct. What you're seeing, and I think this is kind of a good example of what's going on, is the smaller counties around Maricopa all still had outstanding vote. And we're starting to see all of that start to come in, maybe not to completion, but at least to some degree of what's outstanding. Again, the ball game in this state remains Maricopa County. That's what we're waiting for, about 140,000 votes in Maricopa County. How those votes come in will likely dictate how things go. And as we talked about last time, right now, based on the last batch that came in and the margin with which President Trump was able to win that batch, the Biden campaign would feel a little bit more comfortable about where they stand. But it underscores that there are red counties in this state, and those counties, unlike what we saw in Pennsylvania, unlike what we've been seeing in Wisconsin and Michigan, Pennsylvania currently, are not universally leaning Democratic just because of mail-in vote, because of how Arizona operates, because they've been doing mail-in vote for a long time. The timeline of when those ballots either were dropped off, mailed in. So the composition's a little bit different here. President Trump is continuing to shrink the margin. I think the biggest question outstanding, obviously, you look at the largest county in the state, 60% of the voting population, biggest outstanding vote as it currently stands, is does President Trump run out of time? Right. Does he run out of time and does he run out of vote? And right now, he probably needs to win, I would say probably maybe 54% of the outstanding vote here in Maricopa to be able to close the top line margin right now, and I think so that's what we're waiting for, and we'll wait and see if that actually happens.
So about 140,000 votes, 142,000 I think it is, just in Maricopa.
Yeah.
Do we know for the other
we can tick through and see what's outstanding. You got Cochise County, which obviously, I think the biggest thing right now is you're looking at the total outstanding vote in Maricopa, and it just dwarfs every other county that you go through here. So you can even tick through, you move into the rural counties, you have Graham County up here, it's just not a lot of vote. It's 14,000 total votes, 5% left outstanding, maybe pick up a couple thousand votes there. We just did Pinal. You can keep moving around, and it's the reality of this state is it's going to be Maricopa, and it's going to be how Maricopa breaks. That is going to decide where Arizona goes and whether or not it stays in Joe Biden's column and ends up in Joe Biden's column, or whether or not President Trump can close the gap.
I want to check in with our campaign correspondents, Arlette Saenz and Caitlin Collins. First, let's go to Arlette. Arlette, you're with the Biden campaign in Wilmington, Delaware. What are you hearing?
Well, Anderson, as the vote counting has stretched into the afternoon, Joe Biden and his campaign are closely and patiently watching these results, hoping that one of these states will soon put them over the top of 270 electoral votes. Now, Joe Biden has spent the day at home with his family and senior advisors watching these results and getting updates from his campaign as they've come in. But over the course of the past 24 hours, they have seen some hopeful signs, as you have seen Joe Biden overtake President Trump's leads in Georgia and Pennsylvania. When it comes to Arizona, the Biden campaign has been arguing for the past few days that they believed that the margins might shrink a bit, but they ultimately don't believe his position in that state is going to be overcome. Now, here at the Chase Center, you've seen a senior staff walking through the lobby of the hotel. You've also seen staff diligently working throughout the morning and afternoon, trying to put some finishing touches here on site where Joe Biden is expected to speak later this evening. In fact, up near the stage, you can see some Jeeps with camping chairs in their beds, potentially a place where some people can sit and watch the remarks that are expected to come from both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. But for now, the campaign is just patiently standing by, waiting to get more results. Anderson?
Do we know what time Vice President Biden would be speaking? Or I guess it obviously depends on when things are called.
Yeah, it might depend on when things are called. The only guidance we've kind of gotten for the time being is that he's expected to speak in prime times, but that is something we'll be keeping an eye on in the coming hours as we wait to see more as these results come in.
Yeah, Arlette Saenz in Wilmington, appreciate it. Let's go to Caitlin Collins in Washington. Caitlin, what are you hearing from the White House?
Well, Anderson, the president has also been watching a lot of television today, but in a much different reaction than what Joe Biden is likely having. We're hearing that he is angry and that he is frustrated, complaining that there is not enough people defending him on television, and he has issued a statement via the campaign a short while ago saying that they want to make sure legal ballots are counted and that illegal ballots are not counted, trying to really fine-tune the argument and the conspiracies that he was putting out yesterday from the briefing room as he has continued to make these baseless claims about this widespread voter fraud that he says exists, but his campaign has not been able to offer any proof. But Anderson, it doesn't appear they are getting close to backing down from that argument, because we have been told that the president is going to put Dave Bossie, who is his deputy campaign manager in 2016, in charge of leading this effort as they are going in to all of these states demanding recounts or filing lawsuits. So far, you know, that we've been seeing them do that, but it's kind of been this scattershot approach. So now they're trying to put someone, one person, singular, in charge of that. So we'll see how that goes. But it makes it clear that that is the route that they are going. And further evidence of that is that the vice president and other Trump allies have been calling and soliciting donations today for a legal defense fund, because, of course, it is expensive to ask for recounts. It is expensive to file these lawsuits, and the Trump campaign doesn't have a lot of money. We already know that. One thing that does not seem certain is whether or not we're going to see or hear from the president today. Last night, they scheduled that press conference pretty abruptly, and judging that Joe Biden is going to be speaking on cameras today, they are wondering if the president is also going to want to do that. But, of course, they're not really sure what it is that the president would say if he did come out. Anderson.
Yeah, Caitlin Collins, appreciate it. Thanks very much. We continue to follow the votes, continue to count the votes, bring you any updates that's warranted, whether Phil Mattingly. Let's go back to Aaron.
I mean, as we count these, ticking up bit by bit. You saw a little bit of a narrowing of the margin in Arizona. Let me just talk about this here, what the president's going to do tonight on the back of what Caitlin just said. Nia, let me ask you. The president has a decision to make. We all saw what happened last night. It was a disheartening moment. To understate it in terms of when he spoke. But now you have hours here preparing for Joe Biden's anticipated primetime address. And we don't know what he's going to say, if he's waiting for a call.
You know, I think President Trump does what he always does, which is to inflame things, which is to engage in conspiracy theories and lies, which is what he has been doing so far. He lied and said that if he didn't win, that the election was rigged. He lied and said that there was widespread cheating and voting fraud, voter fraud, and his followers believed him. And so now he is casting about with his allies for evidence of his lies, because he can cannot admit that he lied. So that is where we are. We're sort of in this suspended state because the president got us in this place because of his habit of lying. And so that is where we are. I imagine that when Biden comes out, the president will feel like he wants to come out too. But I think we know from this president over these last many years what he will say. There's more about this idea that somehow this was stolen and Philadelphia did something wrong and Detroit did something wrong with zero evidence.
Mike, we are now seeing, you know, in a sense, the meatloaf being made, and it's a beautiful thing to watch, right? You've got ballot cams everywhere. You see these numbers ticking up by 47 votes at one moment, right? We are seeing a level of detail. You're seeing an official in Georgia go to a podium and saying, "Wait a minute, I got to update my spreadsheet," and reading you, you know, to the ones every vote in every county. At what point, Mike, does someone say to the president, and I guess the bigger question here is there anyone who can successfully say to the president, it's time to change what you're saying?
Well, why should they? I mean, he has a legal right until everything has been certified, until every ballot has been counted. He has a legal right to find out what the count is and to challenge any irregularities that he sees in a court of law. And that goes up and down the system. I believe that for the sake of our democracy and for people who are conservatives who may wind up being on the other side of this, it's really important to follow that all the way through so that people see that a judge has ruled on something, that something is legal or it isn't legal, and everyone can have faith in the system. So I think calling on him to just quit, I think, is actually really dangerous because that is telling his people, don't follow the law and go to court.
Of course.
You know, just kind of give up. And that's going to anger them.
Of course, no one's talking about legal challenges, right? He's saying it's corrupt and it's rigged, and if he doesn't win, people are cheating and, you know, leveling all sorts of things which are categorically false, right?
Well,
so that's what I'm talking about.
But there's always a message component to this, right? So let's look at Bill Nelson in Florida in 2018, who filed 25 lawsuits when he lost to Rick Scott. That happens all the time. There's a legal component of this, and then there's a messaging component to this, which was talked about earlier by Dana Bash.
The messaging component is the
part
problem.
of what this does.
So David, let me give you a chance to weigh in on this.
There's a court of public opinion that the messaging component matters for.
Yeah, I just think that we're missing a piece,
David.
Mike. We're just missing one piece here, which is that what the president hasn't acknowledged in any way, right, is that Democrats overwhelmingly participated in this election in voting by mail, right? So that there is logic to the notion that on Tuesday night, he had leads in states where the election day vote was the first vote tabulated, such as in Georgia, such as in Pennsylvania. And then when the vote by mail got tabulated, it makes sense that since we know that those voters were very much a majority, a preponderance of them were Democrats and voting for Biden, that Biden would eat into the lead he had built up in those states because of the method of voting, right? I mean, there's no acknowledgement from the president that he thinks it's not vote counting. He thinks it's stealing an election. That is not stealing an election to count the legally cast votes in the method that they were cast, right, Mike?
Well, yeah, right. And when they're counted, we will know that. And so the messaging won't match what the legal part of this is. But if you're trying to build support, look, I think they should build more support with Republicans. They should be coming out with actual sort of benchmark cases or issues, irregularities that they've seen that they can build support for and say, hey, guys, this happened, and have everyone go, yeah, well, that needs to be investigated. We haven't seen enough of that for Republicans to sort of rally behind, and I encourage them to do that as they do this sort of public component of pushing their legal case. In the end, there will be, I think it's important to point out, there will be a legal decision at the end of this. And so don't get confused between what is publicly being said and what the legal part of this is. And you can attack the president for making his case publicly, but in the end, this is all going to be done.
Well, to be clear, he is, and just I do want to make it clear, though, he has leveled charges with absolutely none of what you're saying, right? There's been no evidence of anything that he has put behind it, and that is very significant at a very tense moment for the country.
There is evidence of irregularities. There is, the party chair, Ronna McDaniel, came out today and had a press conference and listed out some of the irregularities. Some of them may have been by accident. That happens all the time in elections where people lose ballots and then they get counted. And those, well, of course. But sometimes, and the question is, are there enough of them? But to have confidence in the system, we all have to be on the same page. As we were saying a week ago, everyone was saying every vote has to be counted, but have patience, wait for the process to play out. I think we all have to keep saying that. Even if
Which is why
Joe
the
Biden
President of the
wins,
United
he
States should
want
not
that.
say that the election's being stolen. Precisely for
Right.
what you're saying, Mike, that's why you should call on the president to not be out there saying that this election has been stolen.
Well, I do. Look, I think as someone who's been through a lot of recounts, most of the lawyers involved would say don't jump to a conclusion. Don't say it's been fraud. Don't say anything. Follow the path of where these irregularities are and take them to court, and don't presuppose it, because if it comes out in court they were fraud, then you have a case to make. And so that would be my advice.
Karen, let me give you a final word.
Sure. Look, I mean, I think the important thing here is that the legal quote-unquote strategy, which there really, as we have said, there is not much, there's not seem to be any underpinnings to that, is being used as a messaging strategy designed to undermine our confidence in the system. That's part of what is so troubling and problematic. I mean, Mike, I've been in those tough rooms too. I was on that call in the wee hours of the morning in 2016 when we were trying to make this decision. And, Barack Obama called Hillary Clinton and said, you can't do this. We can't put the country through this. So there is a point at which, you're right, let's follow the law. Let's make sure we count every vote. But there will come that moment where the president will have to decide to put the country ahead of himself. And I think that is where many of us do not have confidence that he will do so while he is behaving in this destructive manner at the same time, which is really damaging our democracy in ways that frankly, the American people who showed up in such powerful numbers during this coronavirus pandemic don't deserve that.
All right. Thank you all very much. And we're going to go to Arizona, where the votes keep moving, as I say, hour by hour. Biden's lead has been shrinking there. Can President Trump catch up? We'll be right back.
So his lead has been tightening. Former Vice President Joe Biden is still ahead in Arizona as the votes are being counted still, but President Trump has been cutting into Biden's lead. I want to go to our Kyung La, who's standing by in Phoenix. So what's the latest, Kyung?
Well, we're starting to see more of the other counties outside of the one that I'm in reporting. And what we're seeing is continued tightening in this race. So the latest numbers that we have from the Secretary of State shows that the separation between the former vice president and President Trump is just under 40,000 votes here in Arizona. That's 1.5 percentage points. So it's very tight. So when I speak to sources here in the state, political sources, both on the Democratic side and on the GOP side, they both say frayed nerves. It is exceptionally tight. The expectation is that it will continue to tighten. But what they are looking at are the ballots that are coming out of here. You can see that this machine has been going throughout the day here in Maricopa County. This is where Phoenix is. This is the county where you have to win, and what they're looking for are those margin jumps. And those margin jumps, according to a GOP source here, Anderson, not quite big enough to help the president overtake the lead. But again, we get one more data released tonight of ballots, so we have to see what's going to happen in about 5 hours or so.
Yeah, Kyung, I appreciate it. Thanks very much. Joining me now is Katie Hobbs, Arizona's Secretary of State. Secretary Hobbs, thanks so much for taking time out to talk to us. I know how busy you are. How is the vote counting going in Arizona? When do you expect to have, I guess, a final result?
It's going as expected. We're around 270,000 ballots left in the state. 137,000 of those are in Maricopa County. And as you just heard, they're going to update more vote totals from today's tabulations tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. And that should bring their total down below 100,000 ballots. They've been doing about 60 to 70,000 at a time. So that's what we're probably looking at tonight. And they have told us they expect to be counting through the weekend and should have pretty much everything except for provisional ballots wrapped up this weekend.
You said, I just want to be clear, so 250 to 270,000 outstanding ballots, outstanding votes in the entire state. And you said about 130,000 in Maricopa County?
Yes.
Can you say some of the other counties that have high numbers left?
Sure. Pinal is sitting around 34,000. Pinal's between Maricopa and Pima County. Pima's at about 25,000. Those are the biggest outstanding. Apache County up in the northeast corner is at close to 10,000. And then Cochise in the southeast corner is also close to 10,000.
And you said the next batch, which we're expecting, Kim was saying, in several hours, is that going to be statewide or is that going to be from one particular county?
The counties have been updating as they get batches to update and posting the totals throughout the day. Maricopa's been doing theirs at 7 p.m. Arizona time daily, and so that'll be the biggest batch of ballots that you see being posted today.
You filed an amicus brief. Just what is the latest on that?
So this is the so-called Sharpiegate lawsuit, and our amicus brief focuses on the timelines that statutorily election officials have to meet. What happened when the lawsuit was filed was the plaintiffs asked for an expedited schedule, and now they're clearly trying to drag it out to delay our official canvasses, the counties, and then the state's official canvasses of the election results.
Secretary Katie Hobbs, I appreciate all your time. Thank you. Up next, the latest on the ballot count in all the key battleground states where we are keeping an eye on it. The latest numbers ahead. All eyes on Pennsylvania right now as Joe Biden's lead there has grown through most of the day, and it continues to. The Commonwealth's 20 decisive electoral votes draw closer, and the president's campaign launches a new legal challenge hoping to regain the advantage.
And that's exactly, obviously, what they're doing, Anderson. But if trends continue, as we look at the numbers, it would be enough to put Biden over the top.
Yeah, we're going to have the latest on the count there and in 3 other states where Biden is leading, but by no means running away with it. Georgia, for one, especially tight, likely heading for a recount.
And also, we're going to be looking ahead to tonight. As Anderson and I have been telling you, this is going to be a big night, more votes coming in. And the question is whether the former vice president will still address the nation if the race still hasn't been called yet. And checking at the White House on the president's thinking on the state of the race from his side, Anderson.
Yeah, it's a lot. That is on top of the history-making potential of the first woman as vice president. Of course, the raging pandemic surrounding all of it. Let's go over to Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall. So some new numbers in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, new numbers in Pennsylvania, and I'm excited to show you this because it underscores what we've been talking about in I think kind of the most acute manner, and that is these new numbers that came into Pennsylvania came into Westmoreland County down here south of Pittsburgh, and this is a county. Let's look at the top line first. Joe Biden has now added to his lead. He's added to his lead a little shy of 500-600 votes. Joe Biden added to his lead in a county that when you pull this up, President Trump is doing extremely well in. Look at the margin. This is the top line margin of the county. Westmoreland County, this was one of his biggest counties back in 2016. Sought to replicate that this time around. The margin pretty substantial here, 63.6% to 35.1%. And yet, the vote that was counted, that was just reported, came in 61% for Vice President Biden, 37% for Donald Trump.
Now, somebody who believes there's shenanigans going on is going to say, well, how is that possible given that President Trump has such a lead in that county?
I want to show this to you. This will actually be a good way of demonstrating this. So let's track back just through this county. So this is a tool we have our great team put together where you can go back in time and kind of show people how this goes through. So Wednesday at midnight, you look at the margin, 69% to 29%, only 54% reporting. And then watch how it plays out. Starts to drop a little bit, stays, starts to drop a lot. Now, the question is, why does it start to drop a lot in a stronghold county for President Trump, where in 2016, this almost single-handedly made up his margin? It starts to drop a lot because they start counting mail-in vote. This has been the story throughout Pennsylvania in the Midwest. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, they count in-person election day vote first. That went heavily Republican. And even in President Trump's strongholds, once they started counting mail-in ballots, just because it's a stronghold doesn't mean Democrats live here, don't live here. Democrats vote. There's 69,000 of them at this point in time. You can keep ticking through. But the reality is, even though we've been talking about strongholds like Philadelphia, moving into the collar counties as well, it's not just those places where Joe Biden is picking up vote now. Joe Biden across the state is picking up vote because it's mail-in ballots. Democrats voted by mail-in ballots. So even in a stronghold for President Trump, like Westmoreland County, a new batch of vote comes in, and Joe Biden picks up votes, and that is the story across the state right now. So when you talk about, pull it back out and you take a look at 14,281 votes ahead right now for Joe Biden, you know, there's about 112,000 votes left outstanding. We're not just talking about Democratic strongholds where Joe Biden is running up big margins, and he is. He's winning those places, sometimes 85, 86% of the vote that comes in. We're also talking about red counties, President Trump strongholds, where Joe Biden is pulling in 60% of what's being reported.
Right.
So if President Trump needs to pull in on net somewhere between 53 and 54% of the outstanding vote to try and make that up, you say 14,000 votes. That's not a lot. Well, here's a big problem. When this county with this margin comes in and Joe Biden is winning 60% of the batch that comes in, that underscores the issue that President Trump is dealing with, and the reason that that is happening is because of how they count. They have been counting mail-in ballots last. Mail-in ballots have been leaning heavily Democratic, even in places like Westmoreland County, where President Trump has a nearly 30-point margin.
And we're still in a situation where Philly, about 20,000 mail-in ballots left to be counted. Allegheny County, some 35,000 still to be reported.
Yeah, and so the perspective is, you know, this is a nearly 30-point margin. Tick over to Allegheny, where you have 35,000 ballots remaining, and look at that margin. And Allegheny County, for the mail-in ballots that have been coming in, because they've been coming in leaning Democratic, because most Democrats voted by mail in this state, has been actually going 77% to Joe Biden. And so all this makes pretty clear right now why Democrats feel comfortable about where they are in the state and the trajectory of where these votes are going to go heading forward. That's the mail-in ballots as they count. Obviously, we've got to start to try and figure out where provisionals stand. We've got to figure out what's being segregated, all of those things. But I think the bottom line here, and the reason why I was happy that this was the batch that we got in, is it underscores that it's not just Democratic strongholds where this vote is coming from, right? It's coming from all over because of how the vote's being counted, when it's being counted, and how these votes were cast. And what's being counted right now is mail-in, and mail-in's leaning Democrat, even if it's a conservative county.
I think I just saw the numbers move
ticked up again.
Yeah, it ticked up again. So there were, I mean, as they're reporting in small batches at this point.
Yeah, it depends. Look, I was here all morning, late night all morning, and we got little pieces of Philadelphia as it came in. You know, there's still 5% outstanding. Kate Baldwin was kind of walking us through that. You were talking, I think, 20, 30,000 is what you were saying.
Yeah, 20,000 provisional ballots, 20,000 mail-in ballots in Philly, and 1,000 segregated ballots.
Segregated ballots, and I think Kate said they still thought they'd have a drop of 2,000 or 3,000 mail-in ballots as well coming out of Philadelphia. You can kind of tick through on the collar counties and see what's outstanding. You've got Montgomery County, obviously Democratic stronghold. You got about 5% outstanding. And so it's just kind of how each county is deciding to process and report. And, you know, a good example of that, we hadn't seen anything from Westmoreland in a while. They report. Now they're at 95%. Joe Biden's still taking 60% in a Republican stronghold.
Yeah, I want to check in with the campaigns. Arlette Saenz and Caitlin Collins. Let's first go to Wilmington, Delaware. Arlette, how confident is the Biden campaign at this point? I mean, obviously, they have even more access to numbers. They've been seeing the trend lines. What is their plan just for the next several hours?
Well, Anderson, Joe Biden and his campaign are all watching these results coming in very closely. They've seen those signs of hope over the past 24 hours as Biden has kind of widened his lead over President Trump in states like Georgia and Pennsylvania. And for the time being, Joe Biden is still slated to speak here, expected to speak here in Wilmington, Delaware. But the question is whether they might reevaluate that if that race does not get called heading into the evening hours. You know, Joe Biden has been spending his day at home with his family and his senior advisors, watching these results come in, getting updates from his campaign about where things stand. But they've been keeping this close eye as they've seen some of these votes coming in their favor in these hours stretching into the afternoon. And they're really closely watching the state of Pennsylvania, where a win would not just be a strategic win, but also a personal one for Joe Biden. That is the state where he was born, spending his childhood in Scranton, Pennsylvania. He invested a lot of his personal time in the closing days of this campaign, trying to get the votes out there in his native state. But right now, it's really a game and a theme of patience for the Biden campaign as they are waiting to see and hoping to see that one of these states will help them get to that magic 270 number.
He's going to be having he's supposed to talk, they want to have a talk in prime time this evening. Is that going to happen regardless of whether Pennsylvania has been called or not?
They haven't given any indication of whether their plans have changed, but here on site there has been quite a bit of activity over the course of the day as staff has been preparing for this expected remarks from not just the former vice president, but also his running mate Kamala Harris, which would be the first time that we are hearing from her since Election Day. So you've seen staffers up there on that stage. You've seen them rearranging some of the Jeeps and trucks that are centered right in front of the stage where these remarks are expected to happen. But for the time being, we haven't gotten any indication whether they might be reconsidering whether he gives remarks later this evening.
Okay, Arlette, thanks very much. Caitlin, what are you hearing out of the White House?
Well, it's interesting hearing you ask if they're still going to speak, even if they haven't called Pennsylvania yet for Joe Biden, because basically what we're hearing is that even if they do call Pennsylvania for Joe Biden and he comes out and gives this acceptance speech tonight, the president is not prepared to concede this race. He has no plans to do so. He has told people that even if it becomes clear that Biden is on this path to victory and the president is not, that there is no concession speech prepared right now. And even the president has acknowledged in some private conversations that the math just isn't there for him right now, but they are still moving forward with what they believe is going to be a prolonged court battle. As I noted, they put Dave Bossie in charge of that, and they believe that is going to take several weeks. So they feel like they've got a little bit of time here to figure out exactly what it is they're going to do. And the president believes that in that matter of time, he's going to continue to sow doubt about the outcome of these results, whatever they are, if they are not in his favor, of course, as we've seen. And it's interesting, Anderson, because the position that they're in right now, where the president is obviously upset, he is frustrated, and speaking with his advisors, is they had never really prepared for this. Obviously, I don't think a lot of incumbent presidents talk to their aides at length about potentially losing the election, but the president and his aides really never did that. It is obviously a delicate subject for him, and the pattern that we've seen with the president is when something is a delicate subject, something like Russia, people just don't bring it up with him, and that is exactly what happened here with losing. So this is something that the president truly was not prepared for, and it doesn't appear to have set in with him yet. It does appear to have set in with some of his aides, who we are told, there's a bit of a frenzied atmosphere in the West Wing right now where people are wondering what is their next job going to be? What are they going to do? How long are they going to stick around as this court battle is going on? So that'll be something to watch. Does everyone stay in the West Wing while they're going through this court battle and contesting the outcome of these results, whatever they may be?
So you're hearing that there's folks in the West Wing of the White House, people who work in the White House, who are already thinking about where the exit door is.
Exactly. There are people in the president's inner circle, the Hope Hicks, the Dan Scavinos, those types. They're focused on dealing with the president, managing his anger, I'm told. But there are a lot of other people who are not particularly close with the president who are trying to figure out what is their next job going to be, because people believed the president was going to win. He has this ability where, when he gets impeached, he somehow survives. He gets COVID and he's out of the hospital a few days later. They really truly thought he was going to win re-election. So now they are having to recalculate and decide what is their next job going to be and what is it like going into the job market, not from a normal White House where typically you've got a lot of offers, but coming from the Trump White House where it's proven to be more difficult to land yourself in the private sector.
Yeah. Caitlin Collins, appreciate it. Thanks very much. We'll continue to check in with you. Let's go back to Aaron. Aaron?
All right, Anderson. So, Pennsylvania, waiting for these votes to trickle in. Brian Todd is in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County. Brian, so we just saw the tick here in terms of vote count go up between 500-600 votes in favor of Joe Biden for the statewide margin. Where you are, though, 35,000 votes outstanding. It is a big chunk of change. Where are we in terms of finding out how those go?
Aaron, we could be maybe about an hour away from getting some of the first results of that count that you're talking about, those 35,000 plus mail-in votes that some of them were postmarked before Election Day, some were postmarked on Election Day. They're arriving, and they didn't start counting them until after Election Day. And what's really cool about this, Aaron, is that, in some of these places, you do get great access. We have great access here. This is the elections warehouse here in Pittsburgh. Look at these people, like they're inches behind me. These are the people doing the most critical work. They're called the return board. They're counting ballots right now. Right now, the ballots that we're told they're counting are from military members and overseas people who have registered to vote in this county. Earlier, they went through damaged ballots. They went through about 3,000 damaged ballots out of the 35,000 outstanding. We are told that they have about 3,500 military and overseas ballots that they're going through. And then in about an hour's time, we hope to get the first results. And they're going to start counting about 29,000 other ballots. These are ballots that had wrong information put on them. They're being kind of segregated. They had wrong information put on them when they were mailed out. That was corrected. They were remailed to people, and then people mailed them back. But because of that issue, by court order, they've got to be counted starting at 5 o'clock today. And quickly, Aaron will show you just, again, great access here. This is what makes it so much fun. This lady in the red here is an observer. They have observers here just a couple of feet behind them. Really transparent process here. And here's some more transparency. Our photojournalist Jay McMichael is going to show you there are cameras everywhere. You see those monitors up there? Those are from cameras that are mounted all over this room. So between the cameras, looking at every position, and these monitors here, you're getting not only great access, but real transparency here, Aaron. We hope to see some results very soon.
All right. Thank you very much, Brian Todd, and we all hope for those results because those will matter, of course, as we watch this margin move. I want to go to Sarah Murray, who is live in Philadelphia. Sarah, what is the very latest you understand as to where they are for more votes coming out?
Well, look, there's just under 96% of the mail-in vote counted across Pennsylvania. So we're getting into, these smaller numbers, but still decent pots of votes. As Brian Todd said, you have that chunk in Allegheny County that they're going to be turning to. Here in Philadelphia, we know they had about 40,000 votes left as of this afternoon, and they kind of warned us here in Philly that it would take a little bit of time to go through these. Some of these are similar to what Brian was talking about over in Allegheny County. They're votes that need to be reviewed, that may have some issues with them. It just takes a little bit longer to go through the hand count of them. They have provisional ballots they have to go through. They have military and overseas ballots. So, we saw some of these chunks of votes coming through at a pretty quick pace over the last couple of days. But we're hearing in Philadelphia, and we're also hearing in some of these smaller counties, it's these last batches that take a little bit longer. Things that need to be reviewed, things that need to be hand counted, that kind of thing. And that's, I think, why we're not seeing these numbers move through quite as quickly as we got used to seeing the last few days. Now, we did just get a press release from the Secretary of State pointing out what we know. The vast majority of these mail-in ballots have been counted. She says counties are now turning to counting their provisional ballots. As of right now, the Secretary of State's office has not released a number for provisional ballots statewide or for those segregated ballots, the ballots that came in after 8 p.m. on Election Day to 5 p.m. today. Now, we know that they're talking to all the counties, as are we at CNN, trying to figure out those counts, but so far they haven't released statewide numbers for those.
All right, Sarah, thank you very much. So waiting. There's overall numbers we're not yet sure of. And of course, waiting as these votes are tabulated and they come in, what changes to that margin in Pennsylvania, all important, crucial margin right now, 14,281 votes in Joe Biden's favor. David Gergen joins me now. And David, you have been in these moments. You have worked with so many presidents. The reporting you just heard from Caitlin Collins at the White House, from President Trump, acknowledging to some allies he recognizes the math won't work in his favor, but maintaining that a prolonged court battle will sow enough doubt to allow him to refuse to accept this election. That is the mindset of the President of the United States right now. As Joe Biden, with this lead in Pennsylvania, is primed to make a speech to the nation tonight. He may be declared the victor by then, he may not. What does he do at this moment?
Well, first of all, Aaron, it's very important to remember the tradition, and that is that the loser is normally the one who calls the winner, has a private phone call, and then goes before the public to make a gracious concession speech and promise to do everything he can to help the next president of the United States. And of course, we have instead a very childish response, irresponsible response from our current incumbent. Under these circumstances, I think it would really be helpful if the president were to go on a double track. He has every right to go file lawsuits and make his complaints, but he is also the president for the next 11 weeks. And during that period of time, if there's going to be a transfer of power, as there is, I think now, and I think it may be peaceful, it's extremely important for Joe Biden to have the time to form his own government, and by the way, tap into those funds that are made available to the new president and his transition team in order to get ready to take over on January 20th. Those are the wheels that ought to be in motion tonight. Even as they go on with the lawsuits, they ought to do this other. Under the circumstances, I think Joe Biden has to come out and set his own tone for the country. If Donald Trump is not being gracious, Joe Biden must be extra gracious.
So should he,
David,
should he tonight go ahead and give that speech? I'm sorry, I didn't mean, but they announced they were going to give this address, and we don't have a whole lot of detail on whether that plan would change. if we don't yet know a victor tonight. Should Joe Biden speak regardless to the nation?
It's a hard question. I think now that he's pretty far down that track, he should go ahead and speak. We knew in the morning when he got up and said he was going to give a speech, we knew the day was going to have uncertainties and probably wouldn't end with a full declaration of a victor. So yeah, I think he ought to go ahead with it. But it ought to be longer. It shouldn't be just a perfunctory 1 or 2 minutes. It ought to be about a 5 to 10 minute speech, short but gracious, saying what we do know, what we don't know, how he's going to try to help pull us through, that this may be a difficult time for everybody, but he promises to do everything he can to create a good and respectful. He wants to be respectful of his opponents. Begin setting a tone for the transition. He doesn't have to do everything. There's a lot we don't know. We don't know how he's going to handle the pandemic, for example. Does he take some responsibility for the pandemic, for the stimulus bill, or does he stand back from it all? That's a hard question. But I do think tone is what's really important, and for Americans to feel reassured that there's an adult in the room who's now going to be our president.
And what role do senior Republicans play right now when it comes to what we heard from the president last night, right, where he talked about corruption, it being stolen from him? And, you know, you do hear Republicans, you know, people, the likes of Chris Christie saying those words were unacceptable, and others. But what needs to happen now? Does that need to be louder and more coordinated?
Yes, but to both questions. Yeah, it has to be done behind the scenes, very quietly, to get to the president. The Lindsey Grahams, you know, have to get off television and start trying to help negotiate this peacefully. You know, go ahead with the lawsuits, but also keep your other eye on how are we going to govern the country when this is over? What kind of transition do we make? And those Republicans, for the sake of their own party, but more importantly, for the sake of the country, have to be important to bringing us back together. When Nixon was forced out, it was both parties went to him and encouraged him to leave, and he realized that the jig was up and he had to go. So, you know, the Republicans, they don't have to do this all publicly, but they do need to do it to deliver the word. We don't want to spend the next 4 years with Donald Trump being a sort of a petulant, you know, leader and a shadow president. And that's where it looks like where he's heading. He doesn't want to get off the public stage.
All right. Thank you very much, David Gergen. Next, the latest on that Republican-led lawsuit as we talk about these. This one was announced late today over those mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania, where Joe Biden does hold a growing lead at this moment. We're also going to have a top Republican lawyer join us on the merits, if any, of that case.
With Joe Biden's lead growing in Pennsylvania, Republicans are going to the courts to try and stem the tide. We've been talking about the potential impact of their challenge in the courts, or lack of impact, since the story broke a short time ago. A new Republican legal challenge. Jim Sciutto joins us now with that. So what are you learning about this new challenge?
All right, so just right off the top, we should note, you'll hear these sometimes described by Republicans as late arriving ballots. But by Pennsylvania law, they are not late arriving because the law allows them to arrive up to 3 days after Election Day, at least as it stands now. But let's walk through what they're trying here. So lawyers for Pennsylvania Republicans are asking the Supreme Court to order the state to, quote, log, segregate, and otherwise not take any action on ballots received 3 days after the election. Again, these are ballots which the Pennsylvania Supreme Court said could be counted as long as they arrive 3 days after Election Day, even if the postmark is illegible. Here is the new GOP claim. I'm quoting here. Given the results of the November 3rd, 2020 general election, the vote in Pennsylvania may well determine the next president of the United States, and it is currently unclear whether all 67 county boards of elections are segregating late arriving ballots. See that phrase again, late arriving. It's not by law. But to be clear, the Pennsylvania Secretary of State has directed these ballots to be segregated. Pennsylvania's Lieutenant Governor, he was on our air a short time ago, made clear that state officials did this preemptively, complying with what he called a legal maneuver by the state GOP. The idea being, let's set them aside, so if there is some legal trouble for those, they won't affect other mail-in ballots. State officials also say that the total number of ballots that arrived in Pennsylvania after Election Day within that 3-day window is too small actually to affect the outcome. In the new filing, Republicans, they argue this. They say the Secretary of State issued two different sets of guidance. First, that the ballots at issue be segregated, but a second one that allows them to be counted. I should remind everyone that prior to the election, Republicans twice challenged this Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision, which allowed these ballots to arrive after Election Day. They went all the way to the Supreme Court, but the court let the state court decision stand for now while the case continues. I should note as well that the Trump campaign is trying to intervene in the case, but the court has not yet ruled on that request. So two big headlines there. State law as it stands there, it allows them to come up to 3 days after Election Day as long as they were postmarked before. This challenge isn't new, but you never know. And there was a conservative justice or two in the Supreme Court decision that seemed to leave open the door to challenge those late arriving ballots as the Republicans claim them to be. But again, the other caveat, Democrats in the state say it's too small a number of votes to affect the outcome. So that's where it stands right now.
It's confusing, though. Just to be clear, the state is saying they segregated. They preemptively, without even this court ruling, segregated those ballots that would be arriving legally, but after Election Day, there's a 3-day window where that ballots can arrive, that they segregated them. Do we know, the Republicans are saying in the court, well, maybe in some counties they got an instruction that they could actually count those. Does that mean that the vote counts that we are getting have some of these segregated ballots in it in some of these counties, or do we not know?
That's the Republican claim. State officials say, we set them aside, we shrink wrap them right over here for the very purpose to prevent any legal challenges to, adulterate, if you want to call it that, the other many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, in fact, of mail-in ballots that came in before the Election Day. So that's what state officials are saying. They said it on this air. Republicans are claiming otherwise, and like with all these things, it'll work its way through the courts.
As it should. Jim Sciutto, appreciate it. I want to bring in longtime Republican lawyer Ben Ginsberg. He was George W. Bush's lawyer for the 2000 election and the recount. Mr. Ginsberg, thanks so much for being. What do you make of, first of all, the president's overall posture right now? His rhetoric, his claims of fraud, which he's really offered no evidence for, and these lawsuits that his allies are pursuing right now.
In terms of his overall posture, Anderson, I think he's running into a problem making these claims about the election because there were such lack of credibility claims made before the election. In other words, he said our elections were rigged and fraudulent. There was no proof for that. He had the Republican National Committee and various Republican parties go out and file a series of suits, none of which tried to make it easier for people to vote. And so now in the post-election period, they're a bit hoisted on their own petard for the positions taken beforehand. But the president's overall position is consistent now with what it was before the election.
And just to be clear for our viewers, you have spent a very remarkable and illustrious career focusing on elections, focusing on ballots, focusing on in polling stations. I imagine you've been to more polling stations than most Americans would ever even want to get near. So you're coming at, and you're a Republican, you're coming at this from a lifetime, a career's worth of experience. When you hear this challenge now in Pennsylvania about segregated ballots, I'm not sure, I mean, it seems like there's a difference in argument. One is the Republicans are saying, well, some of these segregated ballots were actually counted, and it seems like the state is saying, well, no, they were segregated. Do we know what the reality is?
I don't think we know the reality in each of the counties. But the essential point throughout this lawsuit is, number one, it is a valid legal question about whether votes received after the election should be counted, and secondarily, whether it is a task for the legislature or a state Supreme Court. Those are valid legal issues. But for this election, it's not valid to throw out those votes and not count them, simply because the voters all relied on the 3-day after the election deadline. And courts have always frowned on disenfranchising voters because of things that election administrators said in their roles.
So to those Republicans who say, well, look, a law, laws are laws, and even if it's, it's unfortunate, those laws should be obeyed to the detriment of somebody who has cast a vote, even if it was cast in good faith, you say what?
Well, I say for something like this, the broad-based rule, where the state law, and the Supreme Court did not interfere with this law, said that ballots could be received up to 3 days after the election if postmarked on Election Day, that you actually have to let those votes count. In individual recount situations, like we're about to see in a number of states, you will get into the issue of whether the laws should be strictly interpreted in the marking of ballots or whether the intent of the voter, if clear but not precisely done, should prevail. But that's a different issue from what's being said about these late arriving, about the ballots that come in after Election Day.
When you have a client like the President of the United States who is clearly upset right now and wants to see action on as many fronts as possible, as an attorney, I'm wondering what that experience is like. And at a certain point, does the fact that the number of these segregated ballots, even if they were all thrown out by the courts and ruled invalid, would not affect the actual outcome of the election? Should that be taken into account? And should the court take that into account?
Well, the court undoubtedly will take that into account, especially the Supreme Court. I don't think the U.S. Supreme Court would jump in to consider the validity of these particular ballots for this election under any circumstances if there aren't enough to change the outcome.
Ben Ginsberg, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Up next, we're going to get an update on the race in Georgia. The Secretary of State saying that this afternoon there's a recount is likely. We'll talk about that with Atlanta's mayor coming up. We're watching the votes being counted. A lot of moving numbers in these critical battleground states. A big one we're focused on right now is Georgia, of course. Phil Mattingly is at the Magic Wall. Let's go over there and see what's going on.
It's tight. It's tight, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. As it currently stands, Joe Biden, 1,563 votes ahead.
99%.
99% reporting. We're now in a universe of votes, not including provisionals and military ballots, that's roughly, it's got to be under 10,000. It's definitely under 10,000 right now. I think the biggest batch that we've been waiting for, and we've been waiting for it most of the day, but we respect everybody who's taking the time to count those votes, is come over here to Gwinnett County. We know Gwinnett County has about 4,500 votes outstanding that they need to count, process, and then release. And you look at the margin in Gwinnett County, you understand it's a Democratic county. It will likely break Democratic based on what we've seen and the trends that we've seen. And it may break even at a bigger margin than this. But I think the reality right now in the state is it's going to a recount at some point. We heard the election officials talking about it earlier in the day. And I think the one wild card that we don't have a full picture on yet is provisional ballots and the military ballots outstanding as well. There are about 18,000 of those, I believe, if I have my numbers right off the top of my head.
Right. We heard from an official in Georgia earlier who said that there are 8,410 votes that could have been postmarked and returned today.
That they were waiting for to add on.
Yes, but that's not saying that that's like the upper limit. It could be anywhere up to 8,410 votes that could have been postmarked.
On top of the 18,000 that they've already brought in. So that's obviously military ballots, overseas ballots as well. And they made clear that of the 8,000, of that pool of 8,000 left, it won't be 8,000, it won't be 0. It'll end up being somewhere in the middle. So to give you a sense of the universe that we're working with right now and how little vote is outstanding, provisional ballots, military ballots don't often have the ability in and of themselves to shift a race, and these could. So we'll see where that goes and how that ends up. I do think, though, the biggest thing that we're looking for right now is Gwinnett County, when it comes in, and how that goes, if it goes to Biden or if it goes bigger. Yeah. And if it goes bigger because it's vote by mail, and vote by mail over the course of several states over the course of the last couple of days has gone fairly heavily to Joe Biden. So we'll see if Joe Biden can pad his lead before they factor in military and overseas and provisionals as well.
So many states to watch. Phil, thanks very much. Aaron, it is fascinating. I'm very curious to see if, depending on if and when Pennsylvania is called, whether or not Joe Biden will speak if the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania hasn't been called for him.
Yeah, that is the crucial thing, right? Because he said he was going to speak, so now it's very hard to not do it. And then it's what sort of speech should you give? Big questions for him. All right, Anderson, thank you. So now let's go to the mayor of Atlanta, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. What do you think, Mayor, about where we are in Georgia? Obviously, it is an incredibly narrow margin right now for Joe Biden, 1,585 votes. Officials in your state were laying out, look, there's more than 8,000 overseas military ballots left to be counted. There are still votes left to be counted. But when all is said and done, do you believe Georgia truly will be a Biden state?
I absolutely believe it. This is our year. I've known for a while that Georgia was trending blue, and every opportunity I've had, I've said it to Joe Biden. I even said it during my conversation with him during the Vet for VP, that I believe that this was our year, and now the world sees it. So I know it's going to be a thin margin, but we're used to close elections. My race for mayor was 832 vote difference out of almost 100,000 votes. I've been saying that to people all week, that we needed to show up because it was going to be close, and this is what we're seeing.
So I want to ask you about a recount. When you look at the rules as I understand them, there is no automatic recount in the state of Georgia. A candidate can request one, though, after certification if the margin is 0.5% or less. Now, obviously, currently it is. But we've got more votes to come in. How confident are you that a recount can be avoided? And to be clear, the Trump campaign has already said that they want a recount, right? They're going to push one. Do you think it can be avoided or not?
And also my understanding that Senator Kelly Loeffler is going to help fund that recount in Georgia, which is interesting given where she is in the runoff. But I'm confident that a recount will show that Joe Biden has taken Georgia. And also, if it gives people the confidence that they need in the integrity of this election, I think that we should have a recount. But it's going to be a close one, but we are blue.
So Senator Kamala Harris obviously already has made history as the first Black and Asian woman to, be on the vice presidential ticket, to be on receive the nomination. If these numbers hold, if they do nationally, she will be the next vice president. If they hold in Georgia, she could very well be. It's a crucial part of the puzzle here. Can you take a moment to reflect on that and what that means to you?
This is an historical election. And to have Senator Harris join the ticket and for us to be a part of changing the history of this country, I think really speaks to the legacy of John Lewis and Joseph Lowery and Dr. C.T. Vivian, all three great giants who we lost this year in our state. It's a great year. And this really is the most important election of my lifetime and so many others. And to have Kamala Harris be a part of this historic moment makes it even more special.
All right, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Of course, as we have more counting and the situation unfolds in the state of Georgia. She mentioned Senator Loeffler in Georgia, and we have had so much attention, of course, rightfully so, on the White House. But I don't want to lose sight of these crucial Senate races. Senator Loeffler involved in one of them. The Senate and control of the Senate is hanging in the balance, and this means everything to what the next president will be able to do legislatively. Everything. So let's go to Brianna Keilar. Brianna, where do things stand right now?
All right, well, let's take a look, Aaron, at the balance of power and what Democrats would need to do in order to shift it. You can see there are 51 seats that they would need in the Senate at this point in time. So there's one narrow pathway to get there, and that would be that if Joe Biden were president, they actually only need 50 because Kamala Harris could then be the tie-breaking vote as the vice president in a Senate that is divided 50-50. So how would they get to 50-50? Part of it, a lot of it is running right through Georgia, and that has to do with the race between David Perdue and Jon Ossoff. If we take a look at that one at this point in time, the percentage for David Perdue has dropped back down from 50%. And so this is appears to be heading for a runoff January 5th. Accompanied on that runoff is going to be that special election that you mentioned between Reverend Raphael Warnock and the incumbent Republican senator in Georgia right now, Kelly Loeffler. So they're also going to be seeing a runoff. Democrats hanging a lot of their hopes on that. Other outstanding races that we're keeping an eye on right now, one is in North Carolina, where Thom Tillis, the Republican incumbent, is ahead at this point in time, leading his Democratic challenger, Cal Cunningham. And we're also keeping our eye on Alaska and Maine as well, Aaron. But right now, those races appearing to favor Republicans, which wouldn't change the balance of power. So this is a narrow pathway for Democrats. And like you said, this is essential for whoever the president will be in order to have control of the Senate. If it is Joe Biden, you can see it's a very tough pathway to having a Senate in his favor, and it's going to take some time before he will find out if that's something that falls in his favor. January 5th, all eyes on Georgia.
Right. I mean, as if they weren't already. Wow. Okay. Brianna, thank you. So let's go back to our political team. You know, Karen, when we look at this, obviously, it is amazing how tight the battle for control is. This is not what Democrats expected to be looking at. Let's just be honest, right? They thought they had a lot more things in their favor. But other than that, you simply have not seen a blue wave, right? Mark Kelly in Arizona, that came out as expected. Other than that, this has not gone the way Democrats thought.
Yeah, that's true. Although I think there is reason for Democrats to continue to be optimistic as we go to this runoff in Georgia. And certainly if Joe Biden and Kamala Harris win the White House, we will have the benefit of having a Democratic vice president to break any ties that may occur. You know, I think for Democrats, I think there's a lot of really good news about this election that I think because of our anxiety, frankly, around what's happening in the presidential, and as things are still sorting themselves out, it's maybe a little bit harder to see. But you're right, it didn't turn out the way folks had hoped. Personally, I never believed in the big blue wave, but that's my cynicism from 2016, I guess, kicking in.
Forever scarred.
And I think the reality is also we are a fairly divided country, and that will be one of the greatest challenges that our next president and Congress will have to deal with. They will have to decide how will they lead in this moment. Again, I think it will become a question of country over party. We can't continue along this pathway that we have been on with the divisiveness. And so I hope that's the pressure that we put on all of the elected members of Congress.
Mike, one thing we did see, though, in more than one case, but I give you the example of Susan Collins in the Senate, you had people go and split their ticket. Right? They vote for Susan Collins, they vote for that Republican, and then they go ahead and they vote for Joe Biden. That was not something people expected to see, but you are seeing it. What's the significance?
Well, the significance is we're going to have a divided government if Joe Biden wins, and that this, to quote what Karen's talking about, the big blue wave was something that was being talked about in the media and people on the left, that this was going to be an ultimate repudiation of Trumpism, that not only was Joe Biden going to win, but all the polls were saying that he would lose, he would win significantly, and that would make some kind of statement and give him a mandate. And in reality, that didn't happen. It looks like Republicans are going to keep the Senate, or it's going to come down to one state for that. When we started the cycle off, Republicans were down 19 seats in the House. It looks like we'll be down only about 6 or 7 by the time this is said and done. So we've gained seats in the House, and the country's very, very evenly divided. We're now still counting votes days after the election to determine who the president is. So this was not a repudiation of Republicans or Trumpism. This was a close election, and that proves a lot of the Democrats wrong for what they thought was going to happen.
So I totally hear your point, and yet, David Chalian, when the numbers come in, you could end up in a situation where all of these outstanding states go for Joe Biden, where you have, 5 million split on the popular vote, and yet you have more people who voted for Donald Trump and for Joe Biden than any other presidential candidate in history. How are you supposed to see that, David Chalian?
Well, there's no doubt that we are a divided country. I think that is crystal clear. And Donald Trump, the energy he brings, his ability to bring his voters out, as he did on Tuesday, is what definitely helped Republicans apparently save control of the Senate, if it does indeed happen that way, even though he may not have saved his own job. I do think, though, listen, these votes have to be counted. It's very hard to do sort of takes on what things mean while votes are still being counted and we don't know how it settles. We saw that in 2018 with the House races as we waited for California to come in. But it could end up that Joe Biden has flipped 5 Trump states, not just rebuilding that blue wall, but also expanding into Arizona and Georgia. You know, when Donald Trump won in 2016, he had flipped 6 Obama states to get to 306 electoral votes. And that was a really substantial victory, is how it was perceived, and move forward with a mandate. So I don't know yet that this will be judged at the end of the day when we see how all the votes are tallied. If indeed Joe Biden is at 306 electoral votes and have flipped 5 Trump states, in various regions of the country, that will be seen, I think, as a pretty substantial victory.
It is very hard, Nia, to see, to understand how this will be perceived, because right now we're so much in the middle of it, and it's so razor thin. It's worth reminding people that you may end up with, and we just don't know at this point, but your margins in some of these states are going to be greater in favor of Joe Biden than they were in narrowly fought states for Donald Trump. Incredibly divided. No way to say that's not true, but yet, more in favor of Biden than Trump was able to succeed with in 2016.
No, that's right. And if we flash back to 2016, it was an upset, surprising victory, but it certainly was seen as a mandate. It was seen as this sort of massive upheaval in terms of where the country was and what sort of values the country was valuing and what would be represented in this administration. So listen, Biden might end up in the same place. He certainly has more votes than Hillary Clinton did, more votes than Donald Trump did too. So, you know, if you're a Democrat, if you're in this administration, if Biden ends up winning, you should claim the mandate, because that's certainly what Donald Trump would have done if he, if he gets reelected, and certainly what he did in 2016 as well. So the idea that there's a divided country, well, that wasn't really what the Republicans were saying in 2016.
That's right.
One
and I
quick
think
point:
while
if Biden
it's
wins
great
and
spin
Republicans
to try
keep the Senate.
Go ahead, Karen, and then Mike, jump in. Go ahead, Karen.
Sure. I was just going to say, I mean, it's great spin, while the votes are still coming in, to try to suggest that Joe Biden doesn't have a mandate. Just because, as I said, I believe the country is divided, that does not mean that Joe Biden won't have a very clear mandate. And frankly, I think that also means that the members of Congress in the Senate and the House also have a mandate. So I don't want us to, Mike, I have to push back on you on this idea that somehow it's not going to be a mandate for Joe Biden. As David said, also, if we flip those 5 states, that is incredibly meaningful, and just the sheer volume in terms of the turnout, that is very meaningful in terms of the direction that this country is choosing to go into.
Mike, certainly this is the case you'd be making if the shoe were on the other foot.
Look, if Republicans hold the Senate, Joe Biden were to win, he would be the first president in 32 years that didn't have a solidified Congress in his first term. And so, look, you can say that these are states that are being flipped. We hadn't been competitive in Pennsylvania since 1988 in the presidential election. We lost it every single time. And if Trump winds up not winning it this time, it'll be by a razor-thin margin, because we're still counting the votes. And so the point is, the country is incredibly polarized. Democrats were looking at this thing we called a blue wave, that they were going to just sweep into office, and wouldn't this make a great statement that we pushed back and repudiated who Trump was? And there are millions of voters that said no to that. And a lot of it was based on issues that they were really turned off on by the left wing of the Democratic Party. Okay. Things like nationalized health care, those types of issues that the Democrats are now going to have to reconcile with a president. And there will be midterms coming up if Biden wins. And they're going to have a real problem inside their party dealing with those issues that really pushed a lot of voters away from them in this election, and we gained seats in the House because of it.
There are soul searching to be done for both parties. That is clear. All right, thank you all very much. Next, we are going to have an update on these crucial battlegrounds, a little bit of changing and tweaking as these votes are coming in. When our special coverage continues, we'll be back.
Election night in America continued. Joe Biden on the cusp of becoming President-elect Biden, but he has been on that cusp a while now.
It sure has been a while, Anderson. His lead in Pennsylvania, where we are expecting new numbers shortly from Allegheny County, is growing. But his margin in 3 other states is anywhere from close to incredibly tight, especially Anderson right now, Georgia.
Yeah, in this hour, the latest on all the changing races with live updates in all the key states, plus the latest from both campaigns as the race gets closer to the finish line. Up first, where we stand big with the big picture. Phil Mattingly joins us for that. So where are we?
Waiting for votes. You may be familiar with this. We've done it a few times over the course of the last couple of days. Look, let's top line things first as it currently stands. Joe Biden, sitting at 253 electoral votes, needs either one state, Pennsylvania, to come through for him, or some combination of Nevada, Arizona. That would get him to 270. You also have Georgia as well, where it is razor thin right now. But I do think everybody is paying attention to Pennsylvania, and that's because we think it is possible that this hour we'll get a decent chunk of vote. What we've been waiting for is a lot of different counties outstanding, most of them in Democratic strongholds, southeastern part of the state, still waiting for their absentee, their vote by mail to start to come in. Sorry, not come in. The votes were cast, counted, and actually released. That count is what we're looking for. But the big thing outstanding right now that we think may come this hour is Allegheny County. And we expect, I think, 36,000 votes in Allegheny County.
Yeah, 35,000.
35,000 votes in Allegheny County is what we've been waiting for. And the expectation here, based on everything we've seen, kind of the trend lines over the course of the last 12 to 15 hours in the state of Pennsylvania, is this margin. Pay attention to this. In Allegheny County, home of Pittsburgh, Joe Biden, 58.7%, 39.7% for Donald Trump. When we have seen mail-in ballots tabulated, whether it's in Philadelphia or across, we were even talking.
I just want to show, we're putting up on the screen new numbers out of Georgia. Vice President Biden's lead has now grown to 4,263. The margin had been a short time ago about 1,585.
That's a big jump. That's a big jump. So I don't know offhand right now. We'll wait for a second for our team to put it together in terms of where they came in. I think the one thing that we've been waiting for, that I've been talking to you about over the course of the last couple hours, we've been waiting for Gwinnett County to come in.
Right.
And I don't know if that's the case. I'm not totally sure offhand if that's what it is right now. But Gwinnett County was kind of the big outstanding vote in terms of absentee that hadn't been released yet, hadn't been tabulated and released yet. And so that would be kind of the answer, I would assume. I want to confirm that, so don't hold me to that right now.
But he's gone up about 2,500 votes.
So this is the interesting point here. All right, we just confirmed it is Gwinnett, so that was the big outstanding vote we were waiting for in Gwinnett, and we've been talking the last couple hours that when Gwinnett comes in, there's a very good chance that Joe Biden is going to pad his lead because if you look at this margin, 58.4 to 40.2%, and it was coming mail-in, which is leaning even more heavily Democratic based on the trend lines, that Joe Biden jumped up nearly 4,000 votes, maybe a little shy, 3,800 votes. So what does that actually mean going forward? One, to say something that's pretty simple and not complicated here, 4,263 is a lot more than 1,500.
And in any potential recount,
Yes.
which is likely to happen in the state of Georgia, it is very unlikely a recount. I mean, there have been recounts before. It is rare that they have a significant vote differential.
That would be a catastrophic failure if they suddenly discovered 4,000 votes that were wrong. But I think the other thing, too, is you're also going into trying to figure out what the landscape is for the military votes that are still to be tabulated. We also have provisionals as well that will still be tabulated. And so everything, if you're the Biden campaign, who I would note has felt good about what was outstanding and what they expected to come in, everything you're seeing that adds to your vote total as you go in to maybe some uncertainty with how the military ballots are going to break. They may traditionally break Republican, but we'll see when they actually come in and we count them, and how the provisionals are going to break. You're a lot happier going in with a 4,000 vote lead than you are with a 1,500 vote lead. And I think the other thing we can draw from what just occurred with Gwinnett coming in is there's not a lot more vote left outstanding. There's a couple thousand here or there throughout the state, but Gwinnett was the big outstanding vote. Gwinnett broke Biden just like we expected.
The other kind of open question is exactly how many ballots from overseas might there be, because the way they said it was that there could be as many as 8,410. The wording the official said was votes that could have been postmarked and received by today.
Yeah, so the universe is, today is the deadline. And so what they didn't have when the Secretary of State was giving his briefing, or the election officials were giving their briefing, is the entirety of the universe of what was coming in. I think what they said is they had a total that had been that could come in of 18,000. They believe they had 10,000 that had already come in. They were waiting for 8,000 outstanding that could come in by the deadline today. And they made clear it won't be the entire 8,410, and it won't be zero. It'll be somewhere in between there. So you're looking at a universe between 10,000 and 18,000.
And the 10,000 that they've already had, do you know, have they counted those? Do we know?
I don't believe they had counted them, but I don't quote me on that. So I think the bigger issue now is obviously, one, what the total number is out of that group, but you assume it's somewhere between obviously 10 and 18,000, less than 18,000. But also, how are they going to break? How are they going to break? Because when the biggest batch of, if I have correctly here, I think the biggest batch was coming from counties like Fulton County, which are Democratic counties. But military ballots, sometimes they tend to go more Republican. So we'll have to wait and see on that. I think kind of bringing it all together, the reality is right now, Joe Biden in a state that hasn't gone to Democrats since 1992, as they're almost done counting these votes, is now up by 4,263 votes. It is almost certainly going to head into a recount, and now we just need to get a sense of the universe around.
And if tonight was the deadline, the last day for receiving those ballots from military, you would think that then by sometime tomorrow, perhaps, depending on speed and how tired they are, they may be able to get those results.
I am absolutely not going to guess when anything is going to be counted or
That is
completed.
Fair enough. But all that, of course, hanging over all that is that there is likely to be a recount in this state.
I don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah.
And I think officials in both campaigns would tell you that. I think the election officials in Georgia would tell you that.
Yeah. I want to go to Arizona, or Bill Weir, who is standing by in Phoenix. Bill, what are you seeing?
Well, Anderson, as the great Tom Petty once sang, the waiting is the hardest part. And that is then the theme song of the week as the machinery of democracy continues to grind. I think we all agree, though, that truth trumps speed these days. And here's the top line numbers. Joe Biden now less than a 40,000 vote advantage in Arizona. We've seen that lead slowly chip away as the numbers came in from Maricopa, from Pinal County. There's about 142,000 votes left to count here in the biggest, most populous state and county in Arizona. 220,000 votes for the entire state left to do. And so they tell us that they can do about 70 or 80,000 tallies per announcement. So tonight at 7 o'clock local time, 9 o'clock Eastern, we'll get those latest numbers and we'll see if those margins. President Trump's numbers have been coming in higher than Joe Biden's, a lot having to do with the absentee order that it was mailed in. Democrats sent theirs in much earlier in a state where automatic absentee has been a real thing in this state for a long time. The question is how many of those late arriving absentee ballots that came in on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday before Election Day, how many of those are President Trump supporters? A lot of the folks in the parking lot out there think there's going to be a lot. But we should know tonight, Anderson, maybe in Arizona, maybe before Pennsylvania, we'll get some clarity out of this state that, of course, the AP and Fox News has already called, but being super careful on because it is just so close.
And I just want to be clear, when you say those late arriving ballots, late arriving in the process, but legal, they are allowed to arrive.
Legal, of course.
They are allowed
election.
to arrive late.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. They were dropped off in person on Election Day, but when the ballots went out, weeks ago, a lot of folks got them into the mail early on, and which is the trend around the country. A lot of those folks are Democrats.
Yeah, it is so fascinating to see that we've been watching this now, this drip of them counting the ballots, and we have seen Joe Biden's lead drop gradually in the state of Arizona. Now you said it's less than a 40,000 vote lead, but some 220,000 votes left still to count in the state. A lot to watch, Bill Weir. We appreciate you being there for us. We'll continue to check back in with you. I want to go now to Sarah Seidner. She is covering the voting in Nevada. She joins us now from Las Vegas. Sarah, what are you hearing?
So there are still 63,000 ballots that need to be counted. We heard that earlier from the registrar, but this line has been forming for a while now, and it's getting longer and longer. What you're seeing in this line are people who have to cure their vote. In other words, people who have to, in this case, show their IDs. And I have talked to a couple of these folks. I'm going to bring you back down here because one of these folks has graciously agreed to talk to us. They've been in line for a bit here. But I can tell you that all of these people here want to make sure that their vote is counted, and they've been called here because they need to, for some reason, cure their vote. Let me talk to this young lady here. My name is Sarah. I'm from CNN. What are you doing in line? Why are you here?
Correct identification. They just need to make sure I am, and I have 3 identifications: passport, registration, and ID.
Okay, we don't want to show your address, so you have to show them your 2 forms of identification and then something that shows that you live here, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Did you just move to?
I did. I'm from Texas. Okay. Yes, I am.
So how did you find out that you needed to show up here to make sure that your vote is counted?
They called and alerted, and they paid a well check at my home.
Okay.
Yes, they did.
And what did they tell you? Did they tell you why you needed to show up, or did they say, look, you need to come here and we need to make sure?
Make sure that they wanted to know my ID was correct and who that my ID say that it was, and it's me, Christine Portley.
And Christine, are you willing to tell us who you're voting for?
Joe Biden.
And what do you think so far? Right now, he's up in this state by, I think, about 20,000 votes. What do you think about the process so far? There are folks who are questioning the process. What do you think about it?
He's a God and true, honestly man, and I believe in him, and I'm backing him in the name of Jesus.
Do you have any reason to doubt that your vote or anybody's vote won't be counted, that should be counted?
This is why we're here today, to make sure the right thing is being done, and they are doing the right thing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Being here.
So you heard there, she's here to show her ID, and I can tell you that anyone who had gotten the same call that she did and was contacted telling them that they needed to bring an ID or cure their vote, they have to do that by 5 p.m. today. That is the deadline. Folks have been standing in line for a while here. We did speak to one brand new first-time voter, and she told me she simply could not wait anymore. She wants to keep her job. She had to go to her job. She'd been in line about a half an hour, so she left, and she left with, quite sad because her vote won't be counted because she simply just could not wait in line anymore. This line is moving fairly slowly.
And Sarah, I just want to make sure people know, in some states, this whole idea of curing a ballot, it's not in provisions for some states. This is legal in the state of Nevada. This is a common practice?
That's right. There are some counties that you have to show ID, or if they think there's something wrong with the ballot, they want to try to make sure that, for example, a signature is correct, or they're confused about something, they don't like something that they see on the ballot, then they will call you and say, hey, you need to come and cure this. But the ID is important, obviously, here in this state. It's not in every state that you have to show an ID when you go to vote. But one of the voters down here voted in person, and they still called him saying, I need to go ahead and check your ID again. And so he's standing in line down a little bit further. All the people that are in line here, by the way, Anderson, are all saying they're going to try to stick it out as long as they can to make sure that their vote is counted. So far, as I mentioned earlier, there are about 63,000 mail votes that still need to be counted, that are in the hands of those who are counting ballots. We should hear what happened to those and who those went to, ostensibly, by the end of the weekend. That is what the registrar here had told us earlier today.
I think it's so important that you were there showing this. I mean, it's just so interesting to see, and the dedication of so many citizens coming out, Republicans and Democrats, who want to make sure that their vote does count. It's also very important because just showing those IDs is interesting. We've heard Lindsey Graham earlier, I believe he was on Fox, maybe it was last night, basically saying he doesn't trust in Nevada, that he made the allegation that undocumented immigrants were voting in the state of Nevada. You're saying that people have to show an ID.
Absolutely. I mean, they are very strict. That's why all these people, I mean, look at this line. I mean, all of these people in this line have to show an ID, and the law says that by 5 o'clock that needs to be done. And so they're here, they're willing to wait, they're willing to show their ID, and, that is part of the process here. It doesn't mean that there could be something that slips through, but they are being extremely careful. And, we should also mention those who are counting the ballots, who took a pledge to do their job and do it legally. We should also mention, the hard work that they've been doing over many days now. But these folks are committed, but they do have to show ID for sure, and that is what they're here doing.
Well, Sarah Seidner, I'm glad you're there to show us as well. Thanks very much. Let's go back to Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, those images are just so powerful, just so people really understand. I mean, what all this is giving us is this unprecedented view into this country and how this system works, and how, dedicated people are as voters, as people counting the ballots to get this right. All right, well, more now on the candidates here. We're coming into the evening hours, still awaiting a call on which way the race goes. And Phil Mattingly is reporting that Joe Biden's margin is growing in Georgia. When you look at those numbers in Georgia, we did obviously just see a significant increase. If you're literally just tuning in, that went from a margin of 1,585 votes to now 4,463 favor Joe Biden. That was a big jump there in Georgia. I want to find out what the President Trump and Vice President Biden are going to be doing over these next few hours. Jim Acosta talking to his sources at the White House, Arlette Saenz in Wilmington with the Biden campaign. So, Jim, let me start with you. What are you hearing President Trump is going to be doing here these next few hours?
Well, we're waiting to see. We're waiting to see if the president is going to be making some remarks. He may want to get ahead of Joe Biden before he makes those comments later on this evening. I can tell you right now, the president has been in the Oval Office, huddling with advisors throughout the day, and I'm being told that the scene behind the scenes is one of chaos. That the president and his advisors are scrambling to find a way to mount some sort of credible claim that there's been some viable, allegation of voter fraud that they can put forward. And at this point, I'm told by an advisor that that's just not happening. This advisor was telling me just a short while ago that, quote, people are enabling the president behind the scenes. And I asked this advisor, who is doing this? And this advisor said the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, is one of several aides and relatives close to the president who are simply enabling him right now as he refuses to deal with the reality that the White House is slipping away from him. I will also tell you that this advisor was telling me that they believe that some believe inside the Trump campaign that Georgia is just gone. And there is no credible path to the presidency without Georgia. You can't put together the number of electoral votes the president needs without Georgia at this point, and that's because of Pennsylvania. They see those votes going to Joe Biden in Pennsylvania, and in the words of this advisor I spoke with just a short time ago, Pennsylvania is, quote, the fat lady singing for President Trump. That Pennsylvania, once it gets called, means that it is over for President Trump. He will no longer be president of the United States come January. But I will tell you, they are having it is just a devil of a time behind the scenes trying to convince the president that he has to deal with the reality that this is slipping away from him. And as this advisor described it to me, it is a scene of chaos right now, Aaron.
It is. I mean, the votes dripping in and dripping in. Georgia now a little bit ticked for the president. That was able to narrow that a little bit, 4,234 from 4,467. This is where we are here, vote by vote by vote, dripping in. Arlette Saenz is in Wilmington, as I said, with the Biden campaign. So, Arlette, as you hear Jim's reporting, the president's mindset, the chaos around him, what is Joe Biden thinking about tonight, and what does his evening look like as we all sit here and watch these tallies change vote by vote?
Well, Aaron, Joe Biden and his campaign are just as closely watching these results as they are hoping that one of these states will help put them to that magic number of 270 electoral votes. But really right now, it's just a waiting game and a patience game. That is something that the campaign has been stressing for several days now, and that's something they have to keep adhering to. And as the sun is setting here in Wilmington, Delaware, there is still some staff milling about here at the Chase Center, preparing the site for potential remarks this evening. Earlier in the day, the Biden campaign said that the former vice president and his running mate Kamala Harris were expected to deliver remarks in prime time. But as that prime time hour quickly approaches, the question is whether Joe Biden still will deliver remarks even if this race has not yet been called in his favor. Now, Biden has spent the day at home here in Wilmington, Delaware, with his family and advisors watching these results come in. And the last time we heard and saw from Joe Biden was a little over 24 hours ago, a moment where he urged patience and calm as these votes continue to be counted. You know, over the course of the day, the Biden campaign has seen some signs of hope as they've seen their leads expand in some of these states like Georgia and Pennsylvania, right next door to here in Delaware where he is. But right now they are still patiently waiting to see whether there will be a call in this race and whether it will be in his favor.
All right, Arlette, thank you very much. And just ahead, we are awaiting another batch of results, new batch of results out of one county in Pennsylvania. This is a crucial county. Tens of thousands of ballots are outstanding, and obviously all eyes on Pennsylvania. So this is a crucial batch about to come, the state of a race that is changing by the moment as our special live coverage of this election continues. All right, we are waiting for word from Western Pennsylvania with what we will believe will be an update on the counting there in crucial Allegheny County, Pittsburgh. We are joined now by Pennsylvania Attorney General Josh Shapiro. And Attorney General, okay, good to talk to you again. So we are expecting to hear more from Allegheny County tonight, and there's a lot of ballots outstanding there. We understand about 35,000. Do you anticipate that we will know more about the vote count in Allegheny County soon?
Yeah, I think you'll know some more soon. And look, the good folks in Allegheny County are working around the clock. I do think it's important to point out, Aaron, because I know that there was some noise surrounding why they hadn't started counting or why there was a delay.
Yeah.
They're following the law in Allegheny County, and there was a court order which indicated that they couldn't start processing and counting these ballots until today. So I know they're working hard. They're moving as quickly as they can. They'll get the results out soon.
And I, you know, look, I have to ask you how soon. I mean, people are just, we want to get them counted and counted correctly. But I mean, is this hours and hours, or do you think that they are imminently ready to let us know how that went?
Look, I think it'll take some time. I was just stopped by a teacher from Penfield Middle School here in Montgomery County who said, if you ever get the chance to talk to John King, ask him what's going to happen. So I know everybody's on edge. I know everybody wants to know. And what I can tell you is here in Pennsylvania, we're working carefully and diligently and following the law. And it takes some time. And we want to make sure we have an accurate and legal count.
Okay, so I want to ask you, when we talk about the law here, your Pennsylvania House Speaker, Republican Brian Cutler, he says he believes there's about 100,000 provisional ballots, right, which you know, could come from any number of situations, including someone had a mail-in, decided to vote in person. You know, there's all kinds of ways that you can get those. He believes that number is up to 100,000. I know here at CNN we have it at least at 69,000, so that's reasonable. Is it reasonable to you? And then he says that there should be no results from Pennsylvania until every one of those ballots has been finalized in terms of its status. Do you agree?
Okay. Well, first off, there won't be results from Pennsylvania until those ballots are counted.
Okay.
What you as a network choose to do in terms of declaring something is obviously up to you. In terms of the number, you indicated CNN is reporting 69,000. Speaker Cutler said 100,000. I don't know what the number is. The person who knows is the Secretary of State. Here's what I know historically about provisional ballots. Again, historically, I have no knowledge about these ballots, but historically, provisional ballots tend to track the overall vote because these are ballots that are, you know, sort of random throughout the state based on someone who arrived who had a need to fill out a provisional ballot. Logic dictates that they would tend to follow the vote of that region or of that state.
Okay, so now another group of ballots. The ballots, of course, which were postmarked by Election Day but received after, which, of course, by your law now can be counted, being challenged in court, and therefore segregated. So lawyers for Pennsylvania Republicans are now asking the Supreme Court Attorney General to order your state to, quote, log, to segregate, and otherwise not to take any action on those ballots. Now, I was under the impression, we keep seeing all the shrink wrap and everything, that that's what you were doing, number one. So is that the case, that you're doing that with all those ballots? And do you think there's any scenario under which they become significant to the outcome?
Okay, great question. So let's back up on these ballots.
Yeah.
These are ballots that were legally cast by Election Day, put in the mail, and received up until, you know, I guess about 28 minutes ago in Pennsylvania. Okay, so that's the ballots that we're talking about. Then the question is, what does segregate mean? So essentially, the directive from the Secretary of State said, we're going to basically take these ballots and separate them, put them aside, and then count them. And that was the directive that came from the Secretary of State. On two separate occasions, Republicans have asked the Supreme Court of the United States to essentially overturn a state Supreme Court ruling that said those ballots should count. And on two separate occasions, the United States Supreme Court refused to intervene in that case. Now, what has happened? I believe it's technically the Trump campaign, although it could be an arm of the Trump campaign, has asked to intervene in the United States Supreme Court in order to be heard on this question. And I believe that briefs are due in that case in about 2 weeks or so, give or take. And so that's the status. I know that there was a lot of noise made by the Trump campaign that, you know, we're taking this to the Supreme Court. You're talking about, to answer the other part of your question, you're talking about, you know, roughly, and the Secretary of State can give you the exact answer, you know, several thousand ballots, not tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, based on the estimates that were coming in from the various counties that received ballots on Wednesday and Thursday. I hadn't gotten an updated count today on Friday, but they were relatively small number. Why, Aaron? Because voters in Pennsylvania heard elected officials, heard leaders, heard candidates say, look, if you were approaching Election Day and you had the ballot in your hand, go drop it off at a drop box and make sure that your ballot is counted. And it seems like the vast, vast, vast majority of voters who were in that position, instead of putting their ballot in the mail, ended up dropping it off at a drop box so that their ballot could be counted.
Well, it's pretty amazing, right? You send out 3.1 million ballots and you only have a few thousand in this scenario. The vast majority would certainly be an accurate characterization there. All right, Attorney General Shapiro, go ahead.
And again, I just want to clarify. The Secretary of State will speak to the total number of ballots. You asked me a general question about the numbers, and so I just wanted to try and give you a general answer there.
Right. No, I understand that. I understand that as we're trying to get those numbers. We have about 4,000, but we'll see how it actually pans out. They could have come, as you say, up until 29 or 30 minutes ago. All right. Thank you so much, Attorney General Shapiro. Anderson there with the very latest on Philadelphia and Pennsylvania and the legal challenges and where we really stand.
Yeah, Aaron, thanks very much. It was a great interview. I'm just told that there's going to be a press conference in Allegheny County that is going to be, it was moved to 6:30 p.m. So obviously we'll be monitoring that as well. But let's look at Pennsylvania here. He was saying he wasn't sure about the total number of segregated ballots. The number we had, I think, was about 3,000. Kate Baldwin earlier had reported there were about 1,000 segregated ballots in Philadelphia, where she was, and then the others would be elsewhere.
Look, I think for all the legal atmospherics or battles that have been kind of playing out on this specific issue, this doesn't seem to be an issue that would have too big of an effect. I think the bigger issue, which the Attorney General was talking about, was provisional ballots. And I think people have been trying to figure out the universe of provisional ballots that are outstanding. I think Aaron was saying that we have it at about 69,000. So people have estimated about 100,000. I think the Attorney General made a point that I've heard about provisionals as and to be clear, we're still waiting for more vote by mail to come in. You were talking about Allegheny County, is that the provisionals will largely track kind of the universe of voters depending on where they are. You know, younger voters who move around a lot might go provisional. They might lead Democrat. So I think what I'm trying to say is, would 100,000 provisional ballots totally shake up the race? The Attorney General says that it would more or less track with how voting has been throughout the course of things. But
well, let me just ask, in provisional ballots, is it, I know it's often people who they don't have an ID or something, or they need the ID
wrong
check.
Polling place, they moved, their address
the signature
was wrong.
seems strange. Does that also include mail-in ballots, or that there's a problem with the signature, or there's a question about it? Would that be considered a provisional ballot?
That's a good question. I don't know specifically for the state.
Obviously, because that is, if it's mail-in ballots, that might include a higher percentage of Democratic voters. If it's voting on the day, it might be a higher percentage of Republican voters.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a theory out there that it would lean more Republican. I think and this, I think, is an important point. We don't know. We don't know the universe of it right now. I think provisionals traditionally track where the state's actually voting. So we'll see how it plays out. I haven't talked to a lot of people on the ground that think it is going to sway things one way or another, despite the size. I think the bigger question right now, as we look at Joe Biden right now with a 14,536 vote lead, is we know that there are counties that are traditional Democratic strongholds that still need to report their vote by mail, from Philadelphia on out into the collar counties, obviously Allegheny County as well. One, when do they report? Two, does President Trump in any way, shape, or form eat into the margins that Joe Biden has been putting up, whether it's 80 to 85% in Philadelphia, moving on to 77% in Allegheny? If that keeps up, it's not a matter of if, it's when, but we don't know yet because of all of that's outstanding currently as we wait for the count and we wait for the reporting.
Yeah, right now Joe Biden's lead is 14,536. Again, there's going to be a press conference in Allegheny County. The reporting that we had from Brian Todd earlier was that there are some 35,000 votes there. In fact, Brian Todd has an update in Allegheny County. Let's go to Brian Todd. Brian?
Right, Anderson. Well, there's been another kind of frustrating delay here in Allegheny County. We were promised that we might get results by about 5:30 p.m. Eastern time, the first results that would have been posted since about the 8 o'clock p.m. hour last night. We're not getting them now for at least probably another hour. It takes them a while to process these votes. So about 3,200 votes that they've already processed were damaged, so those take some time. So what we're going to get in about an hour's time, we're told now, is roughly 3,200 votes that were damaged that they had to go through and count. In addition, we're going to get about 3,800 plus votes from military members and overseas voters. And only at that time, Anderson, will they then start the count for those 29,000 segregated ballots. That count, was supposed to start at about 5 o'clock. So this is, the headline here is, Anderson, it is a slower grind than we even were experiencing before, and frustrating to people here who want the results, frustrating to us who are covering this. But again, they're saying they've got to do this right. They've got to go through these in a painstaking way. They've been here all day, today and yesterday and earlier in the week. They say they're going to work through the night. We don't know what that means as far as, how late they're going to stay, whether it's going to be into the overnight hours, but they promise us that will be the case. Now, what they did say is that those 29,000 segregated ballots could take a couple of days to count. Now, that's a pretty big chunk of the vote here in Allegheny County still outstanding. So, the question is, when are those going to come in? Are those going to boost Joe Biden's margins even more? We expect they probably will, but we don't know to what extent. But again, the slow, kind of frustrating grind of this vote and vote count is continuing here in Allegheny County. Kind of cavernous around here right now, but we are told that they are going to be at this most of the night, Anderson.
So let me just clarify here. You said that there are some ballots that had been damaged, have a crease in them, whatever, a tear or something like that. They have been counted. Right. I think you said it was, 3,700?
About 3,200 of those, maybe a little more.
Okay.
Yes, and those were ballots that were damaged. Correct.
And it was more than 3,800 military ballots and overseas ballots that had been received have been counted as well. That's correct?
Correct. So that, between the two of them, you've got 7,000, close to 7,000 votes that we should get results from in about an hour. But when you think of 35,000 plus outstanding votes in Allegheny County, it's a relatively small percentage. But look, it's a chunk of it. We're waiting for it. It's gonna maybe tell the broader story of how Joe Biden and Donald Trump fare in this county.
And just one thing I don't understand. You said 29,000 segregated ballots have yet to be counted, and that may take some time. Are those the same? Because we had just been under the impression that in Philadelphia, there's an estimated 1,000 segregated ballots. Why are there so many segregated ballots in Allegheny County?
These were ballots, Anderson, that had been mailed to voters weeks ago that had wrong information on them. There were mistakes printed on them. They caught that by court order. They were ordered to remail ballots that had the correct information, and so voters were encouraged to fill in those ballots and send them back. So that's why there. I mean,
so
I
this
don't
is
know
a
why
different
there were so many of those, but that's.
Got it. This is a different batch.
Sorry,
so Phil, correct me if I'm wrong. This is a different batch. That are segregated ballots of
the Supreme Court, the fight that has gone, the legal battle that's happened a couple of times over. Yes. Okay. This is a different batch.
This is a different batch. He's calling them segregated ballots, but they're actually these are ballots that were sent out from Allegheny County that had a mistake on them.
Yeah, just what Brian's reporting, that they had basically what they had sent had mistakes or a mistake on them, and they recognized it and had to send out new ballots, and now they're waiting. And they will be counting those. And so that is something, because of how the process worked, they could not start counting those until, I believe, after 5 or 5:30 p.m. today. Brian might know the better answer to that. Could not start counting those, but they are not a part of the other segregated.
Right.
It's
confusing, but we got it. So that's, Brian, that's 35,000 votes which have been cast, which have not yet, some 29,000 of them have not been counted. The others have been counted. We're just waiting for those results to be released, and we believe that'll be at 6:30. Appreciate the update, Brian Todd.
That's
again.
right.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Yes. That's right. You're looking at close to 7,000 votes, we think, roughly, that are going to come in at about 6:30 p.m. Eastern time, and only then will they start to count those 29,000 other ballots that were segregated, where they had those mistakes on the ballots. The counting of those may take a couple of days. So again, it's a grind, and we're getting little increments of votes and small results starting in about an hour.
Yeah, 36,000 vote total from that. Brian Todd, appreciate it. We'll continue to check back in with you. Let's go back to Erin.
All right, and try to get to more discussion on exactly what all this means. So you're going to get a fifth of the votes from Allegheny County, we believe, in the next hour, but then 29,000 more to count. These ones that are segregated, but I want to be clear, they're segregated that fall in the category of mailed by election day but received after. That is a different group of votes than we are talking about. I know the terminology can be confusing, but I think they just laid all that out for us. Ben Gernsberg is with us, a longtime Republican election lawyer who also represented George W. Bush in the Florida recount of 2000, and the vice dean of the USC Law School, Franita Tolson. Franita, let me just start with you with the situation here in Allegheny County, because this is a crucial chunk of votes. 35,000 votes, we believe we are going to get about a fifth of them, about 7,000, over the next in the next hour. But that leaves 29,000 to review, according to Brian Todd's reporting. They are set aside by a court order. They can't start counting them until 6:30 tonight. We're told this could take a few days. Is this normal, Franita?
This is all normal. I know that we are in the middle of an election. I know things are very polarized, it's contentious, but I can't emphasize enough that the process is unfolding. Even if we get to the point where there are recounts, that is still normal, right? State law will provide for a recount. So the idea that they can't start counting until later this evening, and then that count might take more time, that's still a part of the process and it's still normal. There's nothing abnormal about this.
So Ben, let me ask you about the provisional vote situation, right? Because, you know, as we had this range that we've sort of counted, there could be up to 69,000 of them. The Republican Speaker of the House in Pennsylvania says up to 100. So there's a large number of them. Certainly vis-a-vis the margin that we have by any situation, there's a large number of provisional ballots. Provisional ballots can come from a lot of different scenarios, including you get a mail-in ballot, but you go cast in person, you don't have ID, when you aren't able to surrender the mail ballot. When you do that, you have to cast a provisional. That's just one of many situations under which you would file one. But you just heard the Attorney General of Pennsylvania tell me that he believes that those provisional ballots will track what we see in the vote that we have in the state thus far. Therefore, it would not alter the result. They are going to wait to count every single one of them before they certify, but that could take quite some time. From all of your experience, do you believe that will be the case, that those provisionals will split in much the same way as the popular vote in your state, in the state of Pennsylvania, already has?
That is generally what happens, but it's also true that usually provisional ballots are cast by new voters to the system. So there are some lack of familiarity problems with the votes. Now, so the answer to the question is going to depend on the demographic changes in Allegheny County, I think, and who the new voters are. But it is generally true that those provisionals will track the overall results of the county.
You're looking, though, Franita, just to emphasize the point here, at a number of provisionals which greatly exceeds the current margin of victory in the state. That margin's changing, and it's going to continue changing because ballots are coming in. But what I'm getting at, obviously, is this a process that ends up taking longer because of those provisional ballots?
Oh, absolutely, it could. You know, with provisional ballots, voters get a chance, opportunity to come in with whatever documentation they need in order for their vote to count. And so that could extend the process, and it also could extend the time in which it takes to get a firm understanding of who's won the state of Pennsylvania. So yes, it could draw it out, but there are still deadlines here. So Pennsylvania has a certification deadline, and so we'll know. Even if we don't know today, we will know. But yes, the amount of provisional ballots, and also in light of the margin between the candidates, it could extend this process out.
It could extend it out. Ben, we have a process extending out. You have the Trump campaign eyeing recounts in Wisconsin, eyeing a recount in Georgia, which state officials have seemed to indicate that they think is very likely. And yet you have an electoral college that is scheduled to meet for its vote by law on December 14th. Can all these recounts, can all of this be adjudicated by then?
Well, they certainly can be if the states follow the processes well. But it's a challenge because remember that recount laws in individual states really are run mostly for local races, for legislative races. Occasionally you get a statewide. I mean, what we found in Florida in 2000 is that the Florida election laws have never been stress tested for a high scrutiny statewide presidential recount. And so states do face particular challenges. Yeah. That'll really be true in Georgia, that'll be dealing with the two runoff elections at the same time.
Yeah. All eyes will be on Georgia, as they are now, but Pennsylvania as well, and of course, Nevada and Arizona. Ben and Fernita, thank you both very much. And just ahead, a new big batch of military votes added to the mix in Georgia. So we're going to tell you what we see, explain what it means for Joe Biden's current narrow lead in that state when our special live coverage continues.
I was talking to Phil before about absentee military ballots just before the break. The assumption is that they tend to skew Republican. The question is, does that premise still hold true, given changing demographics? Specifically, we're looking at the state of Georgia. CNN's Brianna Keeler has been looking into that for us. So, Brianna, the deadline in Georgia to receive absentee ballots from service members or Americans living overseas, that just passed. They were due by 5:30 today. What do we know about these votes?
So what we know, Anderson, is that Georgia so far, and this is according to the Secretary of State's office in Georgia, had received and counted 18,008 overseas ballots. So that's going to be military members, that's going to be their family members, like their spouses, and that's going to be other Americans who are overseas. Georgia said they still had 8,410 outstanding. So those are ones that have been requested, absentee ballots sent out to people who requested them. They haven't been received back. The question is, and so we're still awaiting the count. What did they get in as of 20 minutes ago? We don't know that right now. But the question is this going to make a difference? A couple of points there. One, 8,410 ballots, they're not going to get all of those back. Some of those are ballots, and this is very usual, that have been requested but ultimately were never cast. And then there's the other question about, well, how do active duty military members and their families align politically? And one of the things we keep hearing from advocates is don't assume that they will vote monolithically. In fact, there's actually data, recent data, polling data from Military Times that suggests there has been support for Donald Trump that has eroded since 2016, and there's actually a trend towards Joe how they're going to be casting, how they have cast their ballots, I should say. You have to keep in mind that these are folks who have been in the mix post 9/11. They are bearing the brunt of war. They're the ones who have had to deploy over and over. They are younger. They are, at least, some of them, when you look at the average, they're reflecting some of that younger social awareness in the country as well. So they can't be seen as reliably Republican as they were more so in 2000.
Brianna Keeler, really appreciate it. Thanks very much. Aaron, let's go back to you.
All right. So, look, here's the big question. What is all of this going to mean? Scott Jennings, when you look at this, Brianna making an interesting point, right? People may make an assumption about a group of ballots and how they're going to go. And I think one thing we've learned is that you can't always make these assumptions. And that's the case. But nonetheless, that chunk of ballots, and we don't know how many were actually sent in, which is really important, right? 8,400. It could be 2,000. It could be 8. We have no idea. But I mean, that is greater than our margin here. So this is, every vote is so crucial in Georgia and everywhere. But certainly, Scott, these votes matter.
Yeah, no doubt. And they should all be counted, by the way, and both campaigns should want them counted.
Yes.
That Military Times poll she referenced, it broke 52-42 Trump to Biden. So pro-Trump, but that's a pretty close margin. Also, not everybody who lives overseas is in the military. You do have some diplomatic people. You have other people who are not part of the government at all, and they probably split out a little different politically. But I think we ought to count every single one of these. These military folks are overseas. They're defending America. They deserve to have their votes counted, and so I'm glad those ballots are coming in.
And this is, Karen, going to be the case in every single one of these states as we start looking at numbers that many people are not even familiar with, right? When you're talking about segregated ballots and provisional ballots and overseas and all of these other different acronyms that are used for that, there's still a lot left to count.
Well, absolutely. And as we've all been saying, we've got to make sure that every single vote is counted. And people, think of the people who waited in line to cast their ballots. We saw our colleague out in Nevada for people who had returned for the curing of their ballots. So we want to make sure every vote is counted. But there does become a point at which, when we get into a certain margin and we have an understanding of how many ballots are left out there to count and where those ballots come from, and where the margins look like, that we'll get a better picture about, an increased picture, I guess I should say, of where we are, no question. And look, we're all, for a lot of Americans, they're learning in real time about some of these acronyms that you mentioned. And the good news is, this is our democracy working.
Yeah, and you know, Scott, one thing I also want to make a point about is, you know, there are some, when, you know, Lindsey Graham throwing out, you know, people who are here illegally voting in Nevada, you know, they have to use ID there. You know, our Sarah Seidner was showing, I thought, just a powerful thing. People showing up, right, with their ID to cure their ballot, waiting hours, right, to prove that I am who I say I am, and this is who I voted for. You know, this system, what we're seeing is that there's so many layers of checks and balances that I think, Scott, should give people a lot of calm and confidence. It is amazing what we're seeing across this country. Ballot cams in Allegheny County, people lining up with their driver's licenses in Las Vegas. This is incredible.
Yeah, some people have argued over the years that we should have a more federalized or central electoral system. I think we're learning why that would be a terrible idea. Our diffused electoral system, where you have state and local officials all over the country doing their work and doing the public service they were elected or appointed to do, keeps any one person, even a president, from wielding any too much significant power in the election system. So the diffusion of power in our elections protects every ballot. It protects all of us. It protects the integrity of democracy. It's working the way it's supposed to work. We'll count all the ballots. All the claims will be adjudicated, and we'll have an outcome. And everybody should celebrate that and accept the results no matter who you voted for.
Thank you both very much. And thanks to all of you. Our special coverage with Wolf Blitzer and Jake Tapper continues after this break.